going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you get what you're hoping for? When you look behind you, there's no open doors. What are you hoping for? Do you know? Once we were standing still in time, chasing the fantasies that filled our minds. You knew how I loved you, but my spirit was free. And laughing at the questions that you once asked of me. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Now, looking back at all we've had, we let so many dreams just slip through our hands. I must we wait so long before we see how sad the answers to those questions can be. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you get what you're hoping for? When you look behind you, there's no open doors. What are you hoping for? Do you know? Once we were standing still in time, chasing the fantasies that filled our minds. You knew how I loved you, but my spirit was free. And laughing at the questions that you once asked of me. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Now, looking back at all we've had, we let so many dreams just slip through our hands. How must we wait so long before we see how sad the answers to those questions can be? Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you get what you're hoping for? When you look behind you, there's no open doors. What are you hoping for? Do you know?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, my brother Jojo. How are you, my baby? Hi. I'm back. Do you know I'm back? Oh, I hope I'm not talking too loud. I'm so excited. I miss y'all so much. Brother Jojo, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. I love you. I'm a little nervous. Imagine that, right? My favorite song, imagine that. I've been wanting to come back for so long, and a lot of things has been going on. So do you know what's been going on with me? Hello, blessings, DV Wild. How are you? I've been going through a lot. Good things. Trust me, good things. Of course, we always have the storms. Things don't always go as planned, but if you trust in God and you know who you are and you work on who you are, things normally, fall in place and work out the way they're supposed to work out. I'm a true believer in whatever God has planned for me, no matter how I might. Sometimes we sabotage ourselves, right? And I'll do that sometimes because I get a little nervous, I get a little anxious, I get a little worried about things that I feel may not come to pass for me for whatever reason. I start doubting things. But a lot of things has happened that was it was a blessing. It was a blessing. And I cannot give credit to nobody but God. I'm always saying there's so much about me that you don't know, but I try to be as transparent as I possibly can about things. And I hope one day I'll be able to tell a lot, once I think y'all are ready for it. Because I don't think y'all are ready for it. Are you ready for it, DV? Are you ready for it, JoJo? But the title that I came up with was, Do You Know? Do you know who you are? Do you know why you do the things that you do? Do you like the person that you are? And do you like the things that you do? I know a lot of times we have conversations about different topics, and I always try to figure out why a person feels the way that they feel about something, or why a person may think about a certain subject or a topic. And because I analyze everything and I think so hard about certain things, I really try to understand who that person is, why they feel the way that they feel about something. But most importantly, I have to understand my belief of why I feel about a certain subject or a topic. So when I talk about my storms that I've gone through and the blessings that I've been going through in the last 6 months, I had to do a lot of work on myself. I had to really understand who Cookie was, the real Cookie, not the Cookie somebody else wants me to be, not the Cookie that someone think that I am. I had to say, who am I? And, what are things that I need to work on about me so that I can grow and I can be great? I expect greatness from everybody. I don't care who you are, what you do in life, what your career is. There's greatness in all of us, right? I was going to say something funny, but I'm not. I'm trying to be serious. But there's greatness in all of us. So ask yourself, what do I need to work on to be a better person? Are you okay with who you are? And we all be honest about it. No one can honestly say, I'm good. I'm perfect. I don't have nothing to work on. There's nothing about me that is flawed. But my saying, if there isn't, God bless you. You're a lucky person, right? Do you ever, nobody knows until you come up against obstacles and roads. Yes, JoJo. And that's what I truly want to talk about. I want people to be honest, because a lot of times we go through stuff, right? And we try to pretend like we're not going through it, or we may not share it with people because we either are embarrassed or we think people don't understand that we're the only one that's going through this. But you'd be surprised that something that you're going through, someone else can relate to, and you can help them through it. Be open. I'm not saying you got to tell all your business, but I believe that this world could be a much better place if we would learn to help one another out in situations that we're going through. I had a situation I was going through for 6 months, and it was breaking my heart. It had me so stressed out, and people were telling me, it's not going to happen. You're in denial. And then during Christmas time, I was like, do you think this situation is going to work its way out? It's Christmas. The spirit of Christmas is all in the air. It's about, family and friends and love and blessings and miracles. And they told me I was in denial. And I was like, what? So it's like the 16th of December, a miracle happened. Something that I had been praying for 6 months. And it happened. And it was like maybe, I'm going to say 8 to 9 days when I had asked this person if they thought this miracle would happen. and they thought I was crazy. I'm a true believer. I don't know the Bible inside and out. I can't quote nothing. I know little sayings, and I probably get it mixed up when I say it, but I know my God. And he has never forsaken me. He has never failed me. I've seen miracles. Trust me when I tell you, I've seen miracles. So for someone to tell me, you're in denial. For someone to tell me, use common sense, that's never going to happen. You don't know my God. You don't know my God, right? So I then got off the subject because when I started talking about me, it's so much that I can share. Now you might see, you don't have to do all that. They probably, what? My son and his friend is here. I said, thank you, but I was like, I don't care. They doing some work for me, my babies. There's nothing God cannot do. If you pray about it and you put your heart into it and come to him, he may not do it in his time. I mean, in your time, but he's going to do it in his time on time, right? So anyway, so that blessing came, that miracle came, and, I don't know what to tell somebody that don't believe, you know what I mean? Or have never seen a miracle. Have y'all? Brother JoJo? DV Wow? But anyways, so I wanted to know, I put the link in because, if I don't start having a conversation, I'm going to ramble it on and I'm going to repeat myself and I never can say what I want to say because I'm not good with only when I'm mad. Do you think that a person know who they are and like who they are? Or do you believe that we portray to like who we are and know who we are? I don't know. What do y'all say? DV Wild, do you like who you are? Are you flawed or are you perfect? JoJo, you perfect, brother. It's like, no. Nobody's perfect, And it is crazy because when I was like, what do I want to talk about? And I was like, I want to talk about me. Who I am. I've learned so much about myself in 6 months when I thought that, I never thought I knew everything about me because I'm always a progressor, work in progress. As my brother JoJo liked to say, how you say it? Always still learning. We are all still learning. There's nothing in this world that we know absolutely everything about. And Brother JoJo, you said you're extremely flawed. And DV, it can go both ways. What can go both ways? That you don't like who you are and you're still working on yourself? Or wait a minute, because see, I forgot what I said. So did I say you know who you are and you're good with who you are? Or you don't know who you are, you're working on knowing who you are? So which one are you talking about? And yes, I think we all are extremely flawed. I hate, you know what I hate about myself? And I don't like that word hate. I know what I dislike about myself. My stomach. Hey, beautiful Carla, I love you. My favorite people. I love y'all. I hate my stomach. But guess what? I love me, I think. I only hate my stomach when I need to show my stomach. And when do I need to show my stomach? When I'm undressing? Well, nobody else will see it but me, right? I can't, what about this? Like, and Carla's gonna get mad when I say this. I had said to her a couple of weeks ago, might have been a few months ago, a couple of weeks ago. I was asked, I wanted God to change my heart. Like I said, I'm flawed. I'm not perfect. But I do believe that I give too much. I'm too gullible, DV might say. I give too much of my heart to people and then get disappointed. I trust. I give people, more than what sometimes they might deserve. And I wanted God to change that. I was tired of being, I guess, so nice, so loving. Carla said, no. So I just want to be better at everything that I put forth to do. I want to be a little bit better. Not perfect, just a little bit better. And I started realizing I like that I love people. I like that I have a loving heart. Nothing wrong with that. I thought I came across something I wanted to tease Brother JoJo about, and I didn't save it because I said, well, I know he's always on the rooftop. But if I was to show it, I wanted to have a conversation about it. But I was like, no. And you know who it was about, JoJo? Your boy. Is his name Hunter, right? Travis. And it was someone had made a comment. Someone had did an interview and they had made a comment about him. And I think it was probably the same things that I was saying, but he said it in such a better way. Of course, everybody always talks better than me. And I was like, I wish that Brother JoJo could hear this. So I don't know if somebody comes up here, if anybody ever do hit the panel, maybe I can, pull it up and play it for you. But anybody gonna come join me? Sister Carla, what you doing? Are you driving? Anywho, so I want to talk about the changes that I made in 6 months. I've learned to not have expectations on people. What I expect of others is not what people should do, if I'm saying that right. I have to allow people to be who they're going to be, do what they want to do without me feeling as though they're supposed to do it for whatever reason. Because I think sometimes that or let's say Sister Carla can expect me to do something. And if I know that Sister Carla expects me to do it, guess what? I'm going to do it. And that's how I think everybody's supposed to be. If I expect you to come to my house on Sunday for dinner, you should be here. I should not get a phone call saying you can't make it. I shouldn't be sitting here like, what the hell happened to Sister Carla? She knows that I was expecting her, so why isn't she here? And a lot of people tell me, no, you can't do that. You can't expect somebody to do what you would do. Why not? Okay, baby, that's good. Play that clip. Well, DV, you up talking about play that clip? No, because I can't talk, I can't walk and chew up. So if you was up here, then you could be talking and I could do it because I got my things set up the way I like to have it set up. Are you trying to tell me you want me to come for dinner? Yes, girl. Let me tell you, on Saturday, Miss Carla. I don't know if I ever asked you, but I think you probably do. You like seafood? Girl, I made this massive dinner for my kids and my grandkids and my son's father because it was his birthday. But I didn't do it just for his birthday. He thought I did. And then my son's friend came. I had invited some other people, but they were sick and people wasn't feeling good. So it turned out just fine. I had just my children and my grandkids. But Miss Carla, I had crab legs, bull shrimp with the crab legs, corn on the cob, baked potato, fried shrimp, fried catfish, pork chop, fried pork chop, air fried chicken. I made deviled eggs with crab meat, with crab meat and shrimp on top, and the extra crab meat mix. I made a dip for crackers and stuff. Oh my God, I had so much food. I still got some. I gotta throw it away. I had some left from my girlfriend that came over the next day, Connie, when she came back from Syracuse. So it was a nice dinner. Plus, we had a birthday cake, for her. And I got tipsy. That's your staple, huh? Of course. Oh God, yes, Miss Carly, you were supposed to tell me. So it's an inside joke, and I can't remember exactly what I do, but I can't talk about it, right? Um, so I was always talking to Miss Carla, and I would talk about pork chops. So she said, when I told her about the situation, and then every time I talk to her, I'm talking about pork chop. She said, "So you do make pork chops?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." But I really don't. It's just I do like pork chops. So don't say what, baby. So I hate when y'all do that. So Dina's like, what did I say? What did I say? Brother Jojo, you gonna hit my link? You gonna hit my link? I'm always hitting your link. Can you hit my link? See, this is, I ain't gonna say that. But Carla's working. JoJo's not. DV, y'all wanna know about DV? So when we talk about who are you, do you know? Do you know DV is cheating on me? Been cheating on me for months. Yeah, he got a boo. Yeah. And he calls me when he ain't got nothing else to do. And he got another boo. But it's okay. I'm gonna let him have his fun. I need someone to have a conversation with. You can tell that he got a boo? Yeah, Carla, he got a boo. Beautiful Carla, he got a boo. Wow. Am I lying? So let me see. How do I do this? It's been so long. Babe, I cut this thing on. I could not remember how to work my computer. So if you look at this picture, right? Why do y'all think I what's it called again? A thumbnail, right? No, that's not the thumbnail. Why do you think my backdrop is like that? Is that what it's called? You still looking for her? You still looking for who? Your boo? He came back from Puerto Rico and ain't been this right. Said exactly, Carla. Exactly. When I think I had posted this a few months back on my community wall, because of something that was going on or whatever. And then when I came across it again on my phone, I was like, do you know? Do you know what's inside of you? Is it love? Is it hate? Is it confusion? Do you know the illness that you spit out when you have that bitterness in your heart? Do you know the kindness that you share with others when you have compassion? So what's inside of you? There's so much brewing inside of us. Do you know if it's love, hate? Do you know if it's spiritual? Do you know if it's evil? Like, what's inside of you? Who are you? I love when people can be honest about who they are. And sometimes it can be ugly. And it's okay. Because then those are things that you know that you can work on. Those are things that you can share with someone and they can help you through it. Like I said, you never know who's going through the same thing that you're going through. But if you keep it a secret, if you keep it all, bottled up, you're not helping yourself. And Lord knows you're keeping someone else from healing. I came across this song and I was like, is it fitting for what I'm trying to say? I thought it was. And I'm going to play it. And I hope that y'all enjoy it.
I ain't tryna be stubborn, but I could use some self-loving. I ain't gotta say nothing. They already know how I'm coming. I've been working on me. I've been loving on me. I had to learn to love myself. And no, I don't mind no help. I'd rather do it myself. No, I don't mind no help. I'd rather do it myself. I've been working on me. I've been loving on me. I had to learn to love myself.
They hate to see it, we love to see it. You continue to set the bar, they underneath it. Always bet on yourself and best believe it. If you ever fold, I'm here to iron out the creases, just preheat it. Self-hate, we must unteach it. I'm talking standards so high, they can never reach it. A lot of broken promises from broken people. I bet them half-naked hoes never feel completed, just conceited. For no fucking reason. Real. Something got you glowing, I can't put my finger on it. God took his time on you, had to linger on it. You the housewife type, put a ring on it. I'm happy for you. You practically royal. The queen bee, they Chanel, yeah. You might love the streets, but they'll never love you back. Love yourself. Every love story needs a climax. She say,
I ain't tryna be stubborn, but I could use some self-loving. I ain't gotta say nothing. They already know how I'm coming. I've been working on me. I've been loving on me. I had to learn to love myself. And no, I don't mind no help. I'd rather do it myself. I don't mind no help. I'd rather do it myself. I've been working on me. I've been loving on me. I had to learn to love myself.
What y'all think about that? Don't you think it's about time we love ourselves? No. I think that a lot of times we expect people to love us, right? But it's not always that way, you know? But what do you do? You know, what do you do when you can't get that person to love you the way you want them to love you? You know, what do you do? Do you force them? Can you force someone to love you? Or is it easier for you to love yourself first? I've had people tell me, you know, I need to change some things about myself. Because I was a hard person to love. And I didn't understand what they meant by that. And I had to sit back, reflect, and get to know me and see who I was to try to understand what they meant by that. You know, do I understand it now? I don't know. But what I do know is I've learned about me for what I need to know about me. Because maybe whatever I'm projected onto that person or other people, that might be their shit. And it's not about me changing who I am for someone else. I have to change who I am for me. Like, okay, I'm a smoker. Everybody say stop smoking. It's bad for your health. Da, 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 da. And I agree. I 100% agree. And I want to quit smoking. I don't like the smell no more. I don't like the taste. Everything about it stinks, right? But until I'm ready to quit, that's the only way I'm going to quit. Right? Because I want to quit, not because someone's telling me to quit. So is it, hey, 312, blessings, my dear. Happy New Year's to you. See, now we're cooking. I hope 312. I had someone talking about you a couple of nights ago. I think it was Sunday. And it was so surprising who it was. I have a follower. I'm surprised. He might be watching. He just don't want to say nothing. He's 16 and he just loves you. He think you're hilarious. But excuse me. I lost my train of thought. So should I be who I need to be for me, or should I be who I need to be for someone else? Ms. Carla says, but someone you love might motivate you enough to quit. Okay, I'm gonna cut the camera off for this one and put my cigarette out. Miss Carla, I see now. See, why are you gonna say something like that and you ain't on the panel to argue with me and disagree with me? In my face. Me and my cousins got my aunt to stop smoking when we were young because we told her we were afraid she would get cancer. My family says that too. And I love my family. Lord knows I do. When you say motivate, what is motivation? Like I said, I'm the only female close in the, your close immediate family, not cousins and aunts and all that. I'm the only female that smokes in my family, my immediate family. My daughter smokes sometimes. She just do it, I think, because she smokes my cigarettes. My son smokes. He smoked weed. But I'm the only one that smokes. And I don't know why that is. My grandmother smoked. My grandmother smoked. I don't know where I got it from. Got it from my grandmother, I guess, right? And they would say it's bad for you. You're going to get cancer, this and that. Your clothes stink. Your car stink. Everything stink. And I get it. You know, even when it comes to my grandbabies, you know. I shouldn't smoke. And I love them. So that should be a good motivator, right? Look, you just had, she didn't smoke around us, but we did the research and told her about it being in the air and on the clothes. And that's secondhand smoke, right? So, and I get it. Love you. Are you coming tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Love
Love you too. You like both locks?
Yeah.
Thank you. That was my son, y'all. So a lot of times people tell me they didn't know I smoked. Terrible habit. I know, right? Excuse me, David. Don't you smoke? Huh. But it is a terrible habit. It do stink. And I know I shouldn't, y'all. I smoke in my car. I smoke in my house. I smoke. So, but like I said, I try, I keep air freshener. I keep Febreze. I try to keep everything. But people would tell me they didn't know I smoke. So for some reason, I don't smell like a smoker, but my car does, So, and I don't spray my body down or nothing. I take my bath, I put my cologne on, put my lotion, all that stuff. I'm smoking in the car, smoking while I'm walking, whatever. But for some reason, it doesn't stick to me. I've had people say, I didn't know that you smoke. I'm sorry, he knows I'm nosy. Because he be trying to steal stuff from me. What you got?
Yeah, right.
No, I got a good son. He gives more than he takes. I love you too. He just wanted to come back and tell me that. I know. For a long time, you know why I didn't stop smoking too? You know how when you go to your doctors, you do your yearly checkup, you do your 3 months, whatever. My doctor, when she listens to my chest and my back, she says, for a smoker, your lungs are clear. So when I go and tell my family, my doctor said my lungs are clear. They said, yeah, but wait till they see inside those lungs. Wait till they, But wouldn't she be able to tell? I cried and she stopped. She didn't stop until I started crying about it, though. Well, maybe that's what they need to do, cry. Ain't nobody cried yet for me. I had an auntie. I call her my sister auntie. She's actually my aunt, but I call her sister because she's my mom's sister. She raised me since I was 9 because my mom had passed away. So it's like we were sisters more than niece and auntie. And I think it was about 2011, I want to say. 2011. She had cancer. She found a lump under her armpit. And for a whole year, she was suffering with cancer, and she didn't tell the family. The only person that knew was her husband. And until she was supposed to do Easter Sunday dinner, and she said she wasn't doing it. I'm like, why? She said, I'm just not. I was like, but you always do Easter Sunday dinner. Why? And she finally told me. And like you, Carla, I cried. And I was like, why didn't you tell us? She said, I didn't want anybody to worry, She's cancer-free now, thank God. But this woman has never smoked a cigarette, been around, other than her mother when she was younger, probably. But, she don't like to be around smoke. She's never smoked a cigarette. And here she wound up with cancer. So, you know how we talk about that predestined thing, how our lives are planned out, and God knows, what we're going to go through, at the time that we were born. That's why I say that. Because why a person like me who's been smoking since I was, I think, 14 or 15, knock on wood, has been blessed not to have that disease. But my sister auntie, who's never smoked a cigarette, barely drinks, she drinks wine, suffered this disease because that was in her, what is it called, Carla? What is that called? What is that? The book? In her book of life? So, what's meant for me is already predestined. It's already written in the book. You know, just like I believe, this is my belief. I could be totally wrong. I believe every one of us, our trials and tribulations, our journey, our obstacles, everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, it's already, written. It's already written. Miss Carla says, now I know if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, but we were preteens when we convinced her to stop. She did end up, oh wow, with cancer, but thankfully she's cancer free now. Thank God. Yes, God is good. So back then, did you believe? Okay, so now you believe everything happens the way it's supposed to happen, right? Back then, did you believe that if she didn't smoke, she would get cancer? You understand what I'm saying? So, Auntie, stop smoking because you're gonna, get cancer if you keep smoking. Did you think, well, if you don't smoke, you're still gonna get cancer? My grandfather's brother had lung cancer almost since I was born, and God didn't take him from us until I was 32 years old, and my uncle never smoked. Wow. See what? So that's why I'm asking you. Like, so now in your adult life, you do believe that our lives are? Do you believe? I can't remember. Do you believe our lives are predestined? That it's going to be the way, no matter what we do, no matter how we live, in a sense, is already written how the walk we're going to walk, right? Do anybody else believe that? And I believe we had an appointed day. So you believe in the number. We all have a number, right? He knows when he's going to take us from this earth. But you don't believe that anything else that we go through in life, he's already written it in a book before it happened? Because I say that only if you think about it. You know how they say a parent should never bury a child, or we're supposed to outlive our children. I mean, our children are supposed to outlive us. If that was true, we wouldn't have children passing away, right? I just believe that when we are born, God knows the time that we're going to be born. For some, it's not. For some, it's not, though. I don't think. I do think how is sometimes on us, though. You think what is on us, how we live our life, that it's going to turn out the way it's going to turn out, and we're going to go through it. We're going to go through. Like, my sister, she's not really my sister. She's a really close friend of mine, and I call her my sister. She went through something. And nobody would have ever thought that what she went through, she would have went through it, right? And we sitting there trying to figure out, how does this happen? Right? Because it was predestined. Like, there was no reason for that to happen. She wasn't living that way. There was nothing going on that should have indicated that should have happened. Why did it happen? Do we ever have the reasons for why something happened other than it was in God's plan? Not for everybody, but for you. Yeah. Yeah. You know? So, I don't know how they got off the subject of what I was trying to talk about, but maybe that's a good thing. I'm just grateful that I am who I am. Even for the flaws that I have, the mistakes that I've made, the craziness that I am, you know. My mind works different. And I think all of ours do. You know, no one thinks the same. But for me, I have a very crazy way of thinking about things. I do. I don't know why, but I like that I think that way. I like that my mind works that way because it makes me different than beautiful Carla. Hi, baby.
Hey, Cookie Boo.
Hi. I know I'm not making sense. I'm so nervous. I was telling Jojo earlier. I am so nervous. I don't know why. I guess because I've been gone for so long. And I had a point of this, but when I don't have nobody to talk to, I just start rambling. So anyways, hi.
You're doing a great job. And really, I wanted you to keep going the way you were, but I only came up because I don't know if you was following what I was putting in the chat in chronological order. So I think you were getting like the latest. Yeah. But basically what I was saying was that as teenagers, of course, you know, you think you had some type of control over destiny. Mm-hmm. And so we, you know, as kids, we would see all of these commercials with smoking and what it can do to you and all of this stuff. And so we hounded her about it and hounded her about it. And then we started to do research about it. And like I said, when I went, I wouldn't, because my aunt like you. My aunt is like you, and I know several smokers like you. Mm-hmm. That they are I couldn't tell that she was a smoker if I was in her house. Like if I'm there and I'm days and I spend the night, but then when I would go home, I would have like this. It wouldn't be a full-on smoke smell, but right. Once I would get to my house, it was like I could smell that I knew I had been around smoke.
Right.
Even though when I was at her house, I didn't smell it. And like I said, I know several smokers that's the case. But then when I would go home, then my environment would change. And all of a sudden, I would smell it. And so when she would make up all of these excuses, like, well, you can't even smell it here. And I'm like, yeah, I do. When I go home, I do smell it. Right. And when I go home to wash my clothes, I do smell it. But it was some strange reason. Like when I would be in her house, I didn't. And she didn't smoke in front of us or nothing like that. Right. But it was still like that remnant from if we weren't there or she was downstairs smoking, you know, and we're upstairs on the third floor. She might be on the third floor. And so, and we on the first floor or vice versa. Right. But she wouldn't do it like if with us or in front of us or nothing like that. And so she eventually started like going outside. And then she eventually, like I said, once it was a thing where we was hounding her about it so bad that I was crying about it one day, she took it serious and she stopped. And then she didn't get cancer until it was like 5 years ago.
Wow.
And this is from when I was a preteen. And when she got it, she told me because I was crying.
Years later.
Yeah, like this was like 5 years ago that she just had cancer and beat cancer.
How long was she quit her?
Yeah, so she stopped. Yeah, she stopped when I was in my preteens.
Okay.
But like about 5 years ago, she had got diagnosed, and she was kind of scared to tell me and my cousin, my other cousin, the one, me and her was the one crying about it. And
Right.
when we were younger, and she was kind of scared to tell us because she thought we were gonna like be so upset because as kids we told her
Right.
like, and so when she got it, and this is the other ironic thing about this aunt. She's one of those people that are like, when you do something and you contribute to your own situation, you just deal with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like she has like that mentality. So it's like, don't cry over spilled milk. If you do something and you have to deal with a consequence, you
Own
just
your
deal with
shit.
it. Don't complain about it, right? And so she, like I said, but she didn't want to initially say anything to us too. But finally, I think we were the last ones to find out about it. And when we found out, I was upset. I was upset when I found out my grandfather had prostate cancer. I was upset. And so but so he when she told us, and I was about to start crying, and I was about to say, see, I told you, because I had really, as an adult, I had got kind of like over that. I'm like, like people stuff happened to them, and it just is what it is. And so I was crying about it, and I was like, I can't believe, I didn't say like I told you, but I was like, all of these years later, like you did stop. And my aunt, she got through it. And I think the way she got through it, the way she did, was because she knew that somehow she had contributed to it by her own behaviors. And so when I say, and that's what she told me. She was like, I have to, whatever the consequence is, I have to deal with it because I contributed to the problem.
Right.
And y'all made me, she kind of was saying that us coming to her the way that we did when we were younger, kind of prepare her for having to deal with her consequences with it in the now. Like I said, all of these years later. So there are some things, and I only said that to say this. I think there are some things in life. I think we all do have a day. We have an appointed day when we are going to leave this place.
Right.
But I think that there is, for some of us, not for everyone, but for some of us, there are sometimes behaviors that we have that can contribute to how they happen. It can tell the story of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm living a promiscuous life, right, and I contract a disease from that can kill me, and I do end up, my demise ends up being from that. Even though I had an appointment, though God appointed a day and time for me, I was still a contributor to how I left here. Because it was my behavior. And I think that's something, a lot of people might not agree with me about that, Cookie. And I think that's something that we don't want to admit. I'm not saying that everyone, of course, like when there's children, and I can flip it, right? I can flip it. So when stuff happens to children who have done nothing, I think that sometimes that happens, and this is just in my opinion, how I reconcile it. I think that sometimes that happens so that God can try to teach us to have some grace and humanity. Because if stuff only happened to people who exhibited bad behaviors, we might not have people who were willing to do research, because they would attribute what that person is going through to whatever they're doing wrong.
Right.
I think sometimes when certain things happen to children, it's God's way to teach us compassion. Because when adults die from something that their behaviors had them succumb to, there are some people who would not have any empathy or sympathy for that. But when you see a child go through something that was of no fault of their own, it draws this compassion inside us and compels us to want to do something about it. Right. And then those people who did something and their behaviors caused them to fall into it, they benefit from that, right?
Right.
They benefit from the compassion that we have for those that we feel did nothing wrong. It's kind of like looking at Jesus dying on the cross. We benefited from that.
Right.
The two thieves on the cross, they benefited from that. But he did nothing wrong. That was the classic line of the thief on the cross. He is without sin. You know, it's fault in us, but he was without sin. And so sometimes that compassion is what compels us to move forward, to try to find ways to cure things, to try to, and all of that. And I think that comes from seeing the innocent succumb to something that was of no fault of their own. I think that sometimes in the course of human events, when we think people are getting their just desserts, we won't do anything. So sometimes I think we have to see the suffering of people, children, of vulnerable people who did nothing, so that that compassion can compel us to do something, and then all of humanity benefits from it.
So did you hear me earlier when I was talking about do you know who you are and do you like who you are? Do you think that there is some people out there that truly can say, I'm fine. I don't have anything to work on. Not that they're saying, I hope nobody would ever say they're perfect. But like if you see someone mistreating someone, or you see someone, being mean to somebody, do you think that person think that that's okay and that's not something that they need to work on? Or is that just life, something, everybody does it? At some point, you're going to be mean to somebody.
Well, I don't know. So I don't know if meanness equates like a person thinking that they're never wrong, because some people are mean and they know that they're wrong and they okay with that, right? There are some people who have justified their meanness towards others, right? And it's no matter what, you can't convince them that it's not justified. And then meanness is based on perception, on who's evaluating. So like I was saying before, like I have another aunt who is very brash in her tone. I've grown up with her, so I've learned to listen to her for context and not for her tone. Mm-hmm. Because I know that what she's saying is valuable, and so I tune out the tone. And so there are many times now that as an adult, because like everybody in the family doesn't do that, they start to get into arguments with her, but generally I don't get into an argument with her because I know I'm used to that. And so she'll end up coming back and apologizing to me for her tone and saying I didn't mean to say that. And I'm like, girl, I didn't pay you no attention. As long as the information you was giving me was valuable, it's okay. But that's because that's my aunt and that's the relationship that we have. I can't say that I would accept that everywhere, but I because we are in that love relationship, I know her and I know that she doesn't mean anything by her tone. So there are some people, like I said, who are just mean and they're gonna justify and they don't think that there's anything that they need to work on. There are some people who think that their meanness is justified because people are mean to them, and that's how they reconcile the situation. So I'm only mean to the people who are mean to me, and I'm nice to the people who are nice to me. And that's some people's rules. And I don't think it's really much we can do to convince anyone that that's not necessarily the right, or we don't think it's the right way. Because we had this conversation the other night. Everything is about perception. Just because we have some things that govern our existence doesn't mean that those same things govern the existence of other people. And so I think that I honestly don't think that there is a person that don't really realize that they need to work on something about themselves. They might say it, but I don't believe that they even believe that.
That's what I was trying to, see, you know how to put your words. That's what I was trying to figure out. People that have a way about them, and somebody like, that's just how I am. A lot of people say, I'm just straightforward like that. Is it straightforwardness? Is it meanness? And whatever it is it, do that person you think believe it's okay? Because I have a true problem with if I'm being mean or even think that I'm being mean to someone. I'm like beating myself up like, why did I say that? Why did I do that? Because it don't feel good. Even if I think I'm just for doing it, I feel bad. Even when I know, well, this person deserved it because they were being mean to me. I not saying I can't be mean, but it makes me feel bad when I am being mean. You could cuss me out, and because I said, who you think you talking to? I get upset at myself because of how I reacted to someone being mean. Because like they say, two wrongs don't make it right. So now I'm beating myself up because I didn't handle that the right way.
Well, Cookie, interesting. Okay, so let me tell you, this is just my thoughts on this. I think that the fact that we make the justification lets us know that we know that we're wrong. Because if we felt we were in the right, it would be no justification needed.
Mm-hmm.
But if we feel we have to justify the action, we know that our action was wrong. Now, this, and I think this is where, and I know sometimes when I say stuff, it might come off wrong. So let me try this, because this is even for myself. I don't exclude myself from nothing that I say. Everything that I say, I am guilty of.
Right.
I work on it. And I try to be mindful of it so that I can analyze. I'm the biggest critic of myself. So when I do something, I'm weighing all of my actions daily, hourly. Like, am I wrong? And I try to figure out what is the best way for me to correct it. To try to not even give off the sense of impropriety. That's a hard thing to do because there's so many things in the day. There's so many opportunities to be wrong. Right? There is so many opportunities to do something wrong.
Right.
Whether it's intentional or unintentional. So it's a hard thing to do. So I include myself when I say this. But I think that when we have to create a justification, we already know it's a way for us to try to reconcile in ourselves our action. We already know that the action was wrong, but we feel like the justification is going to make the action right. I feel like the justification requires us, though, to consider something outside of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because in order to justify it, we have to make it dependent upon the action of another. So different when we get go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I need you to repeat that because I wanted to make sure I understood what you meant by it.
Okay, so in order to justify it, it's dependent on the action of another, meaning that if we commit a wrong action that we know that it was wrong, but we've created a justification for, we already had that justification ready available because of the action of someone else that compelled us to commit this wrong act, right? It's never that it was something that we misunderstood, that we misinterpreted, that we got wrong. It's always going to be that someone else did this, and so then this was my response. And like I said, I think the fact that
That's not just. Like okay.
I don't.
Carla.
Some might say so. Cookie.
Like my pork chops. Carla didn't like my pork chops because she likes the center cut and not the first cut. So,
no. Let's do it this way. Because I think that's a bad way to draw it out. Because say I don't like it because you gotta say, okay. So it'd be like you saying, okay, Carla doesn't like my pork chops because she don't know what good cooking is. Right. So we automatically assign the malady to the other. We aren't considering that maybe something is really wrong with our seasoning, and other people around us just are not telling them, or that it's never a consideration that Carla might have a more delicate palate or a finer palate or something that would be kind of like complimentary, right? About why I didn't like it. Because saying that I like the Seneca, that's something complimentary. Oh, well, she just didn't like it because it was the meat. You know what I'm saying? It was the particular meat. And so she doesn't like the meat, that type of meat, right? Difference between dark and white meat when you're talking about chicken. Same thing, right? So that's a difference. But to say, oh, she don't even know what good cooking is. That's why she don't like it. Then it doesn't require you to have to consider if you did something, then maybe it just didn't taste good.
Right.
Maybe you left something out of your ingredients. It's not allowing you to go back and analyze what you did, right? It's just allowing you to create this justification based on me and not really look at you. So go ahead.
Is it a bad thing to, like, if someone is sharing something with you, right? Or they're talking, and conversation means, a dialogue, right? So if you're telling me something and then I give my input, is that a bad thing? Or should I just let you vent and am I supposed to just not say anything?
Well, that's not what I prefer. I prefer honesty. I prefer for my people when they talk to me to be honest with me. So I will prefer that when we're having a conversation that you be honest about what I'm saying to you. I understand, like when I have friends, I know it's times they just need to vent. They really don't need to really hear my opinion. And generally, because this is what I do if I just need to vent to somebody, I tell them up front, right? Because I say it up front. So it's like I'm really not looking for the opinion. I need to just get this off, and then once I get it off, I'm gonna be okay, right? So I kind of announce that ahead of time. But I think that when you are involved in a conversation, and when that conversation lends that the other person is providing criticisms in the conversation, then when criticism are offered, you are willing to receive those criticisms the same way that you give them. That's not equal ground.
Right.
That's not equal ground. And so I think, like I said, if it's a friend, it's just you've called me and just said you need a vent. I just listen, and I wait for your cues. I know your cues when you want me to say something. When you want me to offer something to you. If I know when you're just calling me because you're upset about something, you're in the rush, you want to just get it off.
Right.
And then I know when that awkward silence comes because you're waiting for me to give you something based on what you said, I wait for that to happen. I don't really, we kind of had that the other day. And I didn't really want to jump in, but you kind of forced me to jump in. And so it's like I don't. So that I think that but that is things, Cookie, that come over time and over you knowing someone, getting to know how well you know someone, and it doesn't have to be how long you've known someone. It just has to be how well you know someone, right? And so you learn that kind of stuff. The same thing I say with my aunt. I know not to listen to her for tone. You learn things. You learn people's love language. And so you learn how to love them appropriately based on learning that love language.
Right.
When you're in a general conversation with people and they are freely exchanging, giving out their criticism, but then you go to offer a criticism and then it is received with some detest. That's not being on equal. You're making yourself above criticism. So I agree with you. I don't like to have I don't like to have a conversation where you can't say to me, Cookie, even if I'm venting, right, about something to you, and then you jump right into me and you say, well, Carly, you're wrong. I'm going to receive that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know you're saying it for my good. I know that it's coming from a good place. And I can honestly say that sometimes, even if I feel like somebody has an ulterior motive as to why they're saying something to me, I can still accept the criticism from them.
Right.
Because just because their heart is nasty and saying it doesn't mean that it's not something that can benefit me for my good.
Mm-hmm.
But I might have a different disposition towards you as you're saying it. But I can still sit back. Like when I sit back and really look at the conversation and analyze the conversation later, I can see what I need to try to take from that. And then sometimes, like I know for me, when I know that it's something that I have not quite figured out how to master, how to handle, I haven't figured out how to control, I will back away from before I do something that will continue to offend the situation.
But how do you? Not that how do you? I mean, I guess you can know, but some like when you know you're coming from a good place and you're speaking with someone, and like you said, if someone's coming from a good place and you know it's about love, how can that person take it the wrong way? Why do people take it the wrong way? Is it because they're not ready to handle or accept the truth?
Well, I mean, I think we don't like correction. A lot of times, sometimes we feel like we are above correction. And then, like I said, whenever I'm saying something, I'm included. I'm never ever excluded for nothing I say. We don't like correction. And so we will resist that correction, because in order to be able to take criticism, you have to realize that it's something that you might need to change.
Mm-hmm.
And some of us don't want to do that, because some people look at change as being a major character flaw. If you have something that you need to change, then you have a major character flaw. Well, the reality is that we all have major character flaws, but there are some people who don't. Yeah, there are some people who don't really want to do that. And so, like I said, I think that's when people fall into this is just who I am. People just got to accept me how I am, and I don't believe that to be true. Like if I know that something I'm doing or saying is really hurting or bothering somebody that I love or like or respect, it is my responsibility to do something to change that. They shouldn't just have to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But some people don't think so. And so then I think that's when you have that separation, that growing apart. When you have an individual who thinks that they don't need to change anything, and that people just need to accept them for how they are. And then you have the other person on the other side willing to change things that people don't like about them, but they aren't receiving that in return on the other side. Then it's kind of like a growing apart. It's a separation. And
Right.
honestly, I think that's okay. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's okay. Because I can't force somebody to be other than what they are, but I don't have to accept what they are offering and say it's okay.
So the moral of the story is let people be who they think they are.
Well, we don't have a choice, because someone wanting to change something is solely up to them. They are autonomous human beings. We all are autonomous human beings. And so as much as we would like to change everything to be to our liking, and this is what, so Cookie, I like to teach the Bible and not just quote it, right?
Right.
And so I'm very particular in making sure that I'm very particular in making sure I don't cherry pick verses, and I read the whole discourse, because that's important. Context is important in the frame in which something is said, right? And so when we are told, like, scripturally. Remember the time that it was a heated moment when I said it. It was bad and brash the way that I said it. But remember the time when I said that when you take the message, if they don't receive it, you shake the dust off your feet and you keep moving.
Yes.
It didn't tell the disciples to do anything nasty or try to force them or anything, because everybody has to come to whatever knowledge and understanding of their own, right? And this is what Jesus meant when he was in the temple and he told the people, and this is gonna sound bad, but I just gotta say it. When he told them, you are the children of your father, the devil. Now, everybody always want to talk about, they God's child, they this, and the other, and they will not deal with Jesus saying that verse and talking to them people in the temple and telling them that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason that he says that, and I think a lot of reason why people don't want to talk about it, is because there is an element of us, and I'm bringing it up in this conversation so I can try to draw into what I'm about to say. So it is an element in us that, just like Lucifer when he was in heaven and he thought he could do things better than God, so he creates this plan in his head, and then he discusses this plan with some more angels, and there's some other angels that agree with him, and then those angels go and agree with him, and then they wage a war in heaven. And then God told Michael, I don't know who this nigga is. He ain't on my level. You just go down there and handle that.
Right.
And so he sends Michael to go handle Lucifer. And not only does Lucifer, but a third of the angels get kicked out with him, right? This is the story. This is how it is told. Right. And so I think that is what happens in our own situations. That is what Jesus was likening to when he said, you are the children of your father, the devil. We in our minds think that we got a better plan than God.
Yeah.
And we think that we have the ability to change things that we have no control over. And the reason why we think that we can do that is because God made us in his image and in his likeness. So he gave us the ability to create. But we are not the ultimate creator.
Right.
And we think that sometimes we get caught up in the idea that we are. And this is what I think he was saying to them. And this is my opinion based on my translation in the context and cross-reference of scriptures. Why he said that was because we have that same characteristic. Lucifer was of him. So, of course, he was also of him like him. Right. But he was not the creator of all things.
Right.
And so, just like Lucifer was a creation, we are a creation, right? And we sometimes commit the same sin as Lucifer in thinking that we have control over everything. And so when we attempt to try to change human beings and their behaviors, that's kind of that God complex in us, thinking that that's what some secular people might call it, right? They're going to describe it differently than I just did. So that's a God complex. We also have a Savior complex. And so those are out of our realm. That's something that we don't have the ability to do.
Well, we do, because a lot of times don't we have the influence on someone to be a good role model or to help someone change, their lives around for the good? So what is that considered to be?
We could have influence. And this is why throughout the thematic response throughout scripture of the best way in order for people to change is to see change within us, right? So it is not by what we tell them. It's not by what we tell them is right or wrong. Not really what we're saying, it's what we're doing, right? So the best way for us really to evoke change in the heart, but we are still being used as the instrument. You see what I mean? We are not the instrument player. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we're still the instrument. So even when we are being an impact, it is because of what And we can have this conversation in the way we are, Cookie, because we have a similar belief. There are people who might not agree with this, but we are still the instrument, because the life that we are living is supposed to be because of what we profess to be in Christ's likeness, right? We are the followers, so we want to follow what the teachings that were laid down for us foundationally, right? So that life is supposed to be the example that brings people to an awareness.
Right.
So it's like, okay, live it, and then let me deal with the changing of the heart. God only knows the heart. No one else knows that. That's why judgment is reserved to him, because he knows the heart of each one of us. And sometimes we think we know it, but like I said, I think that's when we fall into this God complex. We fall into the Savior complex. And so there are some aspects of another human being, yes, that we do know, because they share with us and they are sincere and genuine. But when it really comes to the real true heart of the matter, there are some things about each one of us that nobody else is ever going to know, but he knows. And so that is why it is up to him to be the judge of it. Before we had a conversation before where I said, like, it's the same thing like with children, right? Like, especially, I don't think parents of any ethnicity like this, but African American Black parents, sensitive to that aspect, they don't really like nobody administering punishment to their children. Right? We got like a problem with that. It's like, even if our child did something wrong, that's my child. You deal with it, right? That's how God is with us. He's like, wait a minute. That child belongs to me. You don't touch. I used to tell my kids that, because I had multiple kids. So listen, they might have had fights, Cookie, not in front of my face, but my kids didn't have no fights in front of my face, and I will put them on camera to say this. And it would be because I would tell them the minute that they would start arguing, I will put them back in the place of that is not your child. You don't get to say those things or do those things.
Right.
That is reserved for me to do. You don't have a right to put your hands on my child. And I would say this to my other child. If you do, there's going to be an issue with me. And so like I said, they probably did it behind my back. But if I better not see them fighting with one another, on one another. And that was a sign of me trying to create some unity amongst them, to know that this is how you also take up for one another. This is how you also love one another. But it also was a thing that said, okay, whatever it is, we gotta resolve it before mommy get home. Because if not, both of us are gonna have a problem with her.
Right.
And so even now, like when my kids sometimes have something going on, I'll notice something, but they won't really come to me and say it. And so God is that way with us, is his creation, right? He don't want nobody else disciplining us. He might use others to do it, but he's going to determine what it is going to be. He is in control. This is my opinion. This is why I say that sometimes we are prolonging people's punishment, because we are sometimes standing in the way of, we could be prolonging their punishment, their exile. We can be prolonging them from being punished because we think we can step in the way.
Okay, so you know how they say, pray for each other, by you praying for someone for whatever reason, I'm kind of confused with everything that you said. So if I'm praying for something for somebody, would that person have to be praying for the same thing for that prayer to come true or to be touched? You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I think that this is, like I said, this is my opinion based on how I interpret, but I think that whatever it is, it just needs to be God within God's will. And I think that that's why he gives us a model prayer in the Lord's Prayer. A lot of the prayers that we hear, he warns us about vain, repetitious prayer, right? And then he gives us this model for prayer. And in the prayer, you hear acknowledgement of who he is, right? Asking to give me just what I'm in need of for the day, right? And then you get this asking for forgiveness according to how we forgive. That's in the model of his prayer. And then he goes with thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven.
Right.
It's not really about our will. So even if there is something that we want, we can ask him for it. And he will give us the desires of our heart. It says that. But it's still within his will. So if there's something that is contrary to his will that we're asking for, we might have to wait, or we might not ever get it at all. It's why we see the Apostle Paul say that all he needs to know is that God is able to keep me from falling. Not that he's not going to let me fall, but that he's able. Because I might just fall. But the fact that I know that he was able to do it allows me not to be disappointed, because then I don't feel like I didn't get what I wanted when I asked him.
Okay, but God can do all. So what do you
Right.
mean by if it's his will? And if it's something good for a person, why wouldn't it be God's will to grant you that prayer for that person?
Well, who gets to determine what is good?
It's good.
but who gets to, and that's where I think, Cookie, where we have to, like, who gets to determine that? God determines that, right? God determines what is good. We don't.
But it's good.
There are some that say there is none good but God, right? So the fact that some people were sent into exile but meet God in exile, right? As long as they got the good thing out of it, that's what the place of their affliction didn't matter. It was more about what they got out of the place of affliction. So who gets to make that determination? Who gets to make that decision? Even in places of affliction, there can be good. But according to our barometer, we might not see the place of affliction as good. So we might want the person out of that place of affliction. And we might think that that's good, but there could be some other good purpose, a greater purpose that you don't see, because you are not the knower of all things.
I don't know. I'm conflicted on that.
See, sometimes I think we put on our back too many weights that we just are not capable of carrying. And because we are not omnipresent, we are not all knowing, all seeing. We can't be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But we try to. And it's natural. It's a natural thing to do as a human. And to me, I relate that human experience to what I interpret the scriptures to say, right? And the scriptures let me know, if I was made as an image bearer of God, then I'm going to want to be able to fulfill all of that. But in my being, I'm not capable of fulfilling all of that. I know that there's something bigger, something higher that I have to depend on. And this is the actual real sin in the Garden of Eden. Is that Adam and Eve were not satisfied that they already knew all that they needed to know.
Right.
And so Since we have been on this conquest to want to know everything, and sometimes that's what leads us down the slippery slope. We are not satisfied with not being able to know all things. It's why we chose, we choose it every day. So I don't know why we think we would be any different than any predecessor that came before us. But it's the reason why we chose the tree of knowledge of good and evil over the tree of life. They had an option to eat from the tree of life, but they chose the tree of the knowledge of good and evil because it was more desirable. And that's what the text says. It says that they saw that the fruit was good and they ate from it. And so because it was more desirable to think that God was withholding something from them, they went after what they felt like they didn't know.
Right.
And so we never will quench that thirst of wanting to know all things. So we are constantly on this quest to want to know. We want to know the outcome. It's like, okay, God, I understand that this is your plan, right? But can you let me see a glimpse into that plan so that I can know that it's going to work out in the end? Well, then it would be no need for faith.
Yeah.
If we knew everything, faith would be obsolete.
I don't want to know everything. I just want answers to stuff. I want to know how to make things better for people that I love. Even people that I don't, particularly care for, I guess. It's just this world scares me so much in this day and age. And I'm trying to understand what is the purpose of life now. I know a lot of people have been reporting about the wildfire. That's something important. Rather you want to believe it's climate change or it's man-made. It's hard to find happiness in this world, it seems like. Even though you can make your own happiness, there's happy things that goes on, but when you look at the whole picture, it's just so much sadness going on. People being mean. And I'm like, why? We have, we're the most successful country, right? Or however they put it. America, the greatest, or whatever. Aren't we people of humanity and love? So why isn't people trying to be more happy with each other? Like, I want to know these things. That song, Diana Ross, do you know where you're going to? Do you like the place, the things that life is showing you? Do we like what life is showing us? I mean,
Some people do. Some people do, Cookie. And I think that's the thing is that love is different to everyone. We cannot come to, and this is the whole thing of, I think universally that this is the whole issue. We cannot really come to any real definition on anything. And this is why I think it was a year or so ago back, I said that our biggest major issue that humanity has is communication.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, and I'm not talking about just speaking different languages. We complain about different people speaking different language. We can't even understand each other in the language that we speak fluently to one another.
Right.
There is some misinterpretation in how we arrange the words or what we say or the tone or the look or whatever it is that we provide, that it creates communication barriers amongst us who speak the same language. So I think the issue, Cookie, is when you say love, there is no universal value to that. And so when someone looks at, there are some people who believe that love is okay. So let's did you see this video that went viral this week? Well, last week, about the girl who the pastor had her stand up in front of the church and apologize to the congregation for getting pregnant. Okay, so it is going viral and it is setting a church 2 movement off on some other social media platforms because they are like upset about this. But there are some the girl's mother came forward because of all of the negative responses that were happening on other social media sites, as well as on the carnal church sector over here on YouTube. They was going up in arms about it too. And some of the secular content creators talked about it as well. But there are some people, Cookie, that would say that was an act of love.
So wait a minute.
And then,
they made her get up and apologize for it?
They made her apologize to the church, in front of the church. And this is I guess I did not realize that this was still happening. But I know that this is something that I've seen in my lifetime. I just didn't realize that people were still doing it. It was no shock to me. I had some feelings about it, but it was no shock. But the shock was in the fact that I guess, in myself, like, why would I think that this wasn't still going on? But this is something that I've seen in my lifetime. You see women being sat down from the choir if they get pregnant. You see women not being able to be an usher anymore, or not being able to teach Sunday school, whatever the case, if they get pregnant. This is a normal practice amongst a lot of denominations. But those people in that faith that think that way, they believe that was the right action, and they believe that was a sign of love. A call to repentance. This is how they look at it. A call to repentance is the sign that they love her, that they are keeping her from the fiery gates of hell. Wow. Right? By calling her to repentance. But there are other people who look at that and say, you said what, Cookie?
Isn't that something that she could have did also with just her and God?
Well, I agree with that. And I don't think that was no sign of love. I think that was a sign of toxic masculinity and patriarchy. But there are some people, her mother came online after it was an uproar. They started a baby registry for her because the pastor admonished the members of the church. He admonished the mother, told the mother that she was her mother, who is the grandmother of the unborn child, that yes, you need to take care of your grandchild, but you better not have no baby showers. He tells the members, y'all better not attend any baby showers. And all of this is coming from the bully pit.
Are you kidding me?
Right? But those in that faith, in that denomination, many other people, and there were even some people who don't attend church, secular people, who thought that was okay to do. And they looked at that. I don't know if the secular people weighed it on love or not, but those people in that faith, in that church, in that faith across other denominations, they defended that's love. And so this is where, and I only brought it up to say, I don't know if you want to, I know you probably don't want to go off and talk about that, Cookie, but I only brought that up to say, how we perceive love is so different. We can't even agree when even looking at something like that on what was the right thing.
Right.
What was the loving thing to do? They felt like, her mother felt like the pastor did the loving thing. And asked people to stop coming after her pastor because they are causing her pastor duress and from this whole situation, and that they love their pastor and they know their pastor loved them, and he told them he did the right thing. This is how the individuals who we are saying were injured are perceiving the event.
Okay, so let's say that her getting pregnant was a sin, because she probably wasn't married or anything like that, and I don't know her age. How old was she again?
I don't know how old the girl was because there is some conflicting information about how old she was. So there's no real formal understanding of how old she is.
So regardless of how old she is, most likely she probably wasn't married. That's why it was such a sin. But you're supposed to be a thing of God, and this child is coming into this world, and you're asking the congregation not to support that gift. Rather, I ain't gonna call it a gift, a blessing, or not, whatever. Don't help the grandma. Don't do the baby shower. Don't do this. So now you want the young lady to struggle to raise this child, but y'all say it takes a village. I'm confused.
Well, Cookie, that goes back to what we were talking about before when I said that some people feel like that if you deal with a consequence as a result of your actions, then you just suck it up and deal with it. And so that's to say how people, this is why I say, like, unless a person wants to change, there's nothing, they have to want to change. God has to compel them through something to change. There is nothing that we can really do, right? To force someone, we can't force someone into change. It has to be an act of God, maybe through us or through something. That's why I said I think that when he allows stuff to happen to children, it brings us back to a place of compassion, because we're trying to figure out, Lord, why would you let this happen to a child? Surely we need to do something. And so then he works through us to try to do something to remedy the wrong. And then that ends up if it doesn't benefit that child, it's going to benefit children to come. It's going to benefit other people who we might not feel were so deserving, right? So
Right.
in those situations, it's a call to response on our behalf. We are called to a response because we are questioning something and looking at something and saying, this doesn't seem right. What can I do to fix it? And so we take our hands, our feet, our mind in order to try to do that. And that is God using us to benefit people, to change lives. That's still him using us. We are the instrument. He is the wind blower. He is the string plucker. It is not us, right? And so he uses a mixture of tragedies and triumphs to get us to the places that he needs us to be.
Right.
But there are some people who feel like, and that's what you just described, if she has to struggle, that is a situation of her making. There are some people who feel like that, and they feel like, so okay, so let me say this. So you know how there are some people who think this generally, even if we take it away from the situation of what happened in church, there are some people who think if their teenager or if their young adult gets pregnant, right? If I make them take care of that child and don't offer any help, they won't do it again, right? So they are kind of looking at it like it's a deterrent. Because the next time I don't want to go through that. The next time I don't want to have to deal with that embarrassment. I don't want to have to deal with not having the help. I don't want to have to deal with me not being able to reap the benefits of this joyous occasion. And so they feel like that's a deterrent from doing it again.
But isn't that also causing the baby to suffer?
I can agree. I agree with you, Cookie. You don't get no protest from me. I'm just offering how some other people see it from the other side.
Right.
So those people from the other side are looking at it like we are teaching her in the right way. And teaching her in the right way is the love. So often, right? I always somebody on here had misquoted this text, right? When people always say, spare the rod, spoil the child, right? The text don't say that if you read it in its original. In its original, it says, spare the rod, you hate your child. It goes further than you spoil. It's more than just spoiling. You hate the child.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't correct your child, you leave them to be corrected by someone else who probably don't love them.
Right.
Right. And so there are, and in the process of that, there can be a spoiling. And so then that's when you get in these updated translations, and people have heard their pastor say that, and you get these updated translations. And so you might see that word replaced, but if you allow your child to be spoiled, then the ultimate conclusion would be that you gotta hate your child, that you allowed them to be spoiled, because this is going to be devastating for their life.
Right.
Why would you let your child sour? Right. And so that becomes a question. And so then this is where you can get this language translations and stuff like that. But you can come to the conclusion that if you don't discipline your child and the child becomes spoiled, then that might bring some type of tragedy. And so that is equivalent to hating your child, because why would you do that? Why would you sit and let your child spoil?
Right.
And so this is why these individuals who act in the way that they did, for them, that was a sign of love. That was an act of love for them to do that. And so they feel like that they are helping the individual not to go to hell, not to find themselves in this situation again, not to go on to have a whole bunch of children that they cannot take care of and struggling with. If I make this humiliating enough, this is how this feel, Cookie. I cannot agree with it, but this is their reasoning. If I make this humiliating enough, then she will not do it anymore. And this is going to keep her away from the temptation. This is going to keep her from hell's fire. This is going to keep her from being in this bad life situation based on her decisions.
Wow, that's crazy.
And it is the reason why they sit them down from ministries when this happens, because they are also trying to message to the other. And see, this is where I find the fault, right? This is where I have the major problem. I have a problem with it, period. But I think that I would be okay with it if it was applied equally.
Mm-hmm.
It is not applied equally, because through this tradition, men were never adversely affected by this. Now, I do know a couple of churches, I do know a couple of pastors who, if they found out that their deacon had 5 women pregnant at once, some of them was inside of their own church, all the 5 women, if they found out that one of their associate ministers was having an affair or something, I do know preachers here and there who it doesn't matter. But generally, women are only impacted by this. It is not, men don't have to deal with the consequence of this.
Right. Because let's say the father of that baby went to that church, would they have made him stand up and apologize?
Well, Cookie, so that is part of, that's part of the monkey wrench that you're throwing into the scenario. So these people on this web, they find out everything. So they did some investigation, and supposedly the father was in the church. He was the drummer. This is what they said now. Now, I don't know for a fact, but this is what it said. And so there was no video showing that he was required to stand with her, that he was required to offer any type of apology as well. So if that is the case, That is my major issue.
Right.
My major issue is that this is not applied equally. In addition to that, my other issue, because like I said, I try to respect the face of people, right? And so if I feel like something is fair, it's equal, then I can, even if I don't agree with it, I can be okay with it, right?
Right.
This is my other thing. Then what is to be said about all of the other women in the church that's doing the same thing? Like the lady on the nurses board who is living with a man that she's not married to.
Right.
Is it because she doesn't have a visible sign of pregnancy that you're okay with that behavior? You allow that person to serve in capacity?
Right.
Like, it's not that it just doesn't, it's not about it just not being you know, equally applied when it comes to men versus women, but even amongst other women. The older women in the church, a lot of them are still living in sinful situations that the pastors know about.
Right.
And they are not placed to the scrutiny. Not only that, what happens when the pastor transgresses?
Right.
There is no. So these are some of my issues that I have. But generally, Cookie, I can say that if I felt like that this was being equally applied, even though I don't agree with it, I would be okay with it because these people agree to this. They agree to this. This mother came forward and she has said she don't want people to come after her pastor. She's fine with what he did. She is okay. This is the thing. I guess I can be okay with her making the choice that they felt like this needed to be happening because for them it was an act of love. But what about the act of love to the young man?
Right.
If indeed he was the drummer at the church.
He might got another girl up in the church pregnant.
Right. Or out the church. Or I was saying, or at somebody else's church.
Right.
What are you teaching him? It's okay for men to go out and to do that, but then when it comes to the women, you take them through this humiliation process.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah. And so I think like that's the issue is that we can't even agree on what love is. Because even with me, look at me, I just provided some things that other people might not have provided. You know, there are some people who can't see past it and say this is outright wrong. Right. There are some people who might be like me and say, okay, I don't agree with it. It's wrong. But let's consider some more factors than just that. If we could rearrange the system that applies something equally to all members, then even if we didn't agree with it, would that make it okay? There are some people who don't even want to consider that because they are saying, no, this is practice is just wrong in general. But then there are some people who would say that he's right. They are right. That's the authority that they agree to be under. It is the authority that they agree to follow. So when we can't even describe what love should look like in a situation just so simple as that, this is, I think, the issue that we have universally. There are some people who think that harsh punishment is love. We could take another scenario in relation to, and I use religious people because religious people, high demand religions are normally where you get the most extreme behavior. And it's also the environment that I grew up in, so I'm more familiar. But when you look at like, when people would come up with same-sex attraction, right, back in the day, in the church, most people would try to do things to hide it. But if it got found out, there were instances where they would send these young people to these camps to try to get them right. Right. Because they say they had a mental illness. So they would send them off and send them away to these camps. And in some of these places, it was harsh stuff happening to them. Some of these people, it was making them more susceptible to be victimized by adults with authority. because those adults were dealing with the same type of things and didn't want to say it. And so they had a vulnerable population of kids now that they could where they pray and their parents sent them off to these predators. So you had those situations within now more than having somebody dealing with their sexuality. Now you have made them a victim in it, right? So you had that happen. In addition to that, you had people who they used electroshock therapy.
Right.
That I felt like when I did study, it was very extreme. Like you are electrocuting someone because you feel like that their sexuality is wrong.
Mm.
There are some people who feel like that's all of that was right, that was love. That they did all of that in an attempt to save their child because they love their child and they are worried about their child's eternity. And so while we are sitting here worrying about the well-being of the individual here, they are worried about the hereafter. And so what does love look like when you're measuring it on two different playing fields?
Right.
And so this is where we run into the issue of how people look at what love is. Even the situation you brought up earlier with the Travis Hunter situation. There are some people who felt like their constant exposing was a sign of love to him. There are other ones of us that was like, y'all are bullying this kid.
Right.
We can't agree on nothing. And so then because we can't agree, what is love? What is no situation? So how do you even, when we can't do that, when we can't agree, and we can't even figure out what is the right love response in the situation, how do we even begin to say to God, who knows everything, all things, can be everywhere, right? How do we even begin to say to him that this is exactly how we want something to be, so that so that we can make sure that that's going to be the right outcome?
Right.
And then sometimes you want to know what God is sense of humor, and he gives us exactly that just to show us, see the outcome. It was not what you thought. Because sometimes in our prayer, he is teaching us a lesson. So sometimes we will get what we asked for to show us you really didn't want what you asked for.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just hope that, like I said, the reason why this had hit my brain today, because I was like, do we really know who we are?
Mm-mm.
Do we really
I
know
don't.
who we are? I mean, really, like, really, really. Not just saying because I love me. Like, do you really know you? The ugly, the pretty, the nice, do we really know who we are and like who we are and okay with it? I know I'm not. There's many things
I know I'm not okay with okay, so let me say this. I'm fine with who I am overall as a person, but I know that there are things that I still need to work on, right? And so I try to focus on working on those things and figuring out what new ways to work on it. Because I might in my head have like one plan to work on it, and then that might not be translating right.
Right.
And I can't always blame the interpreter for the translating it wrong. Like sometimes I think that's another thing that we are easy to do. Like rather than us to realize that we need to do something to reconfigure our messaging, we blame those that interpret. And so I sometimes try to figure out, okay, well, what is a better way for me to express so that the right interpretation will be received?
Right.
And then I also know that there are some instances that no matter how many ways I figure out, how many languages I would know how to express it. Some people are just gonna always purposefully interpret it the wrong way.
Right.
And I'm not really interested in trying to make them see anything different, because once you know that, that's a waste of energy.
Is it
Right.
fair to think that you know somebody better than they know themselves?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But I do think that there are people like who so this is what I can say. I think I know me best, but I don't think I know me in totality.
Mhm.
So
how can
what
another person know 1/3 of what you know about yourself?
right, I think there are still some areas of me that I don't know if I know, or that I could just be blinded from seeing. All types of things. I liken it into, here I go again. I know I got it, but I have to liken it to when the prophet had gone to David. He told David a story about King David, about a man, a evil man, right? And David is listening to this story, and when the prophet gets done, David is like, who is that? We need to go find him and kill him now. Like, who is that person? And the prophet looked at him and said, "It's you. It's you. You're the person in the story. You're the person that I was talking about." It took somebody to basically take him out of it and tell the story in a way that did not include him, in order for him to see him, to see who he really was. And so when I say, like, I think that there are some areas, and I can only speak for myself, but that there are some areas of myself that I might not be aware of how it's translating, how it's coming across, how others are receiving it. And that's the part of me that I look at, is that I have not come in tune with, because if I was in tune with it, I would know how to say it the right way. And like I said, I'll operate knowing that there are some people who are just going to purposefully get you wrong because that's their agenda.
Right.
But when you know that there is something, and you know that you are in genuine relationship with someone and they express something to you, I think you have to search inside of yourself to say, what is this? How do I try to deal with it? And I think that when sometimes we don't see it. We do it because we don't see it. And that's the part of something of us that when I say something we don't know, it's something that we don't even realize about ourselves. Sometimes we can have flaws that we don't even realize.
Right. Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
So am I satisfied with who I am overall as a person? Yes. But do I realize that there are things that I need to work on that I know? Yes. Are there things that I realize that I probably need to work on that I'm not even aware about? Yes. And I think I know me better than the general person. Other people would know me.
Mhm.
I think that we can be used to sometimes reveal to one another things about ourselves that we did not realize and didn't know. But that doesn't mean that that person knows you better than you know yourself. That means that there's something about you that that person is able to see.
Right.
And let you know. But it doesn't mean that overall they know you better. It means that there was something, and I look at those things as divine, that's some type of divine confirmation, divine intervention, right? That this person, for however they come to know it, whether it's through intuition or whether they got it through education, right? That they are able to examine something, tell it to me, and then it can confirm something deep down in myself that's like, yeah, I was trying to figure that out, or I was trying to wonder what that thing was, and you have come to either confirm to me what I already thought it might be, or you are revealing to me something that I didn't even know where to find in myself.
Right.
I think we can have that, but I still don't think that means that
They
that
know better than
no,
you.
right, exactly. I think ultimately we know ourselves better.
Right.
For any person who is in because let me put this like in the right frame. For any person, I don't even like to use letters like normal or sane, but when talking about stuff like this, but like for any person whose mental faculties are not inhibited, I believe that we know ourselves. And even if we aren't real with other people about who we are, we know.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that people can come along that have either a confirmation or a revelation, and it can be about you, something that you didn't know or something that you knew, but you wanted to suppress or you wanted to be sure. And so you will have those type of encounters. But no, I don't believe it's anybody with a person who is operating in right mental capacity that somebody knows them better. And even when a person's mental faculties are all screwed up, I don't think they know themselves, and I don't think people can predict like behaviors, but knowing like how those behaviors are going to display, I think that's something that's more erratic. That's something even more unpredictable
So
because it's like
a person for mental issue can't recognize who they are through their mental episode. You know what I mean? Like, I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, and this is why I'm crazy, and this is how I get through my crazy.
And see, and that's what I was getting right to say. Even some of those people, they know themselves. Like a lot of times, I think we equate what we will say crazy, like with their actions and behaviors, right? But you have some people who are dealing with mental issues that don't act in those ways that I outlined because they have figured out how to try to deal with that mental health situation. So they won't exhibit those. It's just like when you see people say like, when
Hi,
they talk
lady.
about,
Hi,
hey 312, how you doing, girl?
312. Hey, wow, it took you long enough.
I'm
Oh,
talking to y'all through my glasses, not to interrupt y'all, but I just want to show y'all I'm talking to y'all through the
Wait a minute,
glasses.
you talking to us through your glasses? What the hell?
she always coming with some gadgets. You know that.
Oh, after I came back out. How you doing, sweetie?
I've been good for the most part. Lifing is lifing. As Carla just said, another gadget. Yeah, that's what it is, another gadget. I synced it on TikTok, and I'm not going to be around people that can't understand their language. So I got the glasses.
So they're wait a minute. Okay, now I'm confused. They're
Okay.
actual glasses that you
It
can.
translate. You can talk on the phone. You can listen to music. You can set your phone where it. You have to download this app, obviously, to connect your phone to it. And if you're in a setting somewhere and somebody's like getting your nails did, and you know how they talk, like you can understand. All you have to do is put the translation part on your phone and just sit there and look. You can understand exactly what they're saying. And
yeah, so ain't no more Ling Ling talking crap in the nail spot.
You can tell what they saying. Yeah, through the glasses. You can say like I'm talking now. I'm talking to y'all through the glasses, literally.
And you
Literally.
got them from Amazon?
No, TikTok. I got them on TikTok.
Oh, TikTok.
Yeah, and you can get your prescriptions put in. Yeah,
I
you can
don't
take
know.
them to your eye doctor, and you can get your prescriptions put in the lens. They had to come with that one because somebody had to say that. So they made it where as you can get your lenses put in. And if you pay attention to a lot of these people that be talking, they have those glasses on. Like in the daytime, they got the ones with the dark tint, the dark tint, and then they got the ones that's clear with the blue lens in it. So whereas the lens is tinted in the sun and then at night it's clear. I got those, obviously, because I
You,
can't see in the
you
dark.
want to know what I was thinking about with those because when I first like saw it like when they came on the market, and I was
Mhm.
wondering like as far as how is it a way that they can tell because like in certain situations stuff is supposed to be confidential, right? And so
Right.
like some places you got to leave your phone, you can't even take it in like court, some courthouses in certain states and stuff, and like federal, you
Uh,
cannot take your phones in there. We got a couple of court buildings around here where you can. And so
We
I
can't
want,
do
is
it
there
here
some
either.
way that they know that your glasses are like that?
Well, we can't. The glass, your phone has to be hooked up to your glasses.
Oh,
uh,
so don't have the phone with you, then the glasses are not going to work.
No, only
Oh,
for your vision purposely. It would be for
okay.
your vision purposes only at that point. But you have to connect your phone or a device purposely, should I say? Because some people could like use their watch, stuff like that. You got to hook a device to it for it to connect through for you to have that translation because it's a Bluetooth. And the arms will go around your ear is where the speaker is, and the power buttons is right behind the frames on mines. Now they got more.
Okay.
They got different kinds because these glasses were really really expensive when they first came out, and they just
Yeah, and
they
depending on
they
what
done made them
brand
literally
you get.
cheaper. They made them literally cheaper for a different brand, and they
Yeah.
got like different styles because one of them I seen on there. You could take a picture with them. You can take pictures with them. All you got on mine, I suppress this and press that. But on some of them, they got literally the button on there, literally
Uh,
like the guy that did that retarded stunt. He had these glasses on. Well, not these per se, but he had on a pair that was more advanced than mine, obviously,
man, what's the
because
retarded stunt? What
the
I'm just
retarded son.
that crazy man. Remember the man that ran into all those people in New Orleans? He had those glasses on.
oh
He had a pair of them though, not mine per se. Like mine. He had the ones that was more advanced, should I
mhm.
say? Like literally walking down the street and he's directed. He's filming everything he got because when they got him, I guess when they got the proper stuff off of him, he had a pair of those glasses. Yep.
So
Wow.
were they able to extract something from him having those glasses on about
I,
the
I think so, Carla, because I don't think they would have even brought that up, brought it in the attention of the case
yeah, it must
if
be
they
something
didn't
they
find
got from
something
the,
that was
yeah.
relevant. I believe so. I really believe so. But I haven't seen nothing to update on it. It's just that was highlighted because these glasses is like a newbie thing in on social media. And yeah, that was one of the things that they had off of him. He had those glasses on because they come in a real, real, real dark tint. Now they come in clear, then they come in the tinted with the blue lens in them, and then they come real like blue blocker tint. They come like that. You know how the police wear the shades the police be wearing real, real dark, like all the way around. They made like those.
Yeah, like my grandmother had some. My grandmother wear them things in the day going church.
Yeah, because what she got, she just don't like the sunlight.
Sometimes I think she be falling asleep, so she falling asleep.
That's funny. That should be falling asleep.
She make sure she got the blackest lenses on her.
Uh, yeah, and then they got this other little gadget. I promise y'all, every time my sister send me some money, this is just where it goes. I promise you. I don't even say nothing. So she'd be like, "Well, where you get that from?" I was on YouTube and I seen this lady doing the promo, and I had coupon and I got it. The little gadget. It's a Bluetooth gadget. Let me show y'all. See?
What the heck? What is that? A ring?
Yeah,
What is it?
It goes on my finger,
Okay.
and the center button is the power button, and the right button is for me to flip page to page. Like if I'm laying in the bed and I don't want to touch the phone, I just hit the button and it switches the next screen over.
Wait, 1, 2.
Girl.
Now, what do you need with all these Bluetooth gadget things?
Job. That's what I need. I need something to do with my life.
Bluetooth mic to work in my bathroom every time I try to play the music.
Wait a minute. Now I'm gonna ask the ultimate question. So on
What?
that device, the one you just showed us that does all this stuff, the ring,
Right.
are they hooked up to all of your devices, and do you just switch? Because you be having
No, I only want my two main ones they hooked up to. Like I tested out on there, like see if I could. Oh, you talking about the ring that I got?
yeah. So like, with the glasses too, because do the glasses go through Bluetooth connection?
Yeah.
So
goes through
do you have them set on all of your devices, or is it just?
Like the two main ones that I use.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I could see you now. You be on one, and then you be on two other ones doing something else. So,
Yeah, I did that.
so how are you flipping through? How are you flipping through? Or do you have multiple ones? I had to figure that out. Do you have multiple of those gadgets to go to each one?
No, ma'am. I only test the one. I'm only being comfortable with this one gadget. I don't need more. I think that's too much. I feel like I'm being watched. At that point.
Well, because you can set it on all of them. You just have to, because like I know with my AirPods, right? My AirPods are set to all of my devices, but I just turn the Bluetooth off on this one or that one. And then like when I go to get into the car, it be throwing stuff off. I'll be wondering why I can't hear something. It'll be because it's on. It's crazy. But that's why I asked you how do you do, because you do more than me. Way more than me.
No, because what I do, I stick to the two. I do that. I stick to my two gadgets. I mean, my two devices, my main two devices. Like my other one, I was just trying to get on forever. I've been trying to get up here forever on my other device, and for some reason, they keep telling me I don't have something on this phone, and I'm like, this is stupid, because my other device, the one I'm on now, this my phone, the ring. I don't like to be on this one. I like to be right off the one that I'm not active with as far as phone calls, and it's really, really giving me a problem.
Maybe it's not compatible with that one. Do you think? Or it might need some kind of upgrade. What is it called? A software upgrade or something? Either the device might need it, or the gadget could possibly need some type of upgrade that make it work properly. Because I know sometimes my stuff is thrown off like that if I don't do the iOS upgrade. Then sometimes it'll throw certain stuff off, or if you don't upgrade something on the gadget. So do you think it needs to be an upgrade on something? Is 312 there?
See, she probably pushing some buttons there.
Listen, one time, Cookie, I was talking on the phone. I went in the house and I was trying to talk, and then something happened, and I kept trying to call.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't. What happened, 312?
How the hell y'all on here, but not on here?
What?
I'm talking to y'all, but I gotta open up. Okay. Knock me down. I'll knock one down if I'm open to come in now. Knock me down.
So I should only be one of you up here kicked.
Well, we only see one. I only see one. I only see one.
How the hell I got y'all? Hello?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. It just knocked itself out, I guess.
No, I took you off that second one that popped up.
Oh, I didn't even see a second one. I only seen one.
No, I didn't let her up. She came up on my
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay.
side.
Yeah, so I had the car, I had the phone. I forgot to turn the car off. I went in the house, laid down, was knocked out. My neighbor was knocking on my back door, like trying to let me know my car was on. I didn't hear the door, nothing. She tried to call, I didn't hear nothing. I woke up and then I looked out my window and I saw that my car was still running. My car had been running all that whole time, and the calls I was making was going to the Bluetooth, and that's why I couldn't hear nothing.
That's what's going on now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
I don't understand how am I not in how y'all on my
Hello?
can't hear you now. I told you that when that happened to me that day, I was like, you want to know what? Because my car is keyless. I don't have to put the key. So I forgot to the car. I looked out the window. I was like, why are my lights on? Girl, the car has been running the whole day one time. And one of my neighbors, she is so the one that was calling me, she is so nosy. God bless her heart, because she look out for everything. So I don't even complain about it. But so she is so nosy. So she was like, I was banging the door, called you on the phone. Well, it was calling me on the phone. It was going to the car. That's why I wasn't even hearing the phone. But I didn't hear her at the door either. I was knocked out. I woke up and look. I just so happened to look out my big window, and I'm like, why is the lights on in my car? The car was on, and all the phone calls was going to the car.
Wow. 312 is probably like in 3 different dimensions. Like, where you at, 312? She probably just a pushing buttons.
Listen, I understand with my mom now, because I'm getting like my mom when it comes to certain things. Like certain things when it comes to electronics, I gotta let my kids deal with it. My mother, anytime my mother gets something new, either me or one of the kids got to go over there.
Mm-hmm.
They deal with it. But I'm getting to that point. It's like I don't even want to deal with it no more.
Right. I had the Bluetooth lights in my bathroom.
Hello?
Now, in the upstairs bathroom works fine. I cut
Hello?
the light on, and yeah, you there?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Uh-huh.
I was on, I don't know. It took me to the StreamYard. Remember I was saying that the problem was giving Naz giving him the same problem. Because I mean, I heard everything y'all was saying, but I couldn't pull the screen up. And then StreamYard, then when I tried to say when I remember I said knock me out because I'm gonna open up another one. It opened up and then it knocked me back out. But y'all still was in my head. And I mean in my ear talking. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm looking at it knock me out. How they still talking? I didn't understand that one for 1 second. That blew clean past. But I guess my page, I don't know. I don't know. My phone was ringing first of all, and then knocked it off. Cause I don't know if y'all heard me say this jackass called me as soon as I get on here. Now you want to start calling back?
We didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Right. Did you hear her say that?
And I wasn't answering. I didn't answer it because I was trying to tell y'all. I was trying to exit out, but I guess my screen or the connection went froze or something, and it took me through all this other stuff. And when the phone call dropped, y'all came back up. Wow. And I'm just now getting the screen back to where it needs to be, literally.
So 312, I was looking for you last week for Kale's birthday. Did they have a party in Chicago somewhere?
Yeah, they did, but I didn't go. I heard it was a nice turnout. And I because the reason why I didn't go because I didn't have nobody to drive with me. And number 2, it's always too far. It's always the south suburb area. It's always that way. So, and I wasn't really too fond of going because I don't know if Kels is getting the majority of that money or not. And
Uh,
I'm not too fond of that. You know, I'm just not. Like, no,
right.
I'm not part of really with. Although I mean, I heard he's gotten money from previous parties, but that's just me. And I don't even really know them people like that. Like, only
Right.
people I know Will Eady. I know him, and a few others, but no, I didn't have nobody on this side of town that I knew that was going. Because I would have went.
Mm,
I would have went. But
yeah.
I
I think,
did a tribute. I put up the video of us
mm,
when we at
you
the
know,
I
I
didn't even really I didn't find out about the party until a couple of days of like last week. I didn't even know they was running just was even having a party. I didn't even know. I just found out like a couple of days, like last week.
yes, I know. Last year, it seemed like they were doing some marketing on it and promoting it. I ain't hear nothing. That's why I was like, oh, I wonder if that's
Neither.
what
That's why I said it.
was
But
that.
I think it was his birth. No, it was after his birthday is when I found out they actually was having a party. Because normally they got like a couple of Facebook pages
Uh-huh.
that they discuss him on, and usually one of them I am on. I know the big one. I know I'm on the big one of the big ones, and usually they have a flyer going around.
Uh-oh, we lost her again.
Oh no, somebody must have called.
Mm. I
Mhm.
tell you, I can't do all those little gadget things. Like I said, I can't get
Yeah,
my
I
downstairs.
told you, I'm getting, yeah, I get it. I'm almost to the point, Cookie,
Can y'all
sometimes
hear
when
me
I,
now?
Yeah.
You know what? The screen, all I did was just, I don't know, I guess because I touched it, and you know how your windows, you know how you have windows in the back, you know how your window might go, you know how you have windows open and on your screen, several windows open, and I think it touched back to make it like I was disappeared, but I didn't, and I just
How
picked it
long
up.
have you had these gadgets? 312.
think they're turning in the glasses. Okay,
I had the
is it
glass.
somehow you blink or something that's doing that, or how?
I touched my phone by mistake, and it made the screen go, you know, I guess on another side of my page. How you know how you have multiple apps in the background, and you might
Uh-huh.
have to close the apps up. That's what happened. Another one of them apps that I ain't closed up pulled up, and that went, and it made this page go somewhere. I don't know,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah,
So
I'm just not gonna touch my phone
do
no more.
you
That's all
deal
I'm
with these every day, or are you just playing with them?
Yeah. I deal.
That would drive me crazy.
I drive with these on if I go out. I rarely go. I might go out once or twice. I gotta go sit with my mom if my sister leaves or something like that. Um, I'll wear them.
Hmm.
Because I might by the time I get back in, and it get dark early, so I have them on when I'm on my way home, like just in case my phone ring and I can't, you know, answer it, pick it up. I could just touch the glasses to answer it.
Right.
But
Mm.
other than that, I'm in the house with it, so that's just like big ass kid toy.
Well,
Nothing. But I
I,
was trying to catch into y'all conversations because I
yeah,
was listening.
talking
But
about do you know yourself? Do people know who
I
you
came
are?
in on the part where I think let me see, when you were saying that, and I think
What I
Carla was
said
talking.
about the girl? Did you hear what I said about the girl having to come to the front of the church?
No, I didn't hear that, but I heard about that. The girl, she blew up tall, blast her, passed out. That made her come to the front of the church
She
because she
didn't
was
blast
the first
the
girl.
pastor out. The girl didn't blast the pastor out. The girl and the mother actually asked people to stop like coming for the pastor because he did the right thing and they agree with what he did, and she didn't feel like that she was embarrassed or nothing. That the girl and the mother actually came out and spoke on the behalf of the pastor after people started getting upset about it. But there
But
is
I seen,
another girl.
it
Yeah,
was a video. It was just one video that I seen that the girl was like, "I'm the girl that the pastor made come to the front of the church."
okay. So that's what I was telling Cookie. That so now they done started this church too movement thing. And that girl was another girl. That wasn't the one in the video, in the original video. But she was another girl coming out to tell the story. And she sent them to send all types of this is a mess. She
But
she sent them to do all types of reviews and then told them to contact because then they started to divulge other stuff going on in the churches that and especially this particular church, other stuff going on that might be of financial consequence, and it's a mess.
no, I didn't. Now I haven't been following up because, again, it's be so much that the baby girl going on. I didn't miss that segment. The
What
Zanaya,
baby girl?
the 11. Is she 11 years old? Zanaya.
Yes, I've seen that case, and girl, you're right. It's like so much stuff I be following. I'm trying to figure out how to get into it, and I don't want to miss none of the details of that case. But yeah, have
But
you seen anything?
search it. I haven't, but I know it's a few content creators that's
Yeah.
they doing content on it. But I know if you put it in the search bar, you probably can get the beginning of the story.
Yeah,
Like
because you want to know what? I think I'm gonna sit down and listen to it because what I'm trying to figure out based on like the little things I'm seeing here and there, because I've just been reading, like I've been reading with some of the stuff, not listening to the content.
Right.
Was the man like was he the boyfriend of one of the family members? Because they got a whole bunch of the family members.
boyfriend of the girl. He killed
Huh?
everybody. She was the boy. I think he was the boyfriend. He was not the husband, the boyfriend. Yeah. But the whole family needs to go to jail, and they need to death penalty.
Yeah, because they got the whole family on the stand. Everybody, aunts, uncle, cousins, girl. I've seen cases, but normally the last case I saw like that, it was the aunt's boyfriend who had done something to the girl. So I was like, I'm trying to figure out, is this another one of those situations?
I don't know, Carla, but I'm talking about when I thought they was on these Bimbo 1 and 2 with these deranged people acting like they so care about kids when they done lost souls of the world, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. As
You talking about? See, that's got me
these
right now.
girls walking
Right
around.
now.
I mean, they grown now, but they pretend, they victimizing they lifestyle when they ran away from home, don't want to be obedient to the parents, and now
Right.
everybody in the world and trust you. Now you want somebody to look at you, and you always want to help kids, and you walking around with teddy bears and blankets, and the other one walking around still lying, and like I don't understand this world. How do these people get these platforms?
312. That one with Allie Carter, that lady Shelly Carter has been. She is the predator. That lady Shelly is the predator, and she lured that girl and I've seen this on a lot of occasions. She lured that girl into a situation so that she would be put into the foster care system.
Girl, did you know? I just seen, not to cut you off, but I just seen that they said they found a witness. They found the witness for this baby.
But Nazaya,
Witness for who?
But Nazaya, they found her school ID.
that's gonna be the same thing with that Madeline Soto. That's gonna be the same thing with Madeline Soto because that was the mother's boyfriend too situation. I don't know what is going on. Like, and that's what I mean. Like when the real victim stuff happens, then ends up being the result because people let it go so far because so many people you don't know what to believe.
They don't want to believe. People don't want to believe.
Yeah. They make it so that people don't know what to believe. So when something does happen, it ends up tragic like that. And that's what I'm saying. Even with that girl, Allie Carter, I do think that girl is in some danger with that lady Shelly. I have looked at over the past few days. some of the other videos, and I know like sometimes a lot of people sometimes they follow like the superficial part of the story, but they might not dig down into the story.
Mhm.
Based on how she lured that girl into that foster care system, and then the way that she trying to say that this girl got DID and she have all of these alters and stuff like that, I think that there is something. I didn't go back and started looking at videos of. You remember back in California when they had the satanic scare? Do y'all remember that?
But my question is, Carla, with the white lady, Shelly. She told a story. Okay, the part about when King World is live now. The part about
he been doing a marathon. He been on a marathon.
Yeah, he needs to drag their ass. I promise you, I'll be dead laughing. But the part where she told that she told the people to give it to me, Why was she so adamant? And why was they okay in agreement to giving a child of such to somebody that has been fired from the school system?
Okay, so let me explain to you. So, because I'm gonna give you all the backstory. That's what I'm about to tell you. So, to tell you how we got to here and why I say this lady is a real predator, and it is other shit that I've seen in other cult activities that I have followed. It's why I keep posting one of them, because this lady act just like one of this lady in this other thing that I follow. So she was an agency social worker. So meaning she was the social worker for them group homes, right? She wasn't the Department of Service social worker. She was an agency social worker. The way that she was stalking this girl and this family, because I'm telling you, Shelly made those initial reports. That's why in those initial reports, you see the person redacted. She redacted that out of there. It wasn't the original document. She did. She don't want nobody to see that the first report was made by her. So she on the family. So she was showing up, like the mother said, she was showing up at the court hearings and stuff like that. They determined that she could no longer attend the court hearings because she was exhibiting predatory behavior. This is in the documents.
Oh.
When after that, she continued to keep her influence over Allie. The sister said it. The sister said that every time Allie was in a new foster home, that Shelly knew where she was, which means she was it was a couple of homes she was placed in where Shelly made more reports of SA happening to her in those foster homes. We don't know if the SA was real or not, because Shelly this is my opinion, is coaching her to what to say to get out of their foster home, because they wouldn't place her with Shelly because those social workers had listed her as a predator. So then Allie goes quote unquote missing for a little over a year, right? When she was supposedly missing, the sister confirmed she was with Shelly. But the way Shelly told the story, that she acted like she was gone missing, just somewhere nobody knew where she was.
It was like a preparation for her to go over here, and then I'll contact them.
Exactly. Because
if you didn't know, how could you just demand that y'all when you find her? Right. That's like just like a thief. You stole it, you did it, and then now you're gonna tell them to, when you find her, bring her to me.
Right. So what happens is that then Allie and Shelly get in contact. Shelly is involved, and so then you know how social services, they will get tired after a while when the child keep running away, when they got to keep replacing the child, rehoming the child and stuff. So more than likely, somewhere along the lines, it fell through the loop from when they listed Shelly as a predator and said, you want to know what? We think something up with Shelly, but she want to stay with Shelly. Let's keep her there so that we can at least know where she at. Because after she went missing at one time, social services probably want to make sure that didn't happen again while she's in their care. So they probably went ahead and placed her with Shelly so that they could at least know where she was and then she wouldn't go missing again. So But in the meantime, Shelly is telling her how to do all of this because Shelly knows the system. She has had other foster kids. She's worked in other group homes. She had 2 other foster kids that ended up unalive. Her mother and her grandmother ended up unalive under her care. And I'm gonna say, I don't know whether she did something, but it's some cause to be concerned. I think that somewhere in Allie head, some of that stuff she think might have really happened, and she tells the story the way that she do because she is having some delusions from whatever medications that Shelly is giving to her. In the videos, when you watch when Allie is having these videos where she's having convulsions and in a trance and all of this other stuff, Shelly is trying to explain and talking about that she's having DID and that she has all of these alter egos and stuff like that, and that she's keeping all of these notes on these egos. And she's also telling her that she was MK Ultra programmed. So Shelly's supposed to be doing what needs to be done to deprogram her. And Shelly's the only one who can do this. If you go and watch from the history from all the way back when they first started coming on the internet, you will see that this is all Shelly ideas. I really think
robot. And then her favorite lines. Stay with me. Stay with me. Baby, I'll be out when she say that. Stay with me. Stay with me.
Right. I think that Shelly is either essaying her, sexually assaulting her, or that she is allowing other people to assault her in that way. And then when she comes through, Shelly is telling her all of these stories about other people, these other things having people doing it. I really think that that's the situation in this situation. Whatever medications, the sister talked about her being given the medication, and then after she had the medication, she came out of the room and she was acting so crazy. Her eyes looked crazy, everything looked crazy. And then when the sister started asking questions, Shelly told the sister, well, maybe it's time for you to leave.
Oh, the baby was 13. She wasn't 11. Yeah. She was 13. This whole these people are disgusting. I mean,
yeah, I think that she is really a victim, but she's a victim of that lady Shelly.
Right, and the whoever that is in the back seat.
Yeah, that's the I think they call her grandma or something like that, but that's not the grandma.
But she witnessing everything going on. But at this point, that the mama and the sisters and them and the King Royal man coming out saying what he's saying, baby, they coming out, they getting up out their cars in the van. They're not sitting up in them vans and them cars all night.
312, that is because Danny Robinson, who was another content creator, and there are times I wish her and King World, I think they kind of have toned it down on this type of situation, but there's times I be wishing that they would just bury the head shit with one another and just work together, because they actually work in 2 different modalities really well. But Danny, she has already taken the proper authorities on their ass. That's what they're really scared about. Danny gave a detailed report to Adult Protective Services with links to all of the things that they need to see.
Because if they're starting to ask for cash apps and donations, they can track that.
Now they probably really need to get their hands on the way.
That's why I said what I said earlier. She looks sick, and she's hollering out for help. At this point, she's hollering for help. Sitting around all of them people that don't look like her, she won't be found. But hopefully, she will be found. I believe that's in the back of her mind. Like literally.
Well, let me tell you, King World, he was instrumental in some of that stuff that happened with that carbonation situation. When that Eliseo Bishop and the disbanding of that carbonation. Danny has done a lot of advocacy work where she has gotten results that we have seen here. They in trouble with these 2 because these 2 are going to make sure that they get found. And if the police investigate and find out there's nothing wrong, then there's nothing wrong. But if there is something wrong, they are going to dig down to find out where the bones are buried. Because, like I said, I won't be surprised if Shelly is a part of some bigger child trafficking ring. To be honest with you, I feel like Allie and
Crazy is as crazy as what's that girl name?
Legina,
What's the other chick name?
Lamisha,
No, the other girl that's on the internet acting a fool.
Adria.
No, right, the right girl, Jaguar.
Jaguar, right? Oh, Jaguar.
She don't want to be nowhere near the Alley girl.
Well, wait a minute. She tried to hook up with Allie Carter. This is how King World. Wait a minute. This is how King World and Danny started reporting, because Jaguar tried to loop her into. Allie was refusing to have contact with Jaguar. And then it started this back and forth between them two. And that's why the content creators in the Black Tea sector, they started to look into Allie because of the back and forth with Jaguar. But Allie, I think the reason why Allie and Shelly didn't want no dealers with Jaguar is because they know the gimmick they running, just like they know Jaguar was running one. And anybody who get attached to Jaguar get exposed. So I think they were trying to prevent this from happening. But it ended up happening anyway, just by Jaguar mentioning the name and then Jaguar doing the content. And then they started looking into her more. And then come to find out, at first they was just blowing it off as this girl is lying, to wait a minute, there might be some real story, but and she might really be a victim, but not a victim of what she's saying.
Right. It's too late for you to play victim now. I mean, she claims she's been talking about it, but you ain't been talking about it long enough to, whereas you're not by yourself. You still with this piece of trash that's robotically moving you around.
I wonder, like I said, I wonder the way that Shelly, this is exactly what happened with the I posted one thing about the Jody Hildebrand and Jody Hildebrand and Ruby Frankie situation. Ruby Frankie had that 8 passenger series. When it came out and it was exposed what they were doing with her family, with Jody and Ruby was doing with her family, all of these other victims came forward of stuff that she had done. She was a therapist, a life coach. This lady was crazy as shit. And Shelly sound just like this lady. I swear to God. But it's more of an underground. It looks more like of an underground ring that Shelly is running, whereas Jody was running a white collar ring. But for Shelly to me looked like somebody running some kind of underground ring.
A cult, her own personal cult.
Right. Because that's why they got that Allie's Army, and she be doing them church services and all that stuff like that too. All of this is on the net. Yeah, all of this is on the net. That's what I'm saying. Danny sent the people everything they need to know that there is some exploitation, manipulation, something is going on.
Right, because they was in that facility and she got the mic and acting like she is doing a video and like she the star of the place. You know, she on the red carpet with looking like a hillbilly, second to none. With them boots on, and like I've never seen them outside the vehicle ever. That was the first time that I seen them outside of a vehicle.
They scared them. That's probably why they asking for money up front now, because they know they can't go to their P.O. box. See, at first, I think they was getting the money through their P.O. box. When you watch them, you should see they would run a P.O. box. So the way that they would be able to try to deny like they not getting donations is they would give out the P.O. box number. But now, I think they scared to go to their P.O. box. Any address that they were staying at, I don't think they stand there because they know Danny, she played on her live, her reporting them to Adult Protective Service. She ain't hide shit.
And that's what she should have might have did, because I think it's gonna take them longer now to catch them. You know, it's
Well,
gonna be
she don't never. The one thing about her, she don't never play her whole hand. So what she allows you to see in the front, she's doing more shit in the back. She might have let us hear enough to maybe, and I hate to say it because I know what her tactic is. Ain't nobody listening to us, hopefully. But to throw them off of whatever the center of the trail is, and then she might have some other information that they are not aware. They won't think that she's aware. You see what I'm saying? So she'll play enough. Cause see, I think the ultimate goal of both King World and Danny is just let the girl go. Either let her go back home to her mother, or drop her off at a hospital or something like. I think that's what they really trying to get her to do. I think they also want to try to scare her to not do something that might harm her.
right.
But that can go one way or the other, in my opinion. Because, and that's why I was saying, like, the danger of these type of things. You see these with these kind of matchups like this all the time. Sometimes it ends up being a situation where they just agree, like self. I don't. Well, Cookie, is it okay if I say the word on here, Cookie?
Yeah.
Like a suicide pact or something.
Right, that's what their label is. I know to hide it. It'll be a inconclusive case.
Because at this point, Allie has lived in a way that she feel like she cannot even survive without this lady. The sister said that when Shelly got to go to the bathroom and they're in a public place, that Allie has to go into the stall next to her. I mean, next to Shelly and lock herself in until Shelly get done.
But that's because of Shelly.
Right.
Can't be away from her because she don't know when she will crack.
Yeah.
And we think that in the Arcata case with Adrielle and her parents. They was terrified to see her.
You know, when I was watching, I just told you like about the Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie thing. When I was listening to her daughter's book this week, it made me think about Adrielle and Alice. And when her daughter in the book said, it was a meeting of the devil. It was the moment when the devil met the devil's life coach. And she was talking about how that's when everything started going wrong. You got the devil and then the devil's life coach. They meet together, and then you have this thing go wrong. I thought about Alice in that situation because I'm like, you coached your child into this situation
in the beginning, and then when she's thinking, you never heard a peep out of her no more. Everything they was playing was she got out of there early. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why she got out of it early. She had that surgery and looked like they snatched it off her and slapped it on his ass because his ass got wider by the minute. Yep. You got the whole time of that.
But it's like you get to, and it's an interesting story around that story that I really want people to listen to. I really, really do, because it's a male victim of Jodi Hildebrandt, and he talks about he had been essayed by the Boy Scouts, had a lawsuit as a child with that, and he was Mormon, and he was seeking counseling, marital counseling, because they were having some marital issues because of the essay he experienced from that Boy Scout situation. Mm-hmm. And so they went to go see Jodi Hildebrandt, this life coach, this therapist, and he's thinking he's in there for one thing, and then it turns into this whole thing. And then based on the therapy she's given, she uses this stuff from the therapy session to try to weaponize against him in order to make him fearful to report her, to make him fearful. Like she was taking his family from him by whatever mind control things she was doing with his wife. but
Girl,
then threatening to weaponize, then threatening to weaponize his own children by saying that she could get them to report him for things that he didn't do. So then he was initially like scared to report anything because he was scared that his family was going to be taken away because his wife was in such a trance by it, and the mind control was so bad by that point that and she did this to multiple husbands through this therapy shit she was doing.
girl, they sound just like the Clary.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it's these people. It's just like with Allie making all of these allegations against these celebrities. But she was also not just making allegations against these celebrities, but making allegations about these foster homes that she was in, about the people whose foster homes she was in, just so that she could get with Shelly. Shelly was letting her know what to do in order to get out of the situations that she was in. So she's weaponizing SA to get her desired outcome.
I think she's sleeping with that girl.
I do too. And I think whether it's that she's either whether it's that Allie is aware of her sleeping with her, or like I said, she's giving her some drugs and then doing it, and then telling her the other people. That part is already, that's a no-brainer right there. You can tell that. And then telling her other people are doing it. Because if she's drugs,
she don't even like her skin color. You know, because she got so much derogatory stuff to say about people that look like her. So she don't even like her skin color. She tries to change her accent. She wants to talk intellectually like her, per se. Everything is similar to the what's her name? Shelly? What happened?
And Shelly knows so much about what happened to Allie when she was gone to these places, but they never report none of it. Now you reported her mother like wasn't nobody business. You reported all of these foster homes like wasn't nobody business, but you ain't reporting these celebrities that did this stuff to her.
Right. You include me.
Right. Then she's alleged that because the police are involved, you're telling Allie that so that she will be afraid to call anybody. It's videos where she's telling the girl that on her birthday, every year for her birthday, the contract, they negotiate a higher contract on her. Then it's elite. Negotiating a high, so she's getting this from her intel. It's videos of Shelly saying it. And listen, Allie could be faking, but looking at those videos, it do appear like it's a real nervousness. That's why I'm saying it is. She got that girl messed up.
Yeah. And the lady in the back seat could be pretending to be such an old grandma, you know, because they look like that anyway at 60, 70 years old. You know, they look old anyway. Them kind. So,
but it could be the lady in the back seat also could be just as scared as Shelly ass is. we you don't know what it is at this point.
Because they only showed them two when they was outside the car in their place. It was only showing them two and distance away from other people surrounding the area. But where was the old lady at then?
I missed it. So it's another lady that popped up?
Yeah, it's lady. They say it's a lady that be in the back seat. But I'm saying though, while they was out the car and they was, you know, she did her little live on the microphone, you know, in their place that they was in. Where was the lady at?
Well, I don't know because King Bro said it was only 14 people up in there.
Right, and she was screaming about it like the house was packed.
Right.
And moving her arms, she was directing her hands like she was at church, directing the choir. Like, you know, she was like telling them to make, you know, get louder. You know what I'm saying? Because she was filming it, obviously. But it wasn't nobody hardly in there. The place was empty. they took the camera around to show you how many people was in there. That's why you're able to count how many people was in there because it wasn't that many. And
So
then
they have
nobody.
no idea what state they're in?
Oh, they know where they at. Oh,
They
you talking about King Brown? No.
They are saying that they know that where they are. So there are two states that I know I'm aware of where they are saying that they have a location and it's a total of 3 different addresses. That's what we know on the scene. Now, like I said, they could have some more information. It could be just telling them that to throw them off the trail so that they will go to another location that they think don't nobody know about. And then the people go find them. I don't know. But for right now, what we know is it's supposed to be 2 states, 3 addresses that they potentially have that they might be at. So I don't know. But like I said, I don't want nothing fatal to happen as a result of this type of situation. Like I said, it's a delicate situation because when people are under pressure, that's exactly what happens. And when you look at the situation with David Koresh and Waco, what happened over in Waco, Texas with him with that cult,
Yes.
that was exactly the situation. They went in and they came on too aggressive, and then all of them people end up, you it's like you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. How do you respond? Right. Sometimes aggression works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a delicate balance. But what I like I said, what I can say is that I know that King World was very instrumental in that carbonation takedown. And the people on his team, they did a lot of work on that. That was actually their first connection with Jaguar. Because Jaguar started befriending them people over there in carbonation. She attaches herself to anything.
Yeah.
Well, my thing of it is that with both of them talking about all these kids and all this carrying on, why ain't nobody seek to find these kids?
Because they the ones digging the tunnels and putting them in there if we want to. Shelly looked like she done dug a tunnel all day and day. She's been down in the coal mines and in the tunnels of Texas, going to Sinaloa.
Underground, because once you go to the underground, you have to be led underground because you don't know your way out. Oh, baby, I done heard them stories, honey.
Like she is manually digging them tunnels herself. So if you put the children in it, and that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes these people be hiding in plain sight. Why do Shelly know all this shit about MK Ultra? Because she's using MK Ultra techniques to program this girl. You think she only using them on her? I don't think so. I think Allie was her prize, and I'm gonna tell you why I think that. Allie was her prize because Allie had a mother who was originally fighting to not let the foster care system take her child. So, and even though she agreed to keep Allie as a missing child, Allie's mother was still showing up at the court hearings so that nobody could get official custody of Allie. That's why that adoption didn't take place until Allie became an adult. Right. And I think that was the thrill of the hunt for Shelly and getting Allie, and why Allie is the prize, the front runner, the spokesperson for her, and why she has her. It is clear Allie is a good performer. She know how, she know how to lie. Yeah, with a straight face. And so she has the most control over Allie. And so she can try to use Allie as a prototype to try to say, look at what I'm doing to help her. And this is how she gets more recruits. This is how she gets people to either turn over their troubled children to her for help, or and who knows, this might be a whole system. She might have other people involved in this doing this. Like I said, I don't know. This is crazy.
So how many
The Krusty trying to jump on board. The little Krusty girl that say Aaliyah, her mama, she trying to jump on board. She hollering for help. She's screaming for him to come get her.
Oh, she wants Shelly to come get her now.
She dried up. She got a filter on. She's a little dried up, crusty ass. Still running around here lying. Her mama and her
how many kids is supposed to be with Shelly?
Well, she's the only one. But the other girl be doing live talking about she didn't communicate it with, this story with the Alley girl, and pretty soon she gonna be rolling with her. Talking about that's what I like to do, help the kids.
I better not see Legina ass over there with Shelly and Allie.
You still lost. How you gonna help somebody's child, girl? You still lost from a child. You running around here lying, talking about Aaliyah, your mama.
We don't know how many children or young people or other people might be involved in this because, like I said, I believe that Allie is the spokesperson. That's the person that she put in the front. But this is the thing about Shelly. Shelly was running foster care group homes when she met Allie. So we don't know what else, how else what she's doing. If she did this, how far does this go?
Right. Well, you know what? They always like to exploit us colors. It's a misfortune with the us colored people. So
you said she's been with us since she was 16, right?
Right.
14. She's been with her since she was 16, but she's been stalking that girl and her family since the girl was 14.
She got more kids. See, she got other kids. That Allie ain't the only one. Allie is one of the first, right?
Allie is the third one.
She got 7 kids, but I can't remember what number Allie is.
Yeah, she had 6 girls.
Right, Allie is that middle kid. She that middle one. She's the one that's freaking out and spazzing out and doing all this old extra shit. Yeah, she's the one. Two of the kids got on there and spoke on, how they felt about things, but it wasn't nothing like this bimbo. This girl getting on here, she want to change her accent, her vocabulary, her voice, vocals. She don't like her skin color. She wants some long hair, walking around here looking like a Jaja, like they said.
And she doing better than Monica Lewinsky. She even ran up in by 1 president, but 3.
Right.
She got the trifecta of Biden, Clinton, and Obama.
I mean, it's just ridiculous lies, and she believes them.
Yeah, like this is.
Stay with me.
This is just my opinion for right now. From what I'm seeing, it could change, but right now, I think Shelly, whatever program Shelly has done this programming on her. Like I say, Shelly keeps mentioning all this shit about this MK Ultra programming, and that when Allie was sex trafficked, they programmed her, and she's telling the girl she got a chip in her, and they negotiating contracts on her each year for her birthday and all this stuff. I really think that Allie does, from what I see, like I could be wrong, but from what I see, I really think she does believe this stuff that Shelly is telling her. I think she doesn't. I think now when the mother, and see, this is what some people don't know. The reason why King World is having that mother show them pictures is to try to bring memories back to Allie. Because when somebody has been programmed like that, that's how you deprogram them. So when they are showing her all of these pictures from her childhood, stuff like that.
Shit, Joy didn't want to see nothing. Joy didn't give a damn what picture y'all brought back to the world. I ain't coming back.
Yeah, but that is part of that. That's why they are putting them pictures up there, keep letting the mother talk, letting the sister talk, keep putting the story out there. He keep doing this marathon, poking fun to make them respond so that they can try to keep some location. all of that stuff is tactics when you are trying to get somebody out of that situation and deprogram them. The process of deprogramming, that maybe they will see something from their past that will trigger them and make that break.
This is what I don't understand. Okay, she's been a runaway since the age of 14. She's been with this lady since she was like 16. And we're talking about how many years now they've been together?
She'll be 31.
Why now? You're a grown-ass woman. Why now bring this to the internet? That's what I'm trying to figure out. She's
Well,
31.
Allie has been on the internet for like 4 years now. It's just that she's gotten more exposure from this Diddy situation because she claimed that she was one of the Diddy victims.
That's how she started off.
Oh, so that's
And
why
then
she's
saying
coming out, because she was one of his
She
victims.
started out talking about she was one of the Diddy victims.
Right. And then saying she Tupac's daughter.
Right. She
Okay,
been
well,
telling
how long did she know she was Tupac's daughter?
Well, she don't know no more because since they done started this, we ain't heard her say nothing about no Tupac since they
nah, baby, they slammed off.
But we're talking what you say, 14, 17 years. You didn't know you was Tupac's daughter? 17 years.
She know her daddy. What do you mean? She know who her father is, and they do too.
But I'm saying 17 years.
Yeah, but she know
Even
her
if you say,
daddy.
oh, she's been coming out since 4. Okay, what happened to the other 13? Why now? Because they arrested Diddy. Okay,
Yep.
but you wasn't Diddy's victim 13 years ago.
Well, she
That's
claims
what I'm
talking about.
When these things come out on these industry people, then everybody comes out the woodwork like, oh, me too, him too. Like,
Yeah.
listen, she's like Jaguar. She's like Jaguar. Cookie. She can't report the stuff that happened to her. She can come on the internet and talk about it, but she can't go and report what happened to her. Soon enough, they'll be trying to say that all the videos was AI. Watch. Just like Jaguar now. Jaguar trying to say
Jaguar well, she said it. That's AI.
Yeah.
That's not me.
She's gonna be like, I never said Tupac was my father. That was AI. That's the next excuse.
I can't. I glance at them every once in a while if I'm bored, but it drives me crazy. Everything I see, all I see is that girl's picture. I'm like, oh my Jesus.
Let me tell y'all about these other people on here that's got the scam going. The LaTruth saga. Y'all, when I tell you that saga turned into a family, I'm talking about tragic family breakup, critic. It turned the girl made so much money off that lie. She told the biggest lie about her husband / child's father, beat on her for 6 years. The kids had to get counseling, all kind of shit. The man had over 8 million followers on Facebook. He had his stomach removed. He had stomach cancer. In the midst of it, the girl was, I'm talking about, tormenting his whole life, destroying him piece by piece, slowly. She had took all his followers and brought them to her. Fast forward, during the same time that we was rallying for kills, right? And for them years to come, I used to peek in, I used to watch him, but then he helped her boost her channel up because he wanted her to be a stay-at-home mom, to take care, because she had 3 other kids. He married this bimbo with 3 other kids that she had before him. She got 1 by him. Now she got 6 because she didn't got with another nigga to make him mad, and she got pregnant with twins. She didn't have the twins now, so now she got a total of 6 kids. When I say karma wrapped around her neck and choked the shit out of her, it's the nigga that she went to try to make him mad with didn't do nothing but dog her to the dirt piles of the world. All the money she made off of dragging that man, humiliating his life, tearing his character down, reporting all these lies, tried to get him locked up, none of that worked. All that she did to him, she got it all back. She got pregnant by a nigga that didn't do nothing but use her. Told her he didn't want no kids by her and didn't want to be her kid's stepfather. I'm talking about all this. It's some more other stuff that you know, but I'm just moving fast forward. Fast forward to the next episode, the saga with the teammates with, you know, people that was Team the Truth and then people that was Team Brianna. Why they start clashing with each other, right? They start getting into it with each other. Not ain't got nothing to do with Brianna, ain't got nothing to do with LaTruth, ain't got nothing to do with Kevin, ain't got nothing to do with LaToya. This the sister and the other brother I'm talking about. It all of a sudden turned into a personal beef with them, y'all. You talking about this sector over here ain't got shit on them. I mean, when I say nothing, these motherfuckers over here is angels compared to them, y'all. Excuse my language.
Mm.
When I tell you it's way more of them, it's when I say they are in deep with it, when I say that they got a lot of stuff going on that Brianna alone motivated them to speak their real truth because she told a real lie during the domestic violence era. Okay, let's say that. I didn't mean to say the whole word. My bad. During the DV area, she allowed these people. She made them open up more. Is what I want to say. Even though she lied, you know, and people start catching on to the lies because when I say they destroyed this man, I'm talking about destroyed the man. But he all right now, but he wasn't like he was. Okay, now it got to the point to whereas the family members, some family members was cool with some of the people that was just doing content. They wasn't Team the Truth, they wasn't Team Brianna. Some of the family members didn't like some of the other people that was cool with the family members that they did like. When I say two sisters got on the internet and destroyed one another, y'all. LaTruth, Robert, his name is Robert. His name is Robert LaTruth. His sisters got on the internet, literally talked about each other. One sister is married. Her husband got on there. When I say he slaughtered her from head to her toenails on her feet. When I say I'm talking about he crossed the line too many times, y'all. And I'm saying all this to say the social media can literally it goes just that far with people and their emotions. And then it goes to another level, and then another level, and then another, to whereas they came on the internet supporting their brother. They don't even talk to this day. Right now. Because of people that they don't even know, they allowed them to destroy them. The relationship that they did have, they destroyed it. These people on the internet, they don't even know. Back to Brianna. She made thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, y'all. I'm talking about, look her up. The girl made so much money off these lies that she told. When I tell you, I was getting so angry, I used to comment on her. And I commented so much till she reported my page on Facebook. Yeah. She think that I was monetized and reported my page. She was you only matter if you're monetized. There's no point in reporting the page if you ain't monetized. She said that I had a check mark and she reported my page. Yes. Wow. Because if you're telling her something right, she don't want to hear it. She wants you to be against her. She started this in October 19th, I want to say. 2021. Yeah, around that time. She started a couple of years early preparing it, setting up stuff because he had gone through the surgery. I'm talking about she got the man password while he in the recovery of having stomach cancer. To go on this, she more worried about boosting her page up than she worried about taking care of her husband. Lied and said that he abused her, all these things. But he turns out to be the best baby daddy because the first 3 kids, daddy don't do nothing for them. Nothing. He was a whole father to her kids. I'm talking about all of that. Yeah, they had their ups and downs, and because that's what married people do. But she brought it to the internet, honey, to get money off of him, to grow her channel. Now she's sitting over there with 6 kids, and she got to humble herself and be nice to him. so that he can make sure that he get her baby and keep her as long as she may need him. Because why? She got 4 other kids that she needs to tend to, and he the only liable source of father parent that she got. So she have to put a muzzle on there and humble herself and be nice to him. That's the karma that's choking the shit out of her ass. That's what I mean about it. Cause see, them is the same people that you meet when you stepping on them trying to get up, and the same ones that you go greet when you slip and so down that slope going down. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm. And I just think about the saga, the sector thingy they had over here, and how it, it destroyed the unity, but it never came to of a family, of such to be interfered because of it. It never got that far. I'm talking about I didn't watch their lives, y'all, with the DCFS people that been called on these folks' families for supporting they own family members.
Wow.
Literally. I mean, it got real bad with them people.
Mm.
And now, it got to a point now I watch them. They don't be talking about them no more because, the girl got 6 kids now. She got something else to worry about. It's not even the topic no more. It's not commentary because you got a set of twins,
Right.
They basically got their own commentary, and they talking, they make commentary talking about themselves. And when you came on, it was a coincidence that you came on in relation to, what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But majority of them, they support one another, the adult part of them. They support one another, and, their testimonies and what they give out, and what, when they do go live and stuff like that. But I just couldn't understand it. I got stuck at the part when it did, 2 sisters, they was on there going at it to the death of them. And then the husband got involved in it. Yeah. And he talked about her sickness, and people got on his ass about that. That's disrespectful. You don't go that far. That's at the end of the day, that's still your sister, your wife's sister.
I just hate to see what this internet gonna be like in the next 5 years. It's gonna be crazy.
Well, but it's not to me. It's not surprising. The surprising part about it for me is the fact that these are adults, right? But it's not surprising to me how it's spreading based on the actions and activity, because it's the same thing you look at like with children, right? Bullying has become even more aggressive because of the internet. Because now it's expanded out more. Before, children would experience issues maybe at their home school, maybe a couple schools closer to them or whatever. But now these children, one thing happened and the whole internet can happen everywhere in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
And so it makes the attack more aggressive. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it's like I'm not shocked at the reaction, because I'm more shocked at the actions of adults conducting themselves like that than I am at the reaction. Because the reaction is not going to be anything different if you're giving out those same actions. And a lot of the same actions is the same type of things that children deal with when they in school, and they deal with bullying. And it just spreads. It ends up spreading some type of way. And so it's like a whole bunch of people in the lunchroom that's going, this hormones is out of control.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's like, I know as we get older, we go through other hormonal changes too, but we shouldn't be devolving back to that. But unfortunately, that is a lot of, because I was even saying, shoot, you're talking about that over there. I briefly looked at that only because of this recent connection that Royce ended up over there with the brother Kevin, right? But
Yeah.
Kevin,
that's Robert Truth's brother. When I say they tried to destroy him too because he in a poly relationship. Oh man, they got down on him.
Yeah, but the thing is that the other group of people, the carnal church sector on this internet, they are a mess, and they church people, and that's why it's called the carnal church sector. Like they are, it's bad. It's the same type of things. Them talking about they gonna roll up on people, beat their ass, and all. I mean, they doing this and that in the church, like the black tea sector. If these people over here, they don't investigate like over there at that black tea sector. You go over to that black tea sector, like
Baby,
I told you.
these people, none of that smoke.
Yeah, that's where, like I said, King World and Danny Robinson, they come from the black tea sector. So, and they are the ones that are predominant in exposing this situation right here that we just talked about before. So it's like there are different spaces, but then when I go, that's why a lot of times I like to just take a break away and go into my other areas with my other group of ethnic friends. I'm not saying that people of other ethnicities don't do this. I just in the spaces that I am, I don't see it. And I like to go into those communities and just they are nice. They monitor the chat. They make sure nobody's being disrespectful to one another. They function themselves with so much more decorum. Like even if something disruptive comes in, they get rid of it. You see what I'm like?
Right.
They don't, or they might briefly respond, but they don't get personal. You know, they might respond to the comment or the suggestion or whatever was made, and then they keep going, you know. And
That's how I did in this girl one they was talking about that's when they was on the topic because this girl named that watch this lady named Lupac, her name Lupac on YouTube. Now she got all the tea on the truth, but when I tell you I went in there and because he listened to her too, and I'm like, can you tell him stop putting that baby on that screen with her hair all over the place? Meanwhile, he's sitting on there with $1,000 worth of jewelry on and, watching rings on. But your baby girl slapping that camera in that. I get right to it. I don't care, nigga. I've been watching you before you got the millions you got and your baby mama who she is. And before that baby was able to get on the screen and say, nah, 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 I was watching you. And stop slapping her on that screen with her hair all over her head and what the whole time. You and your baby mama competing against each other on who the sharpest on the camera. Keep that baby hair calm. How about they did? How about it work? How about it work? Because it's about me and 3 more other people started talking about the same thing. Because I put it in his comment on his wall because I'm following them on Facebook. And I told him, you need to stop slapping that baby in that camera like that. And her hair ain't never calm. The whole time you showing your outfit for the day. You showing your jewelry on for the day. You showing your car. You know what I'm saying? You in the mall. But your baby girl hair all over her head. Same thing. I say it's bad enough that her mama trifling. Yeah, that's why she blocked me. I don't care. But I sure put it in there. She trifling. Don't you be trifling. You're a good dad. And some parents learn how to comb their baby girl hair. Some daddies be down with that because it's called a father thing. But even so, you ain't even got to do that. Y'all both got to make enough money on this social media. Keep them kids. She got 2 girls. The oldest girl, she done made her be a whole mama because she always babysitting her little sister. But her, on the other hand, get her hair braided. How about the baby's hair be combed and the big girl hair braided? Right, because you knew that was going to be needed because you was going to labor to have them babies. So why not prepare them kids and stop? They girls. Why the hell got to be walking around looking nappy, but you stay at the beauty shop every week? How that look? And you on the internet and want somebody to believe in you. How that look? It don't look right. You got 2 girls and you got 2 boys. They need haircuts and them girls need their hair done. Yeah, honey, me and about 4 more other people started talking about that baby. That baby he got that baby hair combed. Brianna got that baby hair braided up. Yep. Now you see her, she happily go low. Right. She's a pretty little girl. Don't make her be looking halfway while you all the way. No. I can't stand parents like that. Or come outside shop and your child looking a mess, looking like you going to find her parents or his parents, but you shop.
Well, and then the thing is that then you're putting your child up to be scrutinized in a way by adults because they know adults if they don't have no kind of you were saying it in a constructive way, but there's some people who are
Right,
not going to do it like that, and then the children are going
right,
to hear that.
right. And you
They're
know
going to
what?
be,
And I can't even say that nobody never said nothing negative. You can't say nothing negative about the baby because she's so pretty. You know what I'm
uh-huh,
saying? You gotta say it in a nice way because she's so pretty.
right.
You can't be
No,
disrespectful. You can't add
but what I'm
nothing with
saying
it.
is that
Only thing you can do is talk about her mimic. That's all you can do with her. Like
but
literally with
that's what
her.
I'm
With her.
that's what I'm saying. People will find other ways to even like some people just children is not even off limits to some people. And so they
Yeah,
will and
Some
it's
people
like
are.
so you're putting that child up to that type of scrutiny and what that can do to a child that is also going to school with other children that they might say, oh well my mother seen you said that they seen your daddy have you on here and then it's this was a
It's another bully tactic. Right. It's a bully tactic.
yeah, yeah. This was another part of a conversation that was had when it came around those Hildebrandt kids. I mean those Frankie kids with their 8 passengers. It was like, is it okay for these children to even be on these type of things? Because just like you saying, children can't consent to be in no relationship at a certain age. Well, they can't consent to be on no camera with all of this foolishness at
This
certain ages. And you, as a parent, are making a decision to subject them to ridicule down the line that they didn't even bring on themselves.
That be the thing, cause y'all don't want nobody to say nothing, but you put her out here like that. At least have her looking like, you know what I'm saying? How you gonna take her somewhere with you, her hair all over the head, or the minute you get up, you don't have to slap the camera on her all the time. You prove it, but they do it because why? Commentary. They ain't got nothing else to talk about. Okay, so if that is the case, I get it. This is your job. This is how you make your money. If you're gonna include your kids as your commentary, make sure your baby up the part. She is a little girl. Get her used to doing girly things instead of looking. It's always you shining the camera on you, but you turning around on your daughter, but you making it about you. Nah, buddy, that's narcissistic at its most highest. No, you don't do that to her. And I feel like that because I've been watching them, like I said, for a long time before she had Amora. So that's why I'm able to talk like that. But with him, he's one of them kind. He think he the finest, he the sharpest, he the coldest. He wants to be the next king of R&B. And I types in all the time, it will never be another king of R&B, buddy. Cut it out. Stop. Just stop. Stop doing that to yourself. You who you are, and you're not a singer because you're not a celebrity. You social media. Like, stop it. You get on here and bash people on one end, but then you want somebody to support you on the other end. So he calmed down now. He got him a lady, and he get his child every weekend, and she's always pretty. They keep her dressed really nice, but her hair, girl, would never be combed. She drop her off, hair all over her head. Girl, what is this is the mama does this now. This the mama does it. She do this. Drop her off with her hair all over her head, but she trying to hurry up and get her babysitter action going. But you're not sending your baby in tip top shape. And that's just half stepping. So with him getting her, and I know he'll respond faster than she will, even though she be watching people comments and she be watching what people be saying. That's how I know. Because she started doing the live, showing people she combing her baby hair. Complaining. Ooh, all this hair. Girl, they bought her a dryer. If they asked her what did she want the hair dryer for, and she was like to keep the kids' hair. No, it's not. It's for you. Because you can't take 6 kids to the beauty shop. Have to stop lying. You wasn't combing their hair before it. Now all of a sudden you gonna get a hair dryer, a sit down dryer for them because you got to keep their hair. Nah, you lying. You bought that hair dryer for you. Keep your hair done because you ain't going to the beauty shop with no set of twins with 3 kids. A set of twins and 4 other kids. No, you're not gonna do that. So you're gonna have your hair done at home, and you had people on use social media to buy you a dryer. Talking about it was for the kids. Baby, when she said that, everybody in doing commentary. And them kids have better stay calm too. And she don't even gotta comb their hair. She make enough money to keep their hair braided. That's just that. But yeah, honey, that sector over there about the LaTrue family, it destroyed a family. You hear me? And it was so sad. I mean, why I watched them drag each other day after day after day until it came to the husband. He went too far. The lady had cancer, and she had cancer, and something else was wrong with her. Anyway, she had health issues. And when I say he went below the belt and cut it like it was red ribbon, I'm talking about it was sad. But
But you know, I don't 312. I don't think that based on that what you just said about the rip the family apart, I don't think the data is any different than anything the data that's been out here about a lot of these whether if the reality is on major networks or on YouTube, that has been the outcome. Because I was watching this one psychologist that was talking about YouTube, you know, the YouTube family situation. And they were saying that most families that come on YouTube, it has negative outcome. And I can say that I have seen that even like in the reality shows that I watch, like on major networks. When you look at the Direcos that was on TLC, the Duggars, you look at that Mormon man who had them wives and how that all broke apart. Like the John and Kate plus 8 and any of those families that come on to those, it just be disastrous. And
right,
he was
you know
paralyzed.
what? That's how what you call it family was. Toya and Regina and them.
Yeah,
Woo!
yeah. And he was paralleling it to like child stars and how child stars, you know, it probably still now, but especially back in the day, how a lot of them had crash out stories, right? And they weren't even following their real life. They were actors and actresses playing a role, but they would still grow up and crash out, be drug addicts. You find them on the street, all types of stuff. And so needing to go into a conservatorship because the parents is either taking advantage or the children. It's just it is disastrous. And so that's what was making them have that question, like, is it really ethical to really like be putting these children on this TV in these situations, these real life situations, that then because it was already bad enough when you had them acting a role, children acting a role, and then the pressure. But you're exposing their real lives.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think based on what your assessment of that situation with that LaTruth saga and what it did to their family, I think it's consistent with what we see with a lot of these families with these reality situations, whether it be on television, whether it's major networks or on networks and streaming like YouTube or somebody showing you any other
And you know what? And when he started off doing skits, right? You know how they be doing the skit thing. Okay, he
yeah.
used to do skits with people. She accused him of cheating, so he started doing the skits with her. Started doing her skits to to boost her up, boost her channel up. They started doing the skit thing. But then at some point in time, you don't know which one is skit and which ain't. With with her, the whole time you plotting on this man to get him to destroy him. You know what I'm saying? So it was like a no-win situation with this girl. But it was the thing of it is that she got away with it so long, and it was so sad how she just destroyed that man like that with the accusations she put out there. And then she had a whole team of people, a slew of them, that was helping her push it. I'm talking about pages. She had a whole page made up where it was just dog him out. And then she had a competition people. I'm talking about these moderators was on payroll. Yeah, they was on payroll, baby. Like literally, they had real pay. They had real jobs. This was every day.
I mean, because a lot of these people, like some of these people, they are making a whole lot of money. Like I said, like it was one point where so it
Yeah,
becomes a
people
system.
get
Yeah,
that now.
it becomes like a system to protect the investment at that point. So then you do employ people to protect the investment, and that's what people were talking about when they keep talking. When you hear them talk about when you see these troll farms, right? And a lot of that idea of troll farms comes from like when you hear people say Russian bots or stuff like that. When it comes to counterintelligence and stuff like that, But they reduced it down to bringing it to YouTube, saying it's the same thing. Like you have these troll farms on YouTube, and whether it be that they are involved in social content or political content, religious, whatever it is, that they are placed there in order to create confusion, misinformation, disinformation, and that's all they do is troll all day. And it might be the same person working 7 to 8, 10 troll accounts. And I know, like, over here on this side, when people say it, it's a little different. But in some of these sectors where it's big money making in those sectors, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole system.
Right.
Because some of these people are really making, yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Man, I
Yes.
just sneezed 3 times.
Girl, that sound like a
Oh, certain films get into my throat, and that'd be my reaction. My bad. And all I did was pull out the dishwashing liquid. I don't know what the hell.
And that's why I was saying, like, even with this stuff, with this Diddy, Jay-Z stuff, all this stuff, right? Like, it's something. There is a major misinformation, disinformation campaign going on, but it is so distorted. You don't even know which side it's coming from. You don't know.
I don't believe none of that mess. I don't believe none of that mess. I'm serious. They just go on and on and on about the foolery. Somebody did this to somebody, and somebody did that. Do I believe?
What I mean is that some of these people who are coming out and making up this stuff.
Right. They add on, they add ons. Like, I just wish that she was around in the beginning of when it was R. Kelly stuff, so that you could see how they was just falling out the sky. When I tell you, they was like, how they had the bus loads was coming in town, and them immigrants was sitting all on the side of the curves and shit in Baltimore, and in Chicago, and in the other state. You know how they be standing around, and you know how the immigrants be looking for day work, day labor
at the Home Depot.
That's how these little rusty rugrats was sitting on the sidewalk waiting for their number to be called. And for all the numbers that was added up, they only had 5. They ended up with 5 people that actually came through, and with a sufficient story to stick.
Right, but what I mean when I'm saying with this is because I think it happens in all situations. I think how big it gets depends on. I think how big it gets depends on the influence that the person has. Right. What I'm saying in this situation is that I think that so because I think that there are real people that real stuff happened to by this person that's under investigation right now, I think that it's possible that some of these people are being sent out here to discredit real people, that real things happen to. And then I also think that it's possible that
I just think that we on the same page. I just metaphorically speaking about the people how they sitting out regular, but they just they didn't upscale it a little bit better now, and try to ain't nothing secretive, exclusive, because they the same kind of people. They're liars.
Yeah, and it's like you don't know which side is. When I say you don't know which side is coming from, it's because so then I can see it from the other. I always try to look at things from both sides of the fence. So. Are some of these people putting out here to say some of these things to try to lure real people that this happened to make them feel comfortable to come forward so that they could go talk to the authorities? Is it a tactic? Like I don't
Sometimes that's neutrally done. Sometimes that is neutrally done.
Right.
It just depends on what angle it's coming from and who's spewing it out and how important they feel the need to. Like for instance, King World, for instance, how he secretly, unknowingly humble these people without, stuff like that. It just depends on what angle it's coming from. I think it's just that's the best. I think it just depends on what angle.
I think it's both. And I think that, but because it's so much, you don't. It's like, okay, you don't even know which side it's coming from. Like you don't know if it's coming from, and it might be that both of them were working at the same time. You know, both
Yeah.
sides working simultaneously,
Right.
doing things that benefit each one of their sides. So it's just the messaging is just so crazy. And like I said, why would you be, I mean, even with down to I cannot wait to see what is the outcome of the fact that that day when Courtney Burgess had to go talk to the grand jury. Because it ain't nothing about what that man said make me think that he got anything real in this situation. But I'm curious to why did he need to go talk to the grand jury? Did he have to go talk to the grand jury because
Before they
it
come to
was
get him.
something? Yeah, is it something that they believe that he got? Did he have to go talk to the grand jury because they believe that he's lying and that he's possibly interfering with their investigation? Is that, does that have something to do with this Jaguar Ronnie Bolt thing that they like? Because at the end of this, some of this stuff, if it's not purposeful misinformation with some of these people out here, some of what they doing, what they putting out here and saying and lying on, it's criminal. It's criminal. And it could interfere with them conducting a legitimate investigation. And in that case, the authorities will come after them. So I don't know. It's like it's so much going on that you don't know like what is what.
Yeah,
You
and
know
I
that
think
this stories are not true.
So the Jaguar do a sit down with I'll Be Sure. I seen a title, but I didn't click on it to see was she just talking about him? Because she claimed their best.
I think all of this is spewed out here like that on purpose
Yeah.
for what's to really come. Because there's nowhere in the world they could just, they whatever it's gonna be, whatever it look like, Elmer's glue or the niggerilla glue, whatever stick is what's gonna stick, and whatever don't, they're gonna play on it until it's stopped. I just
So
don't think
okay.
too much out here. They scrambling around. It's too much.
Yes, and you know that this stuff is not true. You know that it's not true, but it was like, what is the motive? What is the motive? What are they trying to manipulate people into thinking by putting all of this out here? That's what my question, like, that's what I want to know. Who is in control of this messaging right here? And what are they trying to do with it? That's where I'm more so looking at. But Cookie, she does okay. So she does know I'll Be Sure. I don't know to what extent. I don't think she knows him as much or the way that she claimed that she do. But I
Girl,
would be surprised.
which couches they getting on? The blue one or the brown?
I don't think they getting on that blue couch no more because now she talking crap about them too. And Jaguar turns on everybody that she team up with. Everybody. She's talking crap about the blue couch because she feels like the blue couch owe her at least $51,000. She does this.
She said last year. They had
That was night and day. That was night and day, Cookie. That was night and day. So last year she was mad with Night and Day and felt like Night and Day should have given her. Night and Day are two brothers that be doing all of this cartoon type rearrangement type stuff. They really good. It was last year. It was Night and Day, and then she was also defaming their product because she had started using like some of their natural products. She was using the natural products, and then when she fell out with them and they wasn't giving her the money that she wanted them to give her, then she started claiming that the products was causing rash and all this.
This woman is a weirdo. I promise you, I have to smoke when I watch her.
Yes.
Somebody needs to fire her because she could act out for real.
Yeah, and teaming up with her is dangerous because as long as you going along with her story, her lies, and all that, pumping her up and all of that, she will back whatever. Wow. Hey, DB. She will back whatever lie. she'll back whatever lies you tell. She'll back your lies that you tell. But the minute she feel like you about to turn on her or back away from her, she's gonna weaponize everything that she got to make you look messed up. Like this lady crazy. That's why I say they started this whole campaign to try to report Jaguar for the misinformation campaign, disinformation campaign she's been doing, lying about these celebrities and stuff. They tried to report her, but I was like, she's gonna turn it back on them because there is vaccine conversations. See, people weren't understanding and following that call that Storm Monroe played on his page after that release happened on the Star Report. When it's because the call was incorrectly named, and it was saying that it was a plot to go after Tasha K. The call that Storm released said it was a plot for Jaguar and Sean Davy Way to go after Tasha K. That's not really what that call was about. What was really shown in that call was that Sean Davy Way and Jaguar were having conversations behind the scenes to drive the content. So when they was having all of that argument amongst them, that conversation showed that Sean Davy Way and Jaguar was orchestrating portions of that content for both of their benefit. So when Jaguar was releasing all of that information on TJ, they called TJ the dyke on the bike. The girl that she was with that's not her bail. Jaguar was feeding that stuff to Sean Davy Way to create content so that they could get views and make money. So why? Because and the reason why Storm released it, and this is my opinion of why I think he released it. I don't know why he mistitled it. I don't know if it was a purposeful tactic or I don't know what it was. I don't know if he purposely mistitled it that way. But I think the message that he was trying to send to Sean Davy Way is, if you're going to sit here and try to make it seem like I conspired with Jaguar knowing that she was lying about the celebrities, I got information on you that she gave me on you that I can say the same thing about you.
Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. This is run deeper than what people really understand. Like, because a lot of these content creators that have allowed Jaguar to get onto their platform, they now are saying that they knew that she was not telling the truth about these celebrities. And some of the content creators is calling for other content creators to be gone after, for them to be found liable, that they believe that these celebrities should go after these content creators, similar to what Megan Thee Stallion now is doing with Tory Lanez and that girl. Same way Nicki Minaj did Nosy Hole, Tasha K. Now you got TD Jakes going after Larry Reid. They were suggesting that should be the case. Sean Davy Way came out publicly trying to say that they should go after Storm for allowing Jaguar to come on his platform and lie about these celebrities. Storm released that call. He titled it saying that it was a plot to go after Tasha K. But the content of that conversation had nothing to do with Tasha K. But what it did demonstrate is that Sean Davy Way is behind the scenes driving content with Jaguar. And if he played that call, that means he has more calls. Where did he get it from? He didn't get it from Sean Davy Way. He could only get it from Jaguar. Jaguar is behind her paywall now, spinning vaccine conversations that she had with content creators so that she can tie them into whatever she might end up being into.
Yep. She said it on there. It's these content.
Yeah. And some of them were. Some of them were doing exactly that. It's like y'all let her get on her platform knowing that she was lying about this stuff with these celebrities. And so now, if you try to encourage people to come after her, sue her, you're pulled into it too, because it was your platform.
Right. And you have to have more control.
Right. So Storm was demonstrating to Sean, hey, like you over there running your mouth, talking about who should be coming for me, because I let her get on my platform and say this stuff. Well, guess what? I got conversations of you talking to her behind the scenes about driving content.
I think her and King Pang were doing the same thing as well.
So,
and the Knot, all of them.
Okay, so this is what I can say. Didn't really let her get on his platform and say no celebrity mess. The Knot situation, Cookie, that was all about that Goomba, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really let her get on his platform and talk no celebrity mess on his platform. What I can say to take in Sean Davy Way's defense was he never brought her on his platform to talk about celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
But she would get up there and then just start rambling off.
Right.
But I never seen him really bring her on to
family dynamics and the women's and shit.
Right. Now, when it comes to that blue couch and when it comes to Storm, they brought her onto their platforms to talk about that stuff.
Uh-huh.
But on those other platforms, she would go up there because of something else, and then all of a sudden start rambling and going off about celebrity stuff.
Well, what's the now? See it right that TJ is supposed to be pregnant. Now she was supposed to be the mayor.
Cookie, I don't know. It looked like it, but she has not confirmed yes or no. But it definitely looked like it. I don't know.
Well, I just be reading the highlights. I don't click on them. But I'm like, oh my God. Wait a minute.
It's a whole lot with the story. It is a whole lot with the story. And it's like, to me, because at first I'm watching it to see how Face is going to take them to expose her and bust her, and when is this going to stop? Like, a lot of times when I'm observing something, watching it, that's what I'm looking for. Like, when is it going to be an end to this, right? When is this going to stop? When is it going to be the final bust that's going to give it away and make people just say all of this? But then it turns into like a soap opera. Like, I know for years, I used to watch Young and the Restless, Bold and the Beautiful, God and Light, As the World Turns. You just was used to it. Even though the storyline is ridiculous, some of it's going to be repetitive, you keep watching because you're used to it. Now you got somewhat of an attachment to the people. You want to know what's going to happen. So when you get stuck into it, but the problem with Jaguar, it's the same thing I say about Trump. I don't know what kind of energy Jaguar got, but her news cycle turns over every minute.
Right.
Like, she don't sleep. And everybody that she's been involved in an intimate relationship with her, they have said that. They was like, she does not sleep. She is constantly on this app monitoring what's going on. She be monitoring people analytics, monitoring what's going on.
Swear she ain't good with technology.
Yeah, like she is, and now that she got that new boyfriend over there, he is a techie. So she's really into it now because he's been explaining a whole lot of stuff to her. So she's into it more now than and he's with the shits with her.
Right. That's
the other thing. But the one thing I can say about this boyfriend now, he does not let her exploit him for content. Like she's done all the rest of the people she's been involved with.
Like that.
Yeah, he don't let her do that. And briefly, that wife almost got that. Well, she's almost the ex-wife, I guess. But his wife briefly got dragged into but his wife wasn't with it. That ex-wife, the soon-to-be ex-wife wasn't with it. That ex-wife went and got a restraining order on him and Jaguar. And she got it to where Jaguar cannot even be at the visitation with her child because of some things that Jaguar did in the presence of the child.
Probably do the block.
That she cannot use She cannot use that man for content. He does not allow that to happen. Every other person she was with, she dragged them through the mud for content. This man, he ain't with that. And he probably getting all them checks. He probably want getting all the money. Because Jaguar don't never have no way to receive the money on her own anyway. It's how she ended up falling out with so many people. One of her main moderators she fell out with because because Jaguar YouTube channels keep getting taken. She puts YouTube channels in somebody else's name. The money then goes to them. Then she always comes up with some discrepancy about something they doing and acting like somebody. Two things she weaponized: people stealing money from her, and then SA. Everybody's an SAer.
Yeah.
Everybody.
He just see me.
It's a mess. It's like like I said, it's a lot, but I be wondering, like, when is she going to die out? And it's like 1 minute you see she's about to die out.
When they get tired of her, when they get tired of the Muppet Show, that's when the Muppet goes to sleep.
Girl, she done went over to them people at the UK and got a whole nother UK audience. And you know they be believing all of that crazy ass shit because they think stuff about Americans anyway. So that's why she went over there to that man platform to get them viewers from over there. But the day that I hated with her was when she went over there telling them people that Blue Ivy is not Beyonce's daughter and belongs to that goddamn Cassie White. It's bad enough that they go on black platforms and saying that, but when she went on that white man platform, I was disgusted. Absolutely. Like, why would you go and even say that shit over on that white man platform saying that they don't even know, they stunned. You could tell they stunned and startled, don't even know what the hell she talking about. Girl, I was so mad. I hate that they bring that child into the bullshit.
Really, they do.
The
more they talk about it, the more strange shit her mama be doing. It's so ironic. The more they talk about her, the more strange, weird stuff comes out. Like they got their house already set up, which they've been had her already set up, but it's so much weird stuff be coming out, ever since they bring about her. And now she's 13. Oh man.
Well, you want to know one thing, 312, and I'm going to get y'all opinion on this Cooking 312 because I thought that this was really ridiculous that they did this because I feel like they're going to scrutinize whatever they did. So when she had the Mufasa opening and that people was talking about the dress and the makeup and all this other shit, what Blue Ivy looked like at 12 years old ain't no different than these 5-year-olds that they dress up on these ballerina bullshit that do extracurricular activities.
Right.
When I was... Huh?
No, she don't.
Yeah, when I was in ballet at 5, and it's still 5-year-olds, they put them tutus on, they put their hair up in their bun, they put red lipstick on your lip. This is what in any culture with little kids is doing ballet, that's what they doing. I'm not trying to dispute, but what I'm trying to say is that they're trying to make it seem like that they are doing something different than anybody other parent does with their child that's in the performing arts. They're not. It's the same shit.
Same thing. It's just the fact. The difference of it is that she with her parents, and those individuals now don't be with their parents. They parents somewhere in the audience. No, but this one, Jay-Z standing in behind her and Beyonce in the front of her.
Right, and she's actually displaying a goddamn talent. And not just prancing around like Honey Boo Boo.
Right.
With no damn talent.
Right. Twerking all day.
So this is clickbait about Beyonce not being her mother?
Well, it is a clickbait, but then you know what? I look a little bit deeper further into past this crazy lady. And I was just looking at some old videos and some old pictures, you know, because Jay-Z got a lot of chicks, you know what I'm saying? And you just never know with him. You really don't. You just never know with him. Not so much as Beyonce, but with him. You just never know. So it's not saying that they know what they're talking about, but um that girl really don't show a whole lot when she's around Beyonce. Like she is one of them nonchalant, ignore you right in your face type kid. If people could see that, you know, she don't. She it's like she can't do too much. She can't say too much, but at the same time, she loves to do what she do. You know, so she got this. She did this the second performance she did with her mom. I think it'll be the last one for a while.
No, I'm saying, do y'all believe that that's what's the girl's name? The one that died from a I think it was Emily.
I don't. I think it's Beyonce's child. I definitely don't think, even if it was any truth to that, I don't think it was done how people are claiming that it was done, even if that was the case. And even if Beyonce used a surrogate or used a donor egg or whatever the case may be, that's her child. And I wish, like, the thing is that I think people are so worried about trying to demonize the parents that they don't care what impact that has on the child.
Right.
Well, I seen an article that that girl started going off about her messing with P. Diddy's Jay-Z daughter messing with P. Diddy's son. I mean, not P. Diddy's son. What's the other somebody's son? Drake's son?
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah. That girl was seeing Drake's son. No, Drake got a son.
Blue Ivy?
Yeah.
Girl, I did not know nothing about no Blue Ivy and Adonis. Isn't Adonis younger than
Yeah, I think they're around the same age bracket. But anyway, it was an article. This is right before the New Year, months back. It was an article stating that because Jay-Z didn't approve of it. I guess they just talk or what. You know how teenagers do, and Jay-Z don't want nobody in their face or whatever. And I think he told him to leave her alone or something, and he can't come. They can't talk or some shit. I don't know how it went. I forgot the article, but it might be a clickbait. I don't know, but I just know that it just sounds so much like him to be overprotective of her, considering that you dealt with her mama at a young age. But okay, but yeah, the Drake boy, and she said if she didn't leave, there was an article saying that Blue said if she didn't leave him alone, that she was gonna expose his ass.
Girl, I do not know. I don't even know what to think no more when it comes to these headlines be so, oh my God, I don't even know what to think no more because I never even heard nothing like that. And I thought Adonis was at least like 5 years younger than Blue Ivy, but maybe not. I don't know.
Look it up. Look up Blue Ivy, and yeah.
Yeah,
Look
let
up
me
Blue Ivy. Yeah, girl. These people is again. It be so much slap and slug around.
Girl, we is 7 years old, and Blue Ivy is what 12, 13.
Well, then that's not the son. Then that's not the son. Then I ain't got it right. I'm off. That's not the son. It's another. It's a son. It's somebody's son that girl be communicating with, and Blue and that big nose daddy of hers don't like that.
Lord. Girl, I was about to say Adonis is still. I mean, he ain't no toddler, but he ain't fall off a toddler.
Oh
yeah, but she's not 12. She's 13, right?
She's 13, yeah, and Adonis is 7. It says.
Okay. No, that ain't the son. Then it's somebody that she be on FaceTime with, and Big Nose ain't hooking it Right.
But you know, they be running all kinds of stuff because I had heard the story years ago, and I don't maybe it's some kind of truth to it that I don't know. But I ain't never heard nothing about it again. And I was like, I don't think this is true. But I had for her a story years ago that Christian Diddy son and Master P son that they had not Romeo, but one of the other sons, that they had something going on with each other.
No.
And
Well,
there was a story
they
going
didn't
out there.
say it enough.
Huh?
They didn't say it enough.
I mean, just like Courtney Bird just talked about Jaden, he seen Jaden. Now this the thing. When it comes to Jaden Smith though, I am inclined to believe that something inappropriate happened. I don't know. I'm not saying his parents allowed it, but if his parents did allow it and I found that out, I would not be surprised because that whole situation surrounding Willow Smith that time when they let her be in that bed with that grown man, I wouldn't honestly be surprised if I did find out if Jada and Will Smith knew Jaden was involved in some kind of inappropriate conduct. I really wouldn't. I think that it's possible that Will Smith, along with Diddy, was involved in some not inappropriate conduct, and especially because something is wrong with that goddamn Brashear Gray. Something ain't right.
Shop, you can trust that. I love Will Smith, but he didn't have his shop of the grains. It ain't no ifs and buts.
Well, they say that him and Jada did something to that boy.
Well, Jada, we know she do it. She have what you call them entanglements.
Yeah.
Way before Diddy became pitiful. So we know she's aware of it, but you know, she became goofy when she started trying to exploit Will. I didn't like that. Because you would not be who you are without Smith.
Okay, so 312. Let me give you my take. How I look at it a little bit. I feel like this is where I feel like Jada was probably wrong in the matchup with her and Will Smith. I think because she needed somebody who I think she probably like needed somebody who had like the perfect blend, like a perfect mixture, who was street but also that same type of caliber like Will, and she settled for the one and not the other. So I think that's where she just made a misstep. But there are some people who say 312 that they feel like Will was the coward in the situation because he knew that he was involved in the same type of situations, but he was okay with her being exposed and not laying himself out.
But
like
it was
golden boy.
It was something she had hid. See, this girl had a lot of relationships in the midst of her and Will. It looks like,
and they say Will had too. They say Will had too, but Will hush money. They say is long, and I guess August he wanted the woman.
You said August wanted a woman.
It's weird because the reason I say that is weird because most of the time you see the women out in the men, but in this situation it was the other way around. And so the fact that Will can keep a lock or a muzzle on what he's doing, but Jada couldn't, that was what the irony in the situation. But it's a lot of people there's some people who think like you, like, yeah, you know, she's been, but there's some people who feel like, well, you was a punk because why you ain't come out and let it be known like both of us have done stuff to each other. And it's like they felt like he allowed Jada to just be demonized, like as if he was the golden boy and then he hadn't done anything.
I don't know. Oh no. Like I said, they both did their thing, but they did their thing together too. You know, so he's wrong for not saying coming out with her when he was supposed to support what she said. He did. He supported the red table. What else he gotta do?
Let me tell you, I believe that him and Dwayne Martin hook up. I really do.
And then again, that's another thing. She knew he went both ways too. She knew that.
I believe that. I believe that. And Tisha, I don't know what Tisha was about to say that one day that she was about to let the shit out, and then I wanted her to say whatever it was she was about to say, but they did not let her get it out, and has not come out since. But even with when Lisa Ray is telling the story about Dwayne in relation to her ex-husband, like, it ain't right. How are you showing up? So this a queen. A queen do this. And when I say queen, I'm talking about in that lifestyle. No man is gonna come to your house and then the wife say, "I don't want you on my property," and you say, "Oh, I'm staying in the guest house anyway." Like that's some queen shit. And I don't think I don't think that inappropriate relationship between Lisa and ex-husband. I don't think that her and her relationship broke up just from him being around when her ex-husband was with other women. I think it was something else. And like I said, and especially based on those Will Smith rumors and situations, Tisha almost was saying something and then retreating and not saying nothing. Something don't look right to me with that. I'm sorry. So I believe all of that story. And then, like I said, it's their business. And there's other reasons why I believe that story too, because there was an excerpt in the book Hiding Hip Hop written by Terrence Dean, and he was a big time exec at MTV. And he didn't put names in his book, but they would say everything in his book was vetted, just like Video Vixen, Corinne Stephan, right? Ain't nobody came out and disputed nothing Corinne Stephan have said. And if you want to talk about somebody who has been accurate, it has been her about a lot of stuff. But with Terrence Dean's book, he didn't give out names, but there is one instance and situation where I am certain that those were the people involved in the situation based on the description. So I kind of do believe that story, and I think that that animosity that Lisa Ray is harboring on Dwayne Martin, that it's something more than just, oh, he was around when he was cheating on me. It's something more than that.
So do you believe that what you call it didn't know he had some twins out there? Now all of a sudden
I haven't looked into that story. Cookie, have you seen anything about that?
Yeah, he been with them. He been having this since that man exposed his ass. He been with them, showing them live videos with them twins.
Well, I'm glad he got some kids, cause they keep talking about him.
He got kids, but he younger, and he did a video.
But I'm talking about some recent ones. The show because they even pull Ricky along.
Who y'all talking about got kids?
Ricky Smiley got a set of twin girls.
Oh yeah, I did see something.
Stepdaddy along with the baby mama for years, made him think they was his kids, and then he did a video and said, and he know that he is. Ooh, baby, you.
Okay, but what's this scandal? Okay, this is my question. What is the scandal? What is the scandal? I don't understand.
What you mean? What's the scandal of it?
I mean, I know it's the two children.
His feelings was hurt.
Wait a minute, so they was making the man think that the kids was his?
Yeah, for years he thought they was his.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out, like, okay, he got two kids.
Yeah, he said, and Ricky Smiley was going along with it. Yep, with the wife and everything. He knew them was his kids, and his feelings was hurt because he really thought they was his twin girls. I said, that got to be a sad situation.
Wow.
Yeah, now you gotta do cartwheels and flips and show videos, with your twin girls.
So is he saying that he knew 312? Is he saying that he knew, or are other people saying that?
No,
like how is it?
No, the stepfather said he knew it all along. Yeah, the
Oh,
stepfather said. And I guess the wife must came clean with it, you know? That got to be a heavy weight to be holding on to.
so what made her all of a sudden want to? Are they separating or something? And she told him this, or what?
You
Like
know
what
what?
made her?
I don't even know, Carla. When that video came in, I was just like in the awe. Like, Ricky Smiley, you serious? The way you sit around these 4 kids, and then you don't do a video and say what number God, because he's lost his one son, and yeah, but you had these out there, boy,
Okay,
fucking
but
off an
I see
angry
the
dick.
scandal. The scandal is in the fact that they was tricking this other man that was her husband into
Yeah,
thinking that they were his children. So I see like that's bad. That's absolutely terrible. Yeah. So now I
yeah.
understand why. Now I
And he
understand
thought
why
they
this
were
is
his.
continuing.
Like the sad part of it is that he thought they were his. And Ricky Smiley knew that they was he knew them was his kids. But you okay with the wife going along with the wife for how she got things going. When that man ain't no, she can't keep holding on to that.
And now
Can't
they're
keep holding
13
on to
years
that.
old.
Huh?
How old are they?
Yeah, they're around that age.
They look about 5 or like 5 or 6. How are they?
Yeah, they not about they maybe about 6 or 7 years old. Yeah, about
Okay.
6 or 7.
Yeah, I knew they was like look somewhere in that range. But I was trying, yeah, it was like I don't have time to listen to the story right now because there's so much other shit I was listening to. But I thought the story was just that they found that he had these children, and I'm like, okay, well, what is the scandal about that? But I guess if you've been
No, it
allowing
was
your
right. It was the one that was blamed as the put on the father. It was a father that was the kids was thrown on. During the relationship. Ricky Smiley knew the whole time he had 2 girls out there, and the
Lord
man
have
was thinking that them was his kids. And he did a video. That shit
no.
went viral real quick.
Wow.
Went viral. Hurry up, and got them kids. See, the world see all of this. You hanging out with Brad, with her son, and and you at all these functions with playing with folks' kids, and you don't take care of your kids. Like, he had some bad
That
spirits
was
out
going to
about
eventually
his
come
kids.
out.
Huh?
Ricky knew that was going to eventually come out.
Yeah. And see, he didn't have some bad hiccups. He didn't have some hiccup roles with his kids. The one that passed away suddenly, right before he passed away, he had some hiccups with his kids. So to know that you had 2 young ones dangling out there in the world, nigga, you kind of trifling. You kind of trifling. You trying to keep up with the streets. And the streets caught up with your ass and dropped them 2 packages off.
Wow.
Double whammy, buddy. Get 'em. Yeah, you got these 2 kids rolling around in these streets.
So I don't even. He know they gonna find out. These people find out everything.
He blast on what? What days he be open live? He don't be on live every day. He be at the station though. He got his own channel too that he be on. And you always trying to throw scripts out there, and you always trying to give out good this and good that, and you got a whole child running around, buddy.
Well, but you didn't lie to a man, making him think it was his children. That
But
is just terrible.
let's start with the mama first. Then I believe it got on her so bad till she had no choice but to come clean. You know what I'm saying? It was eating her up. It had to be eating her up. For the father to want to come out and talk about it. Because I remember that part. And they knew that they wasn't mad. That gotta be a sick feeling. That's a
Wow.
sad situation, I didn't think people did that all over the world still. And you would think that you would pick Ricky Smiley. Ricky Smiley got more money than that nigga. And you put him off on him. I'm sure Ricky Smiley got more coins than whoever that was.
Just low down to know that your child belongs to somebody else, and then you don't tell them. And I think both people are equally disgusting to do that, but I definitely think the mama is disgusting because
You
number
disgusting.
one, number one, she's a married person. Number two, why would you do that? What if your children had a medical emergency? Imagine trying to tell that
That's
to
exactly
someone.
what you gotta
Yeah,
deal.
imagine trying to tell that to someone when your child is having a medical emergency. Like that's just
And
Lord,
that's
that's some
probably eating her up and say, you
that's
know
some
what?
general hospital bullshit. Like something you see
Yeah,
on a soap
you can
opera.
look that up when he found out about his twins, though, because it's viral on Instagram, of course, because that's where his most thick page at on Instagram.
Mm, 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 mm.
I think he run.
That,
He do his radio station. I think from Instagram, Facebook, and Instagram, I believe. But yeah, that's where it's most live at Instagram, because he is you know always throwing scripts out, and you know what I'm saying. That's why I said something, because you always got something to say about somebody and telling them the right way to go. You got some kids walking around here, and another man taking care of them, and you alive and well on the radio every day. Every day. Don't miss a day. You live.
That's crazy.
Or y'all doing something on that radio station. And them babies ain't got brought up not one time. Make it make sense. Who can you talk about? You can't talk about it. It's just a matter of time, I guess, because at least they ain't teenagers, you know? Because that was
that
cut your ass
yeah.
out.
Yeah, at least that's the case. But I mean, Lord, like I said, I and thank God whatever was on her conscience, you know. I mean, because she could have went all her life.
She had to get that up off her. She had to get that up off her neck, shoulder.
So you know, I can't. I'm just saying, like, just initially, like, to go through it. It's more discussed at the situation on the mother side because, like I said, your children could have had any kind of situation where you would have then had to deal with revealing this, or it could have cost. Like, what if it was some type of situation? You know, parents is different blood types, and what if it was some type of blood situation and your child eating, and then you trying to tell them, and then something end up happening to your child? But like, I just, I don't.
And then you know what too? You know, Ricky Smiley ain't never been the he might have had some discrepancies going on, and maybe that was the reason why they kept it like they kept it.
Maybe the mother lied to him.
The mother lied to her husband.
Oh,
The husband, Cookie, she said the husband said that both of them knew, Ricky and
but
the
what
mama.
The mama knew that was Ricky's kids.
So did he say he knew all along?
He was?
Did he claim and admit that he knew all along?
See, I didn't read his follow-up. I just seen him with the kids. He showed the evidence, you know. That's the next time I watched it. I said, "Oh, he got them babies. He ain't finna let them drag his ass out to the river. He ain't even question that baby. Then when he got them babies, like, when the man said, you know, how can you question? Ain't nothing else to say. Get your kids, bro." So, you know, now it's all about co-parenting with the mama, you know. So,
wow.
I don't know if she still got that husband or not for that lie.
I can imagine the husband being able to be okay with that after the lie. You know, like I don't know a lot of men that would have been okay with the cheating and a woman having a baby in the first place. Men cannot deal with that.
My brother, my mom worked at American National Bank. All of my 24 years. I want to say 25, maybe. All of my life. Can't talk about it, as I'm the youngest. I'm gonna say that. My brother had a girlfriend that worked across the street. First National Bank downtown was across the street from American National Bank. My brother used to mess with this girl. His girlfriend worked there. Anyway, her and my brother had relations or whatever. She ended up pregnant. Okay, she had a baby. Her and my mom was real close because, of course, they worked across the street from each other, right? So her and my mom had a little relationship be outside my brother. When she had the baby, my mom was so excited because my brother was her baby boy, and she had a lot of girls, and that was gonna be her first grandson. My sister, 5 years go past. 5 years, 5 whole years. 1 year, my sister, the 5th year, I believe, maybe 6 or 7. Yeah, it's okay. It was in 5th year. My sister goes on a date, and she goes on the date, and at one point in time, she goes to the guy. She goes meet the guy at his house. The guy takes her to his house, and he has a cocktail table that has pictures on there. And she was like, "That's my nephew right there. How you know him?" And he said, "Your nephew? That's my son." Ooh, yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's what it was. Jesus and
Lord
Joseph,
have
all in
mercy.
the same room.
What?
Friend. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, just like that.
and
Big
and this is why, listen, I support women and stuff, but I don't abandon men and I support men and stuff too. Because stuff like this is wrong. And I know situations where this has happened to lots of men. Women do this. Like they will have multiple men thinking that they are the father of a child and getting money from who does that?
Right, but let me tell you this. The entire time, my mom knew and my brother knew. We just didn't know. Okay?
Did
And
they know initially? Or
she
did
admitted it.
find out later?
No, she admitted it to my mom and my brother. It just didn't reach everybody else.
Okay, because I do have a family situation where one of my cousins, and so most of my family, I have kept I don't even know a child in my family that I have not kept for real, like at some point. So one of my cousins, his son, like I said, I've kept everybody's children, so I would have him a lot. Well, it was a situation when they went to go split up, that it was something revealed that he was possibly not the father. Now, me and a couple of my aunts, we had kind of already thought or figured that. But my whole position is always this: if the father or whoever it is not, if they think it's their child, it's their child or whatever. So I didn't never put nothing out front, ask no questions, nothing like that. But it was something that just was letting us know, like some of us anyway, that we don't think that this is his biological son. But it ended up being that this situation is so crazy. So my cousin did know. He knew that he was not the father of their child. But when they went to go separate, he was the son was 5 years old. So my cousin had been with him for 5. He's on the birth certificate. They was married when she had the baby. She didn't want him to have any visitation, and was trying to use the fact of him not being the father, the biological father, to not so that he would not have access to the child. And so she wanted to order a paternity test. So the court did order the paternity test, but the court told her, like, you are the one who agreed to him signing on as a father. He's been this child father. You're not going, there's no reason why he should not have visitation to the child. So in addition to the fact that he's due parental rights, he's also obligated to take care of the child, and you will benefit from that. So why do you think that it's okay for him not to have a relationship with the child? Because, like, they know, like, once they sign their birth certificate, them men is legally held to that. So whether the paternity comes out different or not, they are bound to the fact that they signed that birth certificate. and they are financially responsible. Cookie knocked out. 312.
Y'all can't hear me?
I can hear you now, but Cookie is knocked out.
Is she?
I can hear her snore. Well, go ahead.
I was just resting. I'm half asleep.
But yeah, so I mean, I hate that they had this because it's like once they sign, they make men feel so guilty for asking for paternity. And a lot of men just go ahead and sign it because they don't want to cause any disturbance about asking for paternity. But it's this how I feel. This is my opinion. I think every child needs to be paternity tested at the time of birth. Even mine. Because then that's what we don't have no question. It is nothing for you to come down later down the line and say, that ain't my child, and then all of a sudden, and then it ain't nothing for me to come down there and say that ain't your child. Like, for the sake of the children, I think it should be something that's just automatically done because this right here, this type of stuff, this is ridiculous.
Even if you're married?
Yes, I think it should still be a test to confirm that that child belongs to that daddy. And I know some people will say that it's a violation. I don't care because it's wrong, Cookie. Men should not be finding out 10, 20, 30 years down the line that their child is not theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But do you believe that's done on a regular, or is it just?
Yes, enough.
It's done on the regular, and it's done
It's
with
done
more.
enough.
It's done more without. Our people ain't the only ones that do it either. I'm not gonna say that. Our folks, it's what you say, Carl?
Ferrari Povich. It was never the men. It was the women birthing the babies coming on there, testing 5, 6, 7 men, and then still ain't found the daddy. Like, that's not right. The thing is that I know too many situations like throughout the city where that's a reality. So it's not, some people might want to say, oh, they acting on Mari. Even if they was acting on Mari, that's a reflection of what is really happening. It's people, everybody should know people who have done this shit. I don't know no person who don't know about nobody who have done this. So yeah, I think it's too much. And I think that children paternity should be established through a DNA blood test at the time of birth so that there is no reason they don't have to go try to find nobody. And I think they should be able to do if the father ain't there at the birth, they should be able to use the same way how they track them people through that criminal system when they be looking through there if they got a relative. They need to be linking it back just like that. Go through that same system. That's and I know people might say your privacy stops being violated. What you say?
You put in the ancestor data after you draw their DNA?
No, you know how like when the people commit a crime.
No, that just came out. The ancestor data part. They just brought that up. Because
that's how they did link some people to crimes. They never had DNA in the system. And they link it because they can find a relative. I think if the daddy ain't around to do the test at the time of the birth, then they need to do that. I'm sorry. Because this is ridiculous. You don't need no children like doing that. Just setting up situations and be scarring children that turn into adults to be scarred behind stuff like that.
Well, and it don't hurt nobody but the child.
Right. That then becomes an adult and then be having insecurities and different things.
Mommy issues, parent, they be having mommy and daddy issues because it started off with your mama, but it resulted in the daddy because, well, you ain't help either, it results to that. So, yeah.
Then you got kids who the father ain't even know it was a possibility that he could be the father. This woman been messing around with all of these different men, or she know that somebody the father,
Playing any,
just don't
mini,
want
mighty,
to tell
mo.
them. Yeah,
Right,
just
playing
don't
any,
want to
mini,
tell
mighty, mo.
yeah, and then or she might know that who the father is and just don't want to tell him. And then you got this man find out 10, 15 years later, and then the children mad at the daddy, and the daddy ain't even know.
Right. It was right. They taking it out on him.
I,
Yeah. Let me see if I can find him while we're talking about it. Ricky, where you at, Ricky?
So I just think that is, I mean, it should be something that's made. So we are talking about humans, like life situations, and at some point, security, just like with national security, they say guess what they say.
Right.
National security is more important than privacy. That's what they say. That's why they do certain things to invade our rights. Well, the security of children growing into adults should be more important than the privacy. If you make yourself available to where your DNA might potentially be a match, you have given up your privacy, and we need to get this right.
Hmm. Now, here it is. Here his ass is. Because everybody got on his ass.
I couldn't imagine disowning a child for what? What you say? 13, and letting another man. Oh my god! And you're successful. It ain't like you was broke and couldn't take care of him.
Right. That be the thing of it. You got to showcase the shoes taller than your kid. One don't like them and the other one do. How about that? But that's like normal. That's just like normal. Normal life.
The one that don't like her probably like, nigga, you lied to my dad.
Yeah, you like to. Yeah, you and my mom. So he did a let me see, those are the videos, those are the current videos. I want a video where that man was dragging his ass. I mean, getting down on his ass. Like he knew. That's the thing about it. He knew. The man feelings was more hurt that the girls wasn't his than them babies got them.
What if that man and God forbid, but I be thinking about the worst possible thing. What if the man went and unalived that woman, them children, and then went to go get him? Like, you don't do a mess like that.
Girl, they 5 years old. Claiming he never knew about it.
He could have unalived the mother, kidnapped the children, took. Let me tell y'all, I know this real story about somebody, right? One of my grandfather church members, Lord God. I don't even want to say the person's name. Nobody look it up because it's a really tragic story. He unalived his girlfriend's child because the child's father, the girlfriend had gotten pregnant. The girlfriend was pregnant by him. The little girl's father, his girlfriend's daughter's father, gave her money to get, to terminate the pregnancy. He found out about it, and he set a whole plan and unalived that little child.
Well, I'm so glad he got a whole. He hurried up and when he got them kids though. I can say that much.
Yeah, he was on America's Most Wanted. This was a real big story, like a huge story. He was on the run. They found him all. I can't remember what state it was. It was a big behind mess, like crazy. But people, I don't know their mind. You do some mess like that, and it might send them. You don't know what might set them off. And when they found him, because they had her, he had the little girl write her own ransom note. And the ransom note, he told this he told what he did. The ransom note said he told them when he confessed that he told the little girl that they were playing a prank on her father. He had her write her own ransom note, and at the end of the note, it said an eye for an eye.
Oh, meaning he would actually know where that come from.
So he will know. I know you gave her money to terminate a pregnancy that was my child, and so now I'm going to take from you what you took from me.
Mm, mm, mm.
You don't.
But
I mean, you know.
you took this man's child, innocent baby, don't know what's going on, ain't got nothing to do with.
And then trusted him because she trusted him like he had been there with them. He was taking care of them, all of that stuff. But I don't know what in the world his girl. Well,
That's just
that thing was I remember I was living at the time that story broke. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and like I said, he was a church member of one of my grandfather's church members. He had been friends with my cousin. My cousin called me up and told me to turn on that goddamn on TV. We couldn't believe it. We could not believe it.
Maybe these people out here is weird. I'm just glad, but yeah, it's so many articles on him because people was asking questions. They want to know, but he claimed that he didn't know. But that video, baby, when I found that video, I'm subject to go live. So he didn't know. Them girls was 5 years old. That wasn't, and his son been gone just since that long.
I can't remember how long it's been since his son passed away. I probably because was it around COVID time? Either right before or
Yeah, it was around the same time. It was in that time frame.
Yeah,
he over there. Yeah, he got him some sympathy. Yeah, he over there and got him some sympathy, and then made a double whammy, living his best life. Oh, I got some babies. Oh man. How does that work?
Ricky better be glad that man is in his right mind, because that's something that could set any person off. You didn't. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, but the fact that it was the mama, like that's sleeping with the enemy. Like this lady right here in your face.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She is slightly worse because she is the wife. She's the one who was married. She the one who had the obligation to him. Even if she made a mistake and had an extramarital affair and got pregnant, she still had an obligation to say, like, hey, these are. And then this is my thing. If she knew they were not your children, then that means that there was something confirming that. Because if you were married and you were sleeping with both of them, why would you? I could see if you're not being sure, but if you're sure, that means you had something confirmed it.
Mm-hmm. You knew,
right?
The man lost a son and got all the kids, and he got grandkids. And it's like, what was you didn't, the grandkids is just right up under his kids, his girls. Yeah, that's a lot. The grandkids is right up under him, right up under his.
I am tripping out the fact that you said the one don't like him.
No, I was just looking at one of the videos because he's looking at the why you don't like me, and the little girl was like, I was watching the video with the twins. They were talking to him, and the little girl was like, she don't like you. I was like, oh goodness, one of them don't like it then. Must be the mama. That must be the mama one. One be like the mama and one be like the daddy.
She's looking at him like, nigga, you done lied to my daddy, and now we ain't seen our daddy in months.
Wow.
But one of them was all on top of his neck. She was happy go low. Like, I finally got my daddy. Like, yeah, one of them was climbing all on the neck. I said, yeah, that's the favorite one. That's the pick right there.
It's not funny, but it is sad because it's like, yeah, now what about him in the relationship that he had with them? And is he still going to maintain, that, I mean, that's a damn mess.
That's a mess. That's a mess. Yeah. It's always one of us. Uh-huh. Here they come, just dropping out the tree. Girl, look, girl, where you been?
Mm-mm. And
With my
then look,
daddy.
you know they gonna dig into everything 312. They gonna find out whether she was receiving some money from him all of that time, all of that. They gonna find out everything.
Well, when you're married, she could have been. She could have
That's what
been
I'm saying. Ricky might have been
sending
sending
her
her money.
money.
Yeah, and you know these
But 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 his but his
niggas.
title say he had no idea he had 5-year-old twins. That's his title. Ricky Smiley
Oh,
finds out.
that's why I asked what was he saying. That's why I
Yeah,
asked what was he saying. Okay, so did the
he
father,
playing clueless.
did the husband, did he come out and say he knew after Ricky claimed to not know, or
No, I
before?
heard the husband say. I heard the husband say he knew. That's all I heard, and it really threw me off because I'm like, is this a scam? You can't, you don't know what the fuck to believe with these people sometimes. Is this a scam they're doing with him? But it's for real, cause he popped out with them kids. It's a whole for real story. It's no lie.
He said he
These are yours, buddy.
No, I'm just the way she said it is funny, Cookie. I'm trying not to
If y'all
laugh.
would have seen that man on there when he was talking
That's
about
sad, though. That's sad. I feel sad for that.
that man
husband.
was on there, he did not play with Ricky. That's the part that's why that's the only part I really remember about him. Like, dude, you knew.
Wait a minute. So there was an encounter between Ricky and the man?
No, the man on his own channel went live. Man, I wish you know what? I don't like paying attention to stuff like that because I don't like to get into deep with it. But that man was on Instagram. He was on Instagram when he found out this. I was on Instagram. I was on Facebook, but you know how they share. You know how you share stuff.
Make no damn sense. I could be Ricky Tail.
But the husband, Ricky, the ex-girlfriend. Maybe this will come up. Cause she the ex-girlfriend of Ricky, and the husband. She the husband.
That is messed up. I don't like that.
Yeah, maybe the husband had more money than Ricky Smiley.
And this what I'm saying. I'm sorry, but they need to get some legislation to get this together because this is too much common things that happen. They need to get some kind of Hey, cause you want to know who else? I wish Jay-Z hurry up and take that damn test on that goddamn boy.
Listen to this, girl.
Okay.
Here you go.
Ex-boyfriend. The whole time, yeah, they are my biological daughter. Let me just clear up the moment, y'all.
Can you hear that?
Ricky just announced that he
it's not clear.
surprised twins.
He said they are my biological
Just found
daughter.
out. Ready for this? And knowing them their whole life. They've been coming up with the Grayson birthday parties and play dates, playing on the swing set, all of that stuff. Phone calls when they were sick. What should I do? Should I give them this? You did not feel any sort of connection. You did not see
Did you hear that shit?
anything. Just like
They was around the whole damn time.
my son or my daughter.
Wait a minute, so he was visiting with the children?
The kids was coming over to events.
Because I had no kids. Yeah. When I tell you,
And the husband didn't know?
again, during that dark hour,
They had been coming over.
son came back. How old were they when you found out you were 4?
4 years old.
Almost 5.
They was going on 5. And on the 5th birthday,
To the house.
he went into their house
And their father.
as the father. That's he met their real father at 5 years old.
Send her roses just because if it's violin, she loves compliment.
Why you didn't pull it up, Cookie?
She does.
You could have pulled it up, Cookie. It's a real. You can pull it up.
312.
Just pull up Ricky Smiley ex-girlfriend twins. Cause it's right there. It's viral. Like when he first got him, when they had the interview and
312.
huh?
When he so he said he found out when they was 4 or 5 years old. He
He
said
said
he
it was
went.
4 going on 5. Yeah.
Oh,
When he
okay.
walked in their house on their 5th birthday, he walked in as their father on their 5th birthday.
He walked in as their father. He said.
On their 5th birthday, he walked in as their father. But this is the part about that stuck me. They've been coming around this whole time, coming to parties, and I never knew.
Is it called Ricky Smiley called out by man who believes he was the father of his 2 twins?
Yep.
6
Yeah.
minutes.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Is it 6 minutes?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's current. It don't matter how many minutes ago because the one I was just reading, it was on January 3rd. That's when this lady did an interview with him on the 3rd of January.
Maybe this is it. Digital media.
Yep. Yeah, the lady that did that interview with him, and it was like, nigga, so what you been doing all these years? But he said he didn't take nothing of it because he ain't had no baby since Malik. And I guess that's the last sign. Mm. That is something. Something. Oh, Ricky.
Trying to pull the girls from me.
Knocking them out the box. Don't even know it. Just dropping them. Don't even know what you're dropping.
Watching that video is so disgusting. It's wicked. And it triggered me, man. Like, I'll never get over that situation. For 5 years, man, they knew. For 5 years.
See?
The mama
Him?
the grandma in on it, and the real victims are those twin girls and her oldest daughter. And he been calling her his daughter too, man. It's so crazy, man, but they don't understand. Man,
He called Ricky a little bit.
It destroyed me. It destroyed everything I had going on. Mentally, I was shot. And when I found out about them having their shit going on, that's when she started trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, oh, Nehemiah don't take care of his kids and all that shit like that. Her and her mama just trying to keep covering it up. Nehemiah, you the dad, you the dad, you the dad. Them your girls, come take care of your girls. Having her dust that home girls, harassing me and got her brother just passed away to die.
Told y'all he was mad.
You were mad at me.
He made me sit up and watch him.
Mad at me thinking I was some hate. And that whole time, boy, I'm like,
Ricky, you better get in there.
I'm trying to beat it. I'm trying to fight for my kids, and she just pulling it back. And it just denying access and the manipulation, inviting my other kids to hang out with the girls, all that. Man, that shit was so, man, why? That situation killed me, and I know it other people out here too. Not just men. It's these children that's watching. You know what I'm saying? She has an older daughter who I came in and I just tried to love the shit out of that little girl because she lost her father a couple years ago to a motorcycle accident. So I just feel like God had his hands on that whole situation. I don't want to be the type of dude that come in and f it up. She needs to see somebody loving her mama right because her dad can't no longer do it. But when I saw how wicked her mom was and her grandma is, I had to get out the way. So that just gave her mom and her grandma just all the leverage in the world. Nehemiah ain't. You see how he treating little sisters? As they were just pulling the girls away from me and lying. And this was too. Yeah, man. It was up, man. Man, I'm gonna say all of this and I'm gonna try to be done with it for now. Because it's an everyday battle. And it's hard for me to even love the person that want to love me.
Oh my God, he
It's
could
hard
be
for me
a
to look at
stunt
anybody the same, man. They try to
You said what?
God in it. They try to throw
stunt
God in it. You know, everything happened for it. Man, listen. Well, God did that for a reason. Let me tell you something. You better stop doing that. I'm telling y'all better make some laws and some consequences for these women who be doing this. Because that her oldest daughter could have lost her mom behind that. The Ricky
You ready to beat this bitch ass.
The Lord better get something to handle with this shit. Get hurt.
That's who we all are.
So.
And thought highly of, and nobody's perfect, but to sprinkle your son in that wicked, and sprinkle a little God in it too, boy, that's dangerous. But he
Lord
has
have
enough
mercy.
time to make it
I
right,
told you,
because those
that man
guns
was hurt. He wanted to slap off and put her to
be
sleep.
erased.
And
Met him at
Brittany
the
too.
right time.
He ain't even mentioning him.
He's
His
telling y'all
ass
now.
been
But at the right time,
knocked
that's
off
it.
her and
But it's
Brittany
the
and
older
took them
girl. She's
girls.
16, 17
That's
now.
crazy
I
playing with
just hope
somebody
that
like that.
situation don't
This don't make
up,
no
man. I
sense.
hope it don't give birth to
Yep.
somebody she's not even destined and created to be. Like, that could child up and start looking at people differently.
Yes.
Mhm.
She probably don't even hang around her mama no more because she's seeing how they just me over.
Well, the other little girl said she don't like him.
Hey, everybody, thank y'all for checking out my interview. Thank y'all for the kind and positive
You say what, Carl?
comments.
What?
Sometimes people
What'd
just
you
want to
say?
share. I just couldn't, be showing my grandkids and other kids and don't share that blessing with you as well. God is good. God allowed that to happen.
All he could say is God is good. Look how you hurt that
The
man.
anniversary of my son's death, God was like, here you go. And they have definitely been a blessing to my life. I call them lifesavers, along with my granddaughter, Denver. But my twins, I actually call them lifesavers. I think they really saved my life.
They probably saving your life right now because they may probably ready to kill your ass. It's probably the little girl that's saving your life. It's probably
That
Damn.
man probably ain't gonna kill you behind because of the sick little girl. Don't want to.
That's what I'm saying. They all like saying you ain't lying.
Everybody that love a positive.
And that be the reason why men act the way they do.
Of course,
Right.
I seen some Section 8 element comments or whatever, people that want to
Ricky, don't even.
No, you didn't say no Section 8 comments, nigga, when you need to be looking for Section 8 with the twins.
Every damn comment with all of them jokes and ridicules that you give other people about shit. Just shut up.
Baby, you can eat it all up. You need to eat that. That ain't them kids' fault. It's your fault. Dragging along with your life.
Dragging himself.
Yeah, he done found some way to make him some content.
Has a way of surprising us when we listen.
That's all he did. He found a way to give him some content. Because other than that, you're boring.
But guess what? Them girls about to have a YouTube channel.
You say what?
Them girls about to have a YouTube channel.
Baby, let me tell you something. When I tell you, the Brett, what you call it? He finna be big brother, little brother. He finna be, they finna be buying them girls all kinds of shit.
They gonna be
Yeah. Brett and them finna be taking them girls right along with them so they can babysit their brother.
Good boy.
Yeah, it's finna be all of that. So that's why you hear you better swoop them up. Get some of that bag wise rolling.
Yeah, he better hope that one that don't like him don't hurt his ass when she gets.
I think, but you know what? I think that was a break in for him. You know, she had to get used to him, like her sister. You know, don't follow her sister. But yeah, I heard that other part. That little girl said she don't like you.
And of course, he said it felt like the sun
So what
finally
happened to
shining.
You can't put it up. Cookie.
Yeah.
And for
I don't know if I wanted to see it. I just thought I wanted
he shared his gratitude.
The main thing for him to do would have been just to shut up after all of this. You didn't already violate.
Brandon is
Cookie, do you got TikTok?
Yes, but I don't be on it like that.
You don't have? Do you have the app?
Not on my computer.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to tell you, you could pull it right in the search bar, and you'll see all the videos on Ricky Smiley when he was sitting there acting like he was so distraught about finding out about them kids.
Let me see. I just pulled up something else. I don't know if it's the same thing.
Yeah, child, that man was. That man was hurt.
I call them lifesavers. Yeah, they saving your life right now.
That's exactly what they did. Saved your heart.
I found
Stop
out
Yeah,
beating.
I have
and not
five-year-old
because
identical
you know
twins.
mental health nothing.
I appreciate y'all
But
for reaching out to me, man.
But that's exactly what he's talking about. You know that's what he's talking about.
Watching
I
that
know
video
that's what
was
he's
so
talking about, but
disgusting.
I know what I'm talking about.
And,
But
and
that
They
the
talking
man
about the
trauma,
talking
life
about.
like I'll
savers.
never get over that
Your life was
situation. 5
fine when
years, man, they
your
knew.
boy passed away,
5
and your
years.
life was fine after that.
The mama in on it, the grandma in on it,
Now you
and
heard
The
him
the
say
real
it.
grandma,
victims are those twin girls and
Yeah.
the
her oldest
grandma.
daughter. And he been calling her his daughter too, man. It's so crazy, man, but they don't
Ricky Smiley
understand.
said on this video that I got
That
that
situation for me, man. It
I'm finna put it.
destroyed. It
I
destroyed
gotta get off
everything
my
I had going on. Mentally, I was
let me
shot.
see.
And when I found out about them having their going on, that's when she started trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, "Oh, Nehemiah don't take
Wait
care
a
of
minute,
his
wait a
kids and
minute,
all
wait a
that
minute.
like that."
Pause it
Her and
real
the mama
quick.
just trying to keep
Pause
coming.
it real quick.
Nehemiah, you the dad. You the dad.
He said when he found out they had what going on, they were still involved.
Wait a minute, let me back up a little bit.
Cause he just said when they had that.
Okay, now can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you. He
Okay, now
said
I can play it on
Cookie
my other
taking it.
phone now.
Cookie is
Oh,
taking it back because he said something about them having something going on. They were still involved with one another.
Let me see.
Trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, "Oh, Nehemiah
Did I
don't
go
take
back
care of
too
his
far?
kids and all that shit like that." Her and the mama just trying to keep covering it up. "Nehemiah, you the dad. You the dad. You the dad. Them your girls. Come take care of your girls." Having her dust that home girls, harassing me and got her. Even her brother just passed away. They died, and before he died, he was mad at me. He was mad at me thinking I was some. And that whole time, bro, I'm like. So I'm trying to beat it. I'm trying to fight for my kids, and she just pulling it back, and just denying access and the manipulation, invite my other kids to hang out with the girls, all that. Man, that shit was so.
You see what I'm saying? Invite his other. Listen, stop it, Cookie.
That
Stop it,
situation
Cookie.
me.
Stop it right there. Heard what he said. Invite my other kids. Now
Yeah.
Ricky Smiley said that the whole time. This little girl, I guess her name, the one of the kids. Wait.
For the 1 year anniversary of my son's death, I found out I have 5-year-old identical twin, beautiful daughters, identical twin daughters. I got a phone call from my ex-girlfriend. She went to court, found out that those identical twin daughters was not her ex-boyfriend. The whole time, yeah, they are my biological daughters.
Let me just clear up the moment, y'all. Ricky just announced that he has surprise twins, and he just found out.
Ready for this? Been knowing them their whole life. They've been coming over to Grayson birthday parties and play dates, playing on the swing set, all of that stuff. Phone calls when they were sick. What should I do? Should I give them this?
You did not feel any sort of connection.
You heard? They been coming to birthday parties the whole time. Your child walking around dangling in your face. I know how that feel. I watched my friends' kids get treated like that. Yeah. They'd be knowing that's his child. And you running around here trying to pacify your wife. And the whole time your child growing up in your face. And the first time that you get to hold good conversations with your child is when you get touched back down on the ground because you got locked up. And you discuss with her that y'all gonna have a better relationship and y'all gonna start spending more time with her and your new grandson. He get killed 30 days later.
Wow.
I mean, that's just an example. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's many more that deals with this to this day. There's many more.
Paula, did I go too far back? Or
I don't think we went back far enough, but you don't have to take it back, Cookie. But I think I did hear him. I heard that husband say that they had that thing going on. What else did they have going on? They had already had the kids. What?
Because did you hear what he just said? She took him to court. So once they went to court, he said before that part, she kept pushing the kids away and kept pushing the kids away. They went to court to get a blood test.
this is what Ricky just said on here with this interview to this lady. Her name is Smitty. It's Smitty and D on
So she's
Instagram.
talking about the husband was saying,
Right. The husband said what the plan of it was. But see, the plan of it was what? Well, they was making him believe that them was his kids, but she kept holding back. You know, keeping them away from him. But Ricky said that the ex-girlfriend went to court to have blood tests to find out that they are not his ex. But before that, the sister and the grandmama was the whole time telling him, "These is your kids. These is your kids." So all of that probably could have went on before they went to court and on their way. Them is his kids, but when the blood test came back, they come back 99.9.
Well, who was she seeing? Who was she with?
The mama.
but
This is
the
what
husband-
the husband said she was with the mama and the sister, the oldest daughter. They was going along with it. They was having functions. His kids was integrating with the other kids. Everybody knew. Everybody was going along with it. They all knew about it. That's what he said.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm curious now.
Twins.
I appreciate y'all for reaching out to me, man.
It made it seem like
Go ahead, huh?
no, I put it on me because you took it back. Because the way he said it, it made me wonder. They still doing the do? Ricky and the mama? That's how it sounds to me. The way that the husband was saying it. But yeah, let it go back, Cookie, because maybe I understood wrong.
Okay.
Watching that video is so disgusting. It's wicked. And it triggered me, man. Like, I'll never get over that situation. For 5 years, man, they knew. For 5 years. The mama in on it. The grandma in on it. And the real victims are those twin girls and her oldest daughter. And he been calling her his daughter too, man. It's so crazy, man, but they don't understand. Man, that situation on me, man. It destroyed me. It destroyed everything I had going on. Mentally, I was shot. And when I found out about them having their shit going on, that's when she started trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, "Oh, Nehemiah don't take care of his kids."
Okay, you just heard him say when I found out about them having that shit going on.
You the dad.
Right.
What? Your girls, come take care of your girls. Having her dust that.
So you can't tell me talking about a relationship or the lie.
Or the fact that they was having a relationship behind the scenes. Yeah, it's not clear. It's not clear whether he's saying that the mama and Ricky was still in a still hooking up, or if he's referring to the fact that they was all getting together behind the scenes.
Right.
Lord.
Homegirls harassing me and got her. Even her brother just passed away. They died. And before he died, he was mad at me. He was mad at me thinking I was some. And that whole time, bro, I'm like, so I'm trying to be there. I'm trying to fight for my kids. And she just pulling it back. And it just denying access and the manipulation, invite my other kids to hang out with the girls, all that. Man, that shit was so, man, why? That situation
Everybody knew
me. And I know it other people out here too. Not just men. It's these children that's watching. You know what I'm saying? She has an older daughter who I came in and I just tried to love the shit out of that little girl because she lost her father a couple years ago to a motorcycle accident. So I just feel like God had his hands on that whole situation. I don't want to be the type of dude to come in.
If that's the daddy.
She needs to see somebody loving her mama right because her dad can't no longer do it.
Right.
But when I saw how wicked her mom was, and her
not
grandma
about
is,
one side of
I had to
children.
get out the way.
It was that
So they
man
just gave her
daddy
mom and
and
her grandma just all the leverage in the world. Nehemiah ain't, he ain't. You see how he treating little sisters? As they were just pulling the girls away from me and lying. And this was too. So, yeah, man. It was up, man. Man, I'm gonna say all of this and I'm gonna try to be done with it for now. Because it's an everyday battle. And it's hard for me to even love the person that want to love me. It's hard for me to look at anybody the same, man. They try to sprinkle a little God in it. They try to throw God in it, and you know, everything happened for it. Man, listen. Well, if God did that for a reason, let me tell you something. You better stop doing that. I'm telling y'all better make some laws and some consequences for these women who be doing this. Because that
is that him repeating the other video I played?
Yeah, I remember him saying that part on that video. Yeah, they better make some consequences. Yeah, because if you don't have no way for that to be remedied through the law, that really drives people. Like when people don't feel like that they can get, it's bad enough that emotionally, you know, that's already happened. But when they feel like that they can't get no type of justice nowhere, they gonna take that into their own hands. This don't make no sense.
Right.
She don't make no sense.
I'm mad at the fact
Yeah,
that
not
my
at all.
granddaughter is
Right, flat. Wow, y'all just made me some peanut butter cookies, y'all.
when women do stuff like this to men. And there's women out here that wish anybody would step up and offer some kind of support.
And my brother never got over that. He never recovered from that. For whatever it was, I don't know the connection of what he looked up to Ricky. He never recovered from that.
What could make someone like Ricky Smiley, always preaching about family and giving advice to black men on being strong leaders, get banned from seeing his own granddaughter?
It's disappointing. It's hurtful. But you hurting her. I'm mad at the fact that my granddaughter is suffering.
Was it his rocky relationship with his late son, Brandon? Or maybe how he handled Brandon's death, with people saying he made it all about himself?
Pray for our family. My son, Brandon Smiley, has passed away this morning. I'm about to go get on a flight and try to get to Birmingham.
And what about the jaw-dropping claim that his niece blames Ricky for her brother's death?
And my brother never got over that. He never recovered from that. For whatever it was, I don't know the connection of what he looked up to Ricky. He never recovered from that.
Is there more to this story than Ricky wants us to know? Let's get into it. After Brandon Smiley's tragic death, his widow made a shocking decision. Ricky Smiley was banned from seeing his granddaughter Storm. While the public viewed Ricky as a devoted grandfather, this action suggests a much darker story. This immediately raises suspicions. If Ricky was the loving family man he portrayed himself to be, why would Storm's mother cut him off entirely? What went so wrong in their relationship? In a video the Birmingham native and comedian posted to YouTube in May last year, Smiley said he filed for grandparents' rights to visitations with his granddaughter and claims Storm's mother is withholding visits because of his filing. We on punishment because we filed for grandparents' rights, Smiley told fans. The baby really suffering because keeping her away from a good family is just insane. Smiley, who has nearly 4 million followers on Instagram, said he has asked for visits with Storm for 2 weekends a month.
I just wanted to say something about what I think.
I was trying to put another video. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. So with that situation, I think, I mean, I don't know if they are alleging that something more heinous happened that possibly why it's interrupting the visit. But what I think is connected to is because I think when Ricky Smiley's son passed away, prior to that, I think it was something that he was like he needed some type of financial assistance or something from his father, and I think he denied it because I think I remember seeing Ricky like prior to his son passing away, him saying something publicly about him not having to help adult children or something like that. It was something similar to kind of how like
I remember that. It was something to that effect.
Yeah, like another Brian McKnight type situation.
Yeah.
And so I do remember that happening. So maybe it wasn't that Ricky, because the way that this video is making it seem like, okay, I think it might be connected to that. Maybe the mother might feel like she don't have her father now because you didn't want to help him. And so I don't want my child to end up being, down the line doing that. So we good. Maybe that's just what the mother's position is.
But you never know because they could have been toxic, and she didn't want that in her child life.
Well, she could see that as toxic. The fact that your son came to you for some type of help, and you didn't want to offer the help.
You denied him, right? So, but what you ain't gonna do is you're not gonna scold that into my child.
Right.
And I feel on that, and I feel on that part because, like with me and my child's father, I had to stop that. You lied for every graduation. My child got more degrees than you and your sibling put together, and you lied for each and every event. You lied. That's when it cuts off. Now, when the real event comes, don't look for an invitation. And guess what? The real event came, and you did not get an invitation.
So did his son?
It's just like that. You don't. It's just some things. Ricky, do I believe that he didn't know? No, because he knew. He said he knew. He knew about them, but he didn't know they were per se his. Because I guess maybe he was just messing around with the girl and never looked back at the girl, or because it's her fault just as much as it's his. Because you had them, and you knew for these whole 5 years that these babies were, who they belonged to. You knew that. How she thought she was gonna get get away with it, I don't know. But at some point, it like he said, the 5th birthday, he walked in as their father.
But wait a minute, Ricky. So wait a minute, they 5 years old. They 5 years old, right? 5
Yeah,
or 6.
he said on their 5th, their birthday was coming up on their 5th birthday.
Right, and I think that's why the husband or ex-husband or ex-boyfriend, whatever, came out and told the truth, because Ricky tried to make it say, he said on the 5th, this is what Ricky said, on the 5th anniversary of my son's death, I found out I had.
Yeah, he used that. He used that to sauce up the story. So
right.
It was a sympathetic moment for him at that point. But the interview that he did with this lady, he said she asked him, so when did you find out that you actually had these twins? And he said they were 4, almost 5.
But this man is saying like that he knew all along.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But again, Ricky said he been knowing them because they've been coming to events. They've been walking around the whole time. But listen to what the man said. The mama and the grandmama. This is the game that the mama and the grandmama and them was going along with.
So why was they attending events? Because how do you justify that? Like, if you're not with the mother no more, she's with someone else. It
was the kids with the other kids, and you know how Toya, Reginae, they'll go to a function. You're gonna see T.I. and Tiny and Monica and kids. Okay, that's how this was. They relatively know each other through mutual friends, I guess, or something, or relatives, as far as the partying go with the little kids, and the other kids get invited to the other kids' party, because whatever kid party that he's speaking on, those girls were there. They've been to birthday parties. They were only 5 years old at this point, so they was coming to some other kid party the whole time that they know, and he didn't know that they were actually his kids. He been knowing those girls.
But
and the oldest girl,
well, how do you have relations with someone and y'all break up and then they pregnant around the same time that y'all end y'all relationship?
Yeah, and you had no question.
Yeah.
Nope. Because number one, you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because for one, that they were doing something they had no business. Number two, both parties are aware. But both parties know that one may have something else going on and they don't want it to get out. But how long could you hold that? How long can you hold on to that? Well, I've watched somebody hold on to it for 20 years. Okay.
Even if you're sneaking and cheating on your husband and then you get pregnant, that
and the whole time he's looking at, I know somebody else
last month. or 2 months ago, and she was pregnant.
I know somebody I know somebody that had a girlfriend living in the house with him. They was living in the house with him. The girlfriend, she stayed in the house with him, same house with him. She had a whole baby outside that house. But for all the years to come, the boy she was living with think that's his son.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, people.
I mean, they're
do
out here.
that.
They're out here like that. It just.
But I'm
know.
more so focused on the fact that the man is making it seem like Ricky knew for sure that they was his kids the whole time. Like that's the way that the man is saying it.
Yeah, right. He did. He's making it seem like that because they were at functions, invited to functions. He keeps saying that. Like they was inviting my oldest daughter to stuff and not, he in his feelings. Way in his feelings. Yeah, because he said
Ricky claiming her oldest daughter. So where did they?
right.
That's
He
what
put his
I'm
oldest daughter calling him daddy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's a mutual thing with these people. Because this man
That's
got
why I'm saying that it sounds like Ricky still had something going on with that mama. Still.
Well, she's mutually interacting with somebody that's interacting with him. Because whoever the hell is Rachel, because he was like, they've been coming to these parties, they've been coming to the birthday parties, and I never knew. He said it like it's nothing. It's something, but that's how he said it. Like I never knew. All this time they've been coming to parties and stuff, and I ain't know. I'm finna let y'all hear this man say it again. He talking
We'll
to a
take
black
one.
lady. The black lady is looking crazy in the face.
Get so
black
mad
lady
you won't
like,
let
this
us see
is-
her again. I don't
is
get it.
shocking.
Life is something else, man. Smiley credited his then 3-year-old granddaughter with helping him cope with his son's death, suspected drug overdose. After the funeral, I was going to run home and change clothes to make it to the repast, and my granddaughter was there. Smiley
Oh, so his son had an overdose.
Yeah, he committed suicide.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I think it was like I don't know like all of the details, but I know that prior to that, like I said, he had some kind of hardship, and it was public that Ricky was not like willing to assist with whatever that hardship was, or he felt some kind of way about that hardship situation, and then he ends up passing away. And so, like I mean, but now we're about to find out because okay, did the granddaughter's mother cut the relationship off right when the father passed away, or did she cut it off later? That's key to understanding what might have happened.
said during an appearance on the Tamron Hall show last month. I said, okay, see you tomorrow. And she was like, no. That was the first time ever that she had separation issues with me because she usually just goes home. Smiley cheered her up by taking her to a playground. To have that day where I'm actually pushing her on a swing. I could hear the swing squeak. I can hear the birds chirping. The sun was setting. It was cool that day, and it was quiet. He said, at the end of the day where you just buried your son, which is her dad, to push her on a swing like that, I just think it was God just giving me a sense of peace and comfort. Ricky's decision to file for grandparents' rights made headlines, but it also brought attention to his contentious family dynamics. Could the ban be tied to how Ricky handled Brandon's passing, airing personal family matters in public? When Brandon Smiley passed away, Ricky's reaction shocked many. Brandon Smiley was just 32 years old when he passed away suddenly. Ricky broke the heartbreaking news himself on social media, explaining that he didn't want the story to leak through gossip sites like TMZ before his family had a chance to share it.
I hate to announce this, just want to give it to you before you hear it in the streets. My son, Brandon Smiley, passed away this morning.
Brandon's death shocked everyone, especially since it came out of nowhere. Just hours before he passed, there were no signs that anything was wrong. Ricky explained that Brandon had planned to attend church with his grandmother that morning, but suddenly stopped responding to her calls. Later, he was found unresponsive at home. According to reports, Brandon was found by a friend who immediately called for help. He was rushed to the hospital, but doctors couldn't revive him, and he was pronounced dead within an hour. The autopsy didn't reveal a clear cause of death, leaving everyone puzzled. However, the coroner ruled out foul play, which only deepened the mystery. Ricky took to social media to express his pain, saying things like, "Never in my life have I felt this kind of pain and grief, and I don't see how people survive this." He also asked for space, urging friends and relatives to give him time to process everything. But within days, his post shifted in tone. He began talking about faith, writing, "God will give you double for your trouble. Even in your darkest hour, God is still good." He expressed gratitude for the time he had with Brandon, adding, "If you think you're having a bad day, give God some praise." While some found Ricky's faith inspiring, others thought his quick return to social media was odd, especially given the nature of his loss. Ricky's decision to post videos and memes shortly after Brandon's death rubbed some people the wrong way. Just 2 days after his son's passing, he was back at work and actively posting online, even sharing a meme about Taco Bell wings. Adding to the criticism, Ricky captioned one of his videos, "I lost my oldest son, Brandon Smiley, this morning. I'm okay, but please pray for my son's mother, Brenda, his siblings, and his daughter, Storm."
Pray for our family. My son, Brandon Smiley, has passed away this morning. I'm about to go get on a flight and try to get to Birmingham.
Many found it strange that he excluded himself from the prayer request. People usually say, "Pray for my family," not "Pray for everyone but me." This left some questioning his sincerity. Ricky's comments about being the best father he could be hinted at possible regrets. "I tried to be the best dad I could be," he said in one of his videos, but reports suggest that their relationship was far from perfect. Ricky was known for his tough love parenting style, which often put a strain on his bond with Brandon. According to sources, Ricky was incredibly strict, and he and Brandon clashed frequently, even when Brandon was younger. Some reports even claim that Ricky cut Brandon off financially and didn't support him in his career. At the time of his death, Brandon was reportedly living in a rough part of town, despite his father being a wealthy celebrity. Many felt this was unfair, especially since Brandon wasn't trying to live off his dad, but could have used a little help. But this isn't the first time Ricky's tough love approach has been called into question. In 2021, he was accused of contributing to his nephew's struggles. In 2021, Ricky went on a public rant about a family member refusing to cut his dreadlocks for what Ricky claimed was a six-figure job opportunity. While it wasn't actually a requirement for the position, Ricky insisted it was necessary and pressured his relative to comply.
Hooked up a family member with a job that could potentially pay him 6 figures if he hustled. Talk to people. I need you to go to the barbershop and get your hair cut and go ahead and get your fresh start, because one thing about dreadlocks, they can grow back. Go down there with a nice, fresh, clean, neat look, and because you represent me.
This disagreement turned into a public spectacle when Ricky vented about it online in his signature no-nonsense, outspoken style. The story quickly gained traction, sparking conversations about personal choice and family dynamics. One person commented, "The fact that he's more upset with the relative for not cutting his beautiful, unapologetically black dreads, instead of getting upset that we live in a world that would try to take away from your blackness to make him a better fit for their position or more professional looking. Old folk is different, bruh. They don't even see that they support exactly what's been keeping us oppressed." Just said he needs to man up, as if there's something unmanly about black hairstyles on men. A second person added, "Oh, the job didn't require him to cut his dreads. Ricky did. It's not the same, sorry." And a third person wrote, "You called the family of this family member the Rat Pack. and devalued him over having locks. You are part of the problem, not him. Tragically, not long after this event, Ricky's nephew died by S-side, reportedly overdosing on pills. The nephew's sister took to Facebook expressing her heartbreak and directly accusing Ricky of contributing to the immense pressure her brother felt. According to her, Ricky's high expectations and critical behavior weighed heavily on his nephew, who deeply admired him and wanted to earn his approval.
And my brother never got over that. He never recovered from that. But whatever it was, I don't know the connection of what he looked up so to Ricky. He never recovered from that.
Ricky responded to the situation by posting a video addressing the claims. In it, he defended his actions and even included testimonials from men he claimed to have guided and mentored successfully. While attempting to showcase his positive influence, Ricky also shared deeply personal messages exchanged between him and his nephew in the days leading up to the tragedy. Some viewers found this move troubling, seeing it as an attempt to shift blame and control the narrative while exposing intimate family moments during a time of grief. But Ricky's controversies do not end with his family. You see, Ricky Smiley might have you rolling on the floor with his jokes and his big, bold personality, but not everyone in his orbit has been laughing. Behind the scenes, there's a different side of Ricky that some folks say isn't so funny. Just ask comedian Steve Brown, who claims that sticking by Ricky cost him everything. Literally. Steve says he was loyal to Ricky early in his comedy career, even working as his opening act. He put all his faith in Ricky to help him climb the comedy ladder. But according to Steve, that loyalty backfired in the worst way. Out of nowhere, the gigs he counted on dried up, leaving Steve and his young son homeless and desperate.
For sure, behind this guy, me being loyal to him and me depending on him to get me shows because I was his opener, I ended up homeless
Ricky sound like
with
an
me
asshole.
and my oldest son.
Steve felt utterly let down, and to make things worse, he claims Ricky didn't even care about the hardship his actions or inactions caused. Instead of stepping up or showing concern, Steve says Ricky just brushed it all off, like it wasn't his problem. But wait, there's more. Steve also alleges that Ricky outright stole one of his original comedy bits and used it in a special. For Steve, this wasn't just a minor misunderstanding. It was a betrayal that he says left him blackballed in the comedy world. Imagine pouring your heart into creating something unique, only to see someone else get the credit and the paycheck. Steve says this wasn't just unfair, it was devastating.
Sometimes you have people that they just don't care, you know, and they'll play the victim and have their own side of the story. But, you know, as time goes on, you grow up and you realize what happened and you learn from it.
And Steve isn't the only one with grievances. Some of Ricky's former coworkers have also come forward, describing their time with him as downright miserable. They've accused him of creating a toxic work environment where mistreatment and disrespect were common. While none of these claims have been officially verified, they paint a pretty troubling picture of a man whose public persona doesn't always match what happens behind the scenes. What's especially shocking is how these accusations clash with Ricky's image. He's always talking about giving back and helping others, but according to Steve and others, his actions tell a different story. Instead of lifting people up, they say he's been using relationships to boost himself, leaving others in the dust. As for Steve Brown, he's managed to move on. He's learned from his experiences and now looks at fellow comedians not as friends but as colleagues. This shift, he says, has helped him protect himself from getting hurt again. Now, Ricky's drama doesn't stop there. He's also faced backlash for a joke on his radio show that went way too far. This time, the punchline wasn't just bad, it was offensive. The joke targeted dark-skinned women, playing into harmful stereotypes and sparking outrage for its blatant colorism.
It has to deal with dark-skinned Black women, and they seem to always be the butt of jokes.
Colorism, for those who don't know, is the preference for lighter skin within communities of color. It's a deeply rooted issue tied to colonialism and racism, and Ricky's joke hit a nerve. It wasn't just a bad joke, it was a reminder of how society continues to marginalize people based on their skin tone. Adding fuel to the fire, Ricky tried to make light of the situation by joking about his own darker skin tone. Maybe he thought this would ease the tension or show self-awareness, but it had the opposite effect. Critics called it out as internalized bias, saying it just highlighted how deeply ingrained these prejudices can be, even in those who experience them firsthand. Then came another shocker. Ricky's own son admitted that he could never date black women.
What?
Why can't he date who makes him happy?
At this point, the controversies surrounding Ricky were piling up, and the fallout didn't stop there. A former girlfriend of his stepped into the spotlight with an open letter that laid out some pretty serious allegations about their relationship. In the letter, she described how she met Ricky back in April 2014 at his Atlanta radio station. At first, she was drawn to what she thought was his humble and charming personality. But as time went on, she says she saw a completely different side of him, one marked by emotional manipulation and disrespect. Their relationship escalated quickly. She moved in with him just a few months after they started dating. But by December of that same year, she'd moved out, citing Ricky's erratic and controlling behavior. She described a pattern where he'd switch from expressing love and affection to hurling insults, leaving her feeling confused and belittled. One of the most alarming incidents she recounted happened in April 2016. She claimed that after not hearing from Ricky as planned, she went to his apartment, only to be told to leave because he had company. Feeling betrayed, she confronted him, and the argument escalated into a physical altercation. She admitted to slapping him in a moment of frustration and said she later called the police. While Ricky reportedly apologized afterward, she said he later referenced the incident as a turn-on, which deeply unsettled her. Beyond the personal drama, the ex-girlfriend also accused Ricky of spreading negative rumors about her to his friends, family, and co-workers. Despite it all, she admitted she still had lingering feelings for him, but lamented what she saw as his inability to treat women with respect. She also touched on Ricky's alleged trust issues. In one instance, she said he accused her of cheating simply because she had him on speakerphone while getting dressed. The accusation led to a heated argument, further showcasing what she described as his paranoid and volatile tendencies. What struck her the most, though, was the disconnect between Ricky's public image and his private behavior. While the world sees him as a philanthropist and community leader, she claimed that the man she knew was manipulative and inconsistent. She acknowledged his professional achievements, but made it clear that, in her experience, his personal actions didn't match the integrity he projected. In any case, Ricky Smiley's story is a complex one. On the surface, he's a loving father and grandfather, offering advice to families everywhere. But beneath that image lies a trail of controversies, strained relationships, and unresolved tensions. The ban from seeing his granddaughter Storm might be the most shocking chapter yet, but it's far from the first sign of trouble in Ricky's personal life.
That was the son that passed away, son.
That's it for this video, folks.
Right.
Bye.
Wow.
Yeah, that was all she had. That at that point, she felt like, no, I got to. This all I got. My son gone. You ain't finna, torment my grandchild too. That's why she felt like that. Carla fell asleep.
She probably did. I'm trying to see, what is this? So,
Yeah.
okay.
At that point, she was her. I mean, it was a tragic moment. Her son had committed suicide. I mean, yeah, that's all she had left was the baby. As far as when it comes to her son.
Right. Let's see. I was trying to Did you ever hear that the twins got a dead man's baby's last name?
Who twins? His?
Uh-huh.
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, that's what this one I just seen. This one.
Ricky Smiley and his baby mama. This mess keeps on messing, so come on in. Now, we already know that I'm nosy. Big nosy, but I do have ethics. Which means I'm only putting out here record and what these people have made publicly available to everyone. My commentary is based on what I have gotten from their public record as well as the court system. So in some terms, I don't need to say allegedly, but I'm just going to go ahead and say allegedly. Let's get into this mess. Now, we all know the controversy surrounding Ricky Smiley, his baby mama, the ex-baby daddy, and the paternity of the twins. And we should have learned yesterday in my video that Alicia's daughter is a bit heated, and light me up in the comments section. If you want to know why everything has gotten hot and heated and why they are targeting this little blogger, please check out my videos. I will link the playlist.
Oh yeah, I was gonna send that to you when we hang up.
Smiley, his baby
If
mama,
they looked at checked her up, they looked her up.
paternity of the child until January of 2024. But according to the lie detector test, that was a lie because Alicia did tell us that she informed him first that she was pregnant. Now, a lot of people are saying, but yeah, just because she told him that she was pregnant doesn't mean that she told him that he was a dad. Well, and I agree with that as well, but why even say that if that's not the truth? And baby, tell me what woman is telling a man that she is not pregnant by, or that there is not a possibility that she's pregnant by him, that she's pregnant. I mean, for what? And for the people catching up, there is an ex-baby daddy who claims that he thought that the twins were his babies from the very, very beginning, but he just found out recently that they're not his. Let's get into exactly what happened and how he found out, when he found out, and everything surrounding this. And baby, you are not going to believe it. Well, look at here. According to the Alabama court system, they have been in court for quite some time. Actually, starting in 2022 is when she was filing for child support. During the child support proceedings, within the paperwork, she says that he is emphatically the father. She names this man as the father of the children. So obviously that's who she thought it was, or at least that's who she was going to pin it on, right? And although this case was originally opened in December of 2022, the order did not get completely resolved until January 25th, 2024. It was at that time that the courts had to dismiss without prejudice that this man was definitely not the father. So it was January 25th, 2024, right? And that means that immediately after getting out of court, she was in a kerfuffle. Baby girl had to run down to Walgreens and go over to Ricky Smiley's house and get a specimen from him. Now, honestly, y'all know, I don't know if that's how it happened, but I'm just speculating because there is no court situation going on between her and Ricky. So they had to have been doing this privately. That's why I inserted Walgreens, baby. Because again, according to him, it would have been 4 days later when she called and confirmed to him that he was indeed the father. Now, Muffin, that would have been cool, right? I mean, especially since Tricky Ricky says that he's been in her other daughter's life as well as the twins' life all the time. I mean, he's pictured right here at a birthday party. Oh, baby, but not so fast, because we have got some questions to ask. Now, look at these adorable, precious, precious twins. They are so sweet. But baby, it is so unfortunate for their mother and for Ricky Smiley that I am so nosy, that we are so nosy, because we just happened to notice that the twins' last name is Singleton. Now, we still think it's cute that Ricky has been sliding them in there, posting pictures with them for weeks and weeks and weeks, all over the place, basically posting these little twin girls right up in our faces, acting like we ain't never gonna find out the tea. But what happened was we found even more tea, and I don't think they were ready, and I don't think that Ricky Smiley's PR team prepared any of us for any of this. Now, Ricky Smiley has been going around referring to them as the Smiley twins. He literally said the other day that their last names were Smiley. And that just is not the truth. I don't know why Ricky is lying, especially with people like us involved. So at this point, I'm sure y'all are wondering, well, who is Singleton? Because typically when children have a last name that is different from their mother's, it's because the father came to the hospital and claimed them, right? So there should be a Singleton father, right? Oh, no, that's not the case. Now, it is true that her oldest daughter, her 16-year-old daughter, her last name is also Singleton. Now, don't even go look for this picture on her social media. It was posted on her Instagram account, but I guess she kind of thought about how that probably wasn't a smart idea especially since Ricky is saying that their last name is Smiley. And I thought I had captured this photo, but I didn't. But my girl, Real Talk Bougie, make sure you go check out her channel because she spilled some tea over there about this as well. She actually had the screenshot still that showed where these little girls had the name Singleton. Now, I know you little nosies want to know why their name is Singleton and where did it come from. And I already told you that the oldest daughter, who some people think is Ricky Smiley's child, her last name is Singleton too. Well, Muffin, I don't know who the daddy is, but what I can tell you, the assumed father of her oldest daughter is this man, Gary Todd Jr. Now, unfortunately, Gary Todd Jr. is no longer with us. He passed away due to a tragic accident back in 2017. May he rest in peace. He was 29 years old at the time of his death. And this is a photograph of him, Alicia, and their daughter together. I think it's a beautiful picture and so sad that he...
What'd you say?
I'm just checking to see if you make sure you woke.
Oh, okay.
He had to lose his life at such a very young age. So as I was trying to unwind this story and figure out why the twins are in a man's name that is deceased, the first thing that came to my mind was, could she possibly have been married to him and then something happened? But when I did the research, I found out that he had actually been gone from here in 2017. So that was a long time before the twins were even born. So y'all, I dug and dug and dug some more. And to my disappointment, what I found was not only were they never married, not only was he long gone before the birth of the twins, but he was actually engaged to another woman at the time of his death. According to my investigation, honey, it looks as if this court record right here, this PDF, this record that was basically recording his death, says that he literally left behind a fiance. And listen, I did not mean for it to go this far, but her association to Ricky and all this mess and everybody wanting to know what's going on, because, you know, once there is a celebrity attachment, baby, we're going to find and get to the tea. Now, I'm not condemning, nor am I judging. I'm literally just reporting the tea. Okay. So here's the thing, though. This is what is kind of sticky, and it's probably going to be sticky for everybody. Now, some people already think that her oldest daughter is Ricky Smiley's, and we know that she will bust it wide open for multiple men because we're in this situation now. And her putting these babies on another man while putting them in the name of some other man that's not even alive does make it highly suspect and seems a bit whorish, if you know what I mean. And because I'm nosy, not because I'm judgmental, I am wondering if she is indeed sure about the paternity of the oldest daughter as well. And I really do hope that Ricky Smiley got a really good DNA test from someone reputable, because baby, I would not be trusting the DNA results from a Walgreens package at this stage in the game with this kind of foolishness going on. And I must say, I do notice a pattern with this baby mama, honey. She likes church men, okay? The first father, original father, first daughter's father, whatever we call in that one, okay? Mr. Singleton, he was a church guy. This guy who was the ex-baby daddy, he's a church guy that has a very similar swag to Ricky Smiley, to the point where it is very uncanny, because y'all know I've been all through his social media and his business, and baby, he is actually kind of funny, but he has the church swag. And it goes without saying to say that Ricky Smiley uses a church swag in his comedy and his presence every day. So I said all that to say that perhaps, you know, look, she likes church, so she probably loves the Lord. She likes church men. And, you know, just because there are a bunch of hoes in church, don't mean that she's one of them. Perhaps she has sought out salvation and forgiveness, and she is on the right path. And look, I'm not being self-righteous or anything. I don't have these type of issues, and I'm honestly not being judgmental and have no malice or care for that matter, other than delivering the tea that's trending and hot. Now, let me know what y'all think about this mess in the comment section, because baby, and if you like my commentary, please click like, comment, and subscribe. And if you don't like it, you can still comment, you can still subscribe, but you're bound to return and find something that will entertain you or be of intellectual benefit. This product is...
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they out here.
Oh my Jesus, Ricky Smiley. I tell you, these entertainers, it's
he's a whole celebrity though. Like, he's just not a plain old you know, like entertaining, like I was talking about the LaTruth saga. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
that
I know.
that's a saga, and that's he's a celebrity, real life celebrity. Like,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm just saying it's just crazy the persona that they portray in the
But
public
check it
and
out.
the closed
You don't
doors.
see it's when you it went viral, but the world is made up of so many people, and there's so much going on in every zone of the world, to whereas everybody can't get everything. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't get it all at once. You can't get it all in a day, 2 days, 3 days, because so many people pick up on it and it go another way.
Right.
By the time you get it, it's surface back around. You you look at the views on it. You think you the last note to know, find out what's going on. When technically that ain't even true. It just takes the right finger to hit the right button off the right screen to reach the right desk.
Right. So
Yeah.
I guess my video, do you know, turned out to be a whole bunch of, oh my God, did you know?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Did
it's
you
my
know?
312. I'm gonna start back doing lives, and
Well,
this
and
was
this what
like
I was gonna bring. That's another thing, because I noticed that a lot. If you surface through the internet, you know, it's a lot of people that they do panels, you know, support their person like we doing right now, but you know, during the daytime, should I say, you know, hour or two, find different topics they talk about, you know, because I watched a lot of stuff,
Mhm.
but I was laughing so hard at these two guys, two gay boys. I know you didn't see that the two gay boys that's in the media, social media. Well, it's several of them, but the two main ones is Albo and Shamar. You know, the Shamar kid.
I actually don't watch social media like that.
No, but they got YouTube channels, and you know how you just be looking through scrolling something.
Mhm.
He goes viral for any little thing you say.
Yeah,
And
I usually hit the live button, see who's live, and then
yeah,
click off. I
right.
really don't search too much.
But you know what? Now I noticed that because I heard it in another sector that people don't be getting they notifications on time,
Mhm.
and it's got something to do with the way YouTube is set up. And now I think because you know, if you're not converting with the person, you won't see them in the news feed. If
Right.
you're not being, you know, like I got a notification that you was live. And that's because and when the notification came, it came before I looked at it. That's all I know. I don't know how long it took, but when I looked at my phone and looked at my notification, I seen Cookie Live, and that's what made me click in.
Mhm.
But like I said, for other people, you know, unless I type them in, I don't see nothing. I don't see nobody. All I see is Ukrainian, the war, Italy, Israel, and all of this other stuff. I don't see nobody live.
Right,
You know
because I
that.
had actually put my live up like about 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, unless and
I
if
thought you
I'm
was
converting,
live.
right?
I
If
said,
I'm
I am.
converting with the person, then yeah, I think that's how I be seeing it. But sometimes I have to, you have to take yourself off and then resubscribe again. I guess for it to,
Yeah, I
I don't
think
know.
Carla was telling me that because I was telling her I haven't been getting no notification for her live. By the time
Right.
I get them, it's already done.
But what you do is you snatch yourself out, unsubscribe and resubscribe, and then go to, because your notifications might be sitting on customized,
Mhm.
something like that. Other than, you know, it might be sitting on something that you customize. You know, your notification, personalize it. I think it's customized or personalized. You customize it or personalize your notifications, you won't get no notification. It'll just eventually pop up in your feed. I noticed that. So you have to go, you know, unsubscribe and resubscribe back, you know, subscribe back in, and then look and see, because sometimes that works. where you unsubscribe and resubscribe, and then check your notification box. Because if it's not at the top where the bell at, and if it's at the bottom where you customize it or something like that, then that be part of the reason why you don't get it.
Right.
I tried that. I have unsubscribed and resubscribed, and looked at my notification and see that it was up under that.
Right.
That happened to me before. So I'm like, well, goddamn, that's why I ain't getting no notification.
Yeah. Well,
But
312, I love you. I'll
love
probably
you
be back.
too,
What's
honey. I
today?
enjoyed myself
I'll
today.
probably be back on Thursday.
All righty.
Friday. I hate to do weekends because I know that's when, the big timers be on, and I know ain't nobody gonna come see little old me.
Girl, yeah, look, it is below 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outside. Ain't nobody finna be outside. People gonna be on the internet.
Right.
That's what it is. The internet gonna be loaded because folks gonna be in the house.
Right.
So yeah, come on if you want to come on, girl.
I
It
know.
don't
That's
matter.
why I said I'm gonna stop worrying about who's on and who's not on. Just do me.
Right. I mean, eventually, and then sometime I'll be seeing people going live through TikTok. Yeah. And then you get views pop in, especially if you put. I notice on TikTok you gotta put a hashtag for you page, and you gotta put the designated location where you reside at or want to reside at, and that's how your views will get through. And you also, I did hear you could connect your Facebook. You could connect your Facebook and your, other social media sites.
Yeah, I
You
thought
connect
about doing that because I do have Facebook as one of my destinations. I just never click on it. So
Well,
I
good.
might start doing that too.
Right, because you got more people over there than you do over here, right?
Right. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Dag, you just answered your own question. Cause
I know, but those people are from my hometown, and I'm like, do I want them to be all up in my business?
okay, well then, yeah, that makes sense too. But I mean, yeah, you gotta pick and choose on what day you want on. It depends on your topic. Put it like that.
Is that Cookie talking like that? Oh my God! Because I'm a good girl in my town. They don't know the bad side of me like that. Some do.
Well, the people that's friends on my YouTube page, they already know what it is.
Right.
And when they see if I go live, and they already know what it is, and they be like, "What's going on now?" They know who it's about. They already be knowing. That's why I don't like to go live. That's one reason why I don't like to go live, because they're gonna pop in. And I do and I don't be like constantly telling the same story over and over. That's why I don't want to go live, because unless I'm doing something normal. Now, if you just coming on, playing the music and talking about something that I just seen, which I have been having in mind that I was gonna start doing. Like I was just telling y'all about the LaTruth saga, and I said I was gonna go live and speak on that. That I've actually watched a whole entire different saga that y'all on this side ain't got nothing on them. That, like, if they could just sit back and watch and see, you may see yourself, and then you may say like, "Dang, we wasn't that bad after all." You know what I'm saying? You could look at it in that perspective if you may. I mean, that's how I see it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Looking at what these people over there went through, the trauma they went through, and what people out there, they feel the need to, like you said earlier, you ain't had nobody to talk to, so just what you felt. That's how they felt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They felt the same way. They felt the need to use the tool that they have, which is their panel, to speak their truth that's been hindering them for quite some time. And like your title said, do you know? Do you know what's your title say? Your thumbnail?
Do you know?
Right.
Do you know who you are? Do you know
Mhm.
why you do the thing that you do?
Right. And some of that was relatively, spewing through the internet. Off from that sector. Those girls came together to support one girl that had been SA'd in her younger years, and she drank a lot, and she just got up one day and decided to tell her story.
Right.
And some of the people that she had been battling with, going back and forth with, they had ceased all of that just to support her.
Right.
You know, and that's called unity. That's what that's called.
Mhm.
You know, grown people do grown shit.
Right.
And that's what, and I watched them do that. You know, I watched all of them go back and forth, live after live at the same time going. I'm talking about rolling them. Them girls, I'm talking about rolling them. I be wanting to jump on the panel sometime and tell them, I commend you girls, because I'm talking about this way you see growth at, because half of them wouldn't even communicate with each other. But just off the strength of what took place at that moment in time, they came together. Now they did have a few panels that was still being messy, but the cause of what she spoke about, her story, you know, how it was going, how she succumbed it, you know, her results and stuff that she been dealing with, and she feel better because she found YouTube and people that she gained a relationship with and to express herself, and she felt the need to. But then it's always another channel that bashes it and try to belittle it and numb it down and tear it down. And they still out there. But the fact of the matter is several other channels override that. They overrode that entire moment and stayed focused, and they kept going, kept supporting her, kept their conversations moving, you know?
Right.
That comes with growth.
Yeah.
And it's way more of them, of course. Way more people with them, more channels, and all of that. So, but anyways, I'm gonna let you go because it's like what 1, 3, 4.
It's 2:34 my time.
Oh yeah, you're an hour ahead of me. Yeah.
Yes, I've been on for 6 hours. I was not planning on that. I love you, 312.
Love you too, honey.
Carla, I know she's asleep.
Right.
I appreciate y'all. And I will see y'all in a couple of days. God bless. And
God
enjoy
bless
your
you.
week.
Sweet dreams. Stay warm. Catch you on the next round. Maybe I'll pop on tomorrow. I don't know.
You better.
Huh?
All right, baby. Love you.
All right. Love you too. Good night. Good morning.
Good night, beautiful Carla. I hope you hear me in your dreams.
Good night, Carla.
Thank you, everybody.